you're saying. It's so old. How would you? It's like reading a cookbook from 1,000 years ago. It's the worst. Hey, dog. Cookbooks are big. The Betty Crocker cookbook would be giant. Kosher Betty Crocker cookbook would be gigantic. Betty Crocker knows what guys want. Banana. I remember seeing these commercials. Oh, dog. This shit sucks. This is the worst. I remember when I found out sucks was a bad word. I think I used it around my grandparents, and they were like, you could not. Fart was a big word. You couldn't use the word fart around my grandparents. You had to say something else. Yo, I'm here, baby. What's up? Hello. Me. It's you. How you living, girl? Me. I know that voice. What's up? How you living? I just got to eat. What? I got to get out that chat. You know, it's been long. You walking crazy. Yeah, I had to get out that chat tonight, man. Well, my friend was here, and I'm still waiting to talk in this Twitter space, and I don't think they're ever going to let me talk. And I'm watching my show that I really like. It's like my favorite show. What was the one you were doing yesterday? Oh, these things get really big. They get like 500 people in them, and it's just a crapshoot to see if they're going to call you up to let you speak. So normally what I do is I sit there and yell at them until they call me up. But okay, I can do that. Yeah. But you got to eat it. It ain't meal, do is it? Okay. Yeah. What you say, Mama? Okay. Normally, I wait on these people to call me up. Okay. But there are like 500 people with whom I'm competing, and it takes too long. And normally, I just yell at them to call me up. You got it. Yeah, I got it, brother. What I got, that's my regular water. That was my regular water. But yeah, you can. Yeah, I was trying to get that. But this is right now regular one. You can have that brother water. Okay, I can just recreate that. You gonna be okay like that? Okay. I don't need no frozen water then. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Yeah. So you said about the Twitter space, you said there'd be a lot of people in there, right? And they're not calling on me because there are so many people. So normally I sit there and I listen to them and I like just kind of to be funny, just like make jokes like call on me. But it's exhausting. So instead I watch my show and then just keep an eye on the Twitter space, and then if they invite me to talk, then I do. But chances are they won't. And so, but I get into a couple of them at least a day. The smaller ones are easier to get in. And when I do a good job. I'm just telling people about what I do, and then they come in here. Then I get a bunch of Nigerian people in here, and I say to them, "Do you have a link tree?" And they're like, "What is that?" Sometimes they know, but it's like basically a place where you can go. You saw where all your links are, and I'm like, "Look, you guys want to market yourself in social media, right?" And they're like, "That's what we do." And it's like, "All right, how are you going to market yourself in social media if you don't have a YouTube or a Snapchat or a Twitch? You know, like, need this stuff." And they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess." So that's what I do. No, Miss Aquarius, we're gonna find you a Nigerian prince. No, I don't want that. Okay. I know you don't. You're gonna get it anyway. No, I'm not. I don't want that. I know you don't. I know you don't. I know you're happy with you. But that doesn't mean that you're not cool to talk to, but I know.
It's okay. Yeah, it's just that I'm about to put. I got the spaghetti because I can't get nobody to really,
You just haven't found the right. You haven't found the right people. There are 400 spaces going on right now, and if you, well, yeah. Yo, how are you, Rhea Kane? Oh, they're muted or they're deafened, so they can't hear me right now. I hope you're doing well.
Oh God, me and my leg, yo.
What's up with your leg, Miss Aquarius? What's up with your leg?
I got oh, let me look at this. That's on how it train get to it. How you gonna tractor truck, semi truck with all these cars on it? Go into the your butt right down the train track where this train is, and it just smashed into the center. That's crazy.
Old stuff.
Yeah, did you hear that? Did you hear about the airport?
What happened, Miss Aquarius?
It crashed. It crashed. Smoke. And it says, I think it's like 3 of the working on it, the UPS thing. They injured.
Oh, they survived?
I was talking to my best friend when it happened.
They survived?
Oh, I hope so. I think they injured. Ask ChatGPT real quick. I know you can't. You're in space. Never mind.
You're good.
Never mind. Attic or whatever. My left, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know if I got arthritis. I don't know what's happening. I'm not going to go get checked out so I go to physical. Go get my physical. Because I want to see my doctor. My doctor. I can't. I'm so offensive. I'm going to get my doctor because I was seeing a nurse patient. I want to see my doctor because my doctor was about my health in my leg. I don't know what's going on.
All right.
But I'm still walking, still kicking, I'm still doing it. I'm not.
Do you have a little pimp walk?
Not a little pimp walk. That's a wild, but it just, I don't know what it is. But I'm doing my exercises, so my balance is better and stuff like that. So I don't know what's going on with it. It has a little pain, but it's okay. But it feels warm and stuff like that. But I don't know what it is. I really don't. I don't know. But I don't stress it. I can't stress it. I have nothing but minor, something minor. So I think it's probably an antibiotic or something, maybe a shot or something can cover it, huh? Maybe? You don't know. Pray they don't say no surgery,
Yeah, no, I get that.
I don't think I need surgery. Yeah. They'll call you up in a minute.
No, they won't. I've been waiting 3 hours, Miss Aquarius.
Oh.
I know, but this is a really big space. And I do all the small spaces. Everybody knows about me on the small spaces, so that's good, man. Gotta get in the space. I'm not sweating it. I yell at these people all day long saying, let me up. I'm not like, there's a phrase, too blessed to be stressed.
What are you talking about? The money. Oh yeah, the King Tut. Yeah. Wow.
What's wow, Miss Aquarius?
About the King Tut was in the spotlight. The King finally is finally being seen. I don't know what museum this is.
That's the Cairo Museum, I
Oh, look
think.
at it.
That's the Cairo. They just opened a new museum in Africa, in Cairo.
Oh, I don't know what this. Okay, I guess it is. I'm on a boat. Transport them to Africa. Oh, this is cool. It's a museum. Oh, it's in Egypt. It's at the South Egypt pyramid.
Word, girl.
It's in Egypt.
I know. I said
Nice.
like 5 times Cairo.
That's Cairo?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Cairo's the largest city in Africa.
Wow. They finally got it to King Tut. They finally, wow, that's neat. Now they can see King Tut now.
There you go.
You did that in school? We did that in school. You know about King Tut. You know about him?
Yeah, he was like a boy king. He died when he was
Yeah.
like 14.
I'm gonna go there to see that. I hate this news.
I do too.
I hate to get the word news. Because it tells you about different stuff going on in the country, world. They're coming in trying to figure you out, Rabbi.
I don't even know who they are.
E.T. It's a tangle today.
All right, I'm gonna go back to watch my show.
Okay, and I'll be back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
He's only allowed 20 gay jokes per episode. There you go. The crowd goes wild for homophobia. What do you think about the gays, David Wayne? Well, there you go. Good answer. Okay. What else do you do, David? What are your hobbies? What do you have any special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that knows how to probably win an oyster eating competition. I go to the gym. Shut the fuck up. I do what? I swear to God, I go to the gym. Just for the smoothies? What do you do at the gym exactly? I got out of a 14. I'm trying to slim this down. I've actually lost 65 pounds, so. Oh. Amazing. Amazing. What exactly? Take us through your routine at the gym. You go in with a gym bag? Yeah, it's actually in my office. So it's like 5. I go to the gym. Just a completely incomprehensible. Go ahead. I just go to the gym, work out for about an hour and a half. I do the Stairmaster treadmill, and I walk down here and get shows and lights and stuff when I can. So it's a lot of walking. I'm glad it's coming up on big man season. It's about to get cold and stuff. Yeah, it's hot. Amazing. So now you live by yourself? No, I'm a Oh, okay. They do comedy too? Yeah. All right. And it's a 2-bedroom? Yeah, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. 2-bath? Yeah. Nobody wants to share a bathroom with me. Right. Exactly. You have any weird eating habits? What's your go-to when you're feeling sad? What do you cry and eat at the same time? Pussy? Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Did you chip your tooth eating pussy? He's from Florida. Yeah, that is. That's some fucking Tampa dentistry right there. A real fucking Picasso of teeth. That's amazing, David. Well, my goodness. When's the last time you were on a date, David? Friday. Oh, wow. Look at you, Playboy. Yeah. Where'd you go on Friday? We went out to a place off Congress, and came back to my house. Wow, look at you. Yeah. You closed it with them. You lifted it up. Oh, yeah. I got in there. Right in there, baby. First date slam, dog? Yeah. Well, we've been dating, but yeah. No, it's because the 14 relationship, I've only slept with like 3 people, so now 4, I guess. They slept with 3 people too at the same time. That's you. You're 3 people. David with a medium-sized jumbo. Congratulations, David. Thank you. There you go. Just gonna get through it. We don't have another regular till the end of the show, so we're gonna get some again. It's KJ, everybody. We're gonna meet KJ to get 2 letters. KJ. Make some noise, Austin. Let's go. Listen, guys, I love my girlfriend. I'm gonna marry my girlfriend, but she is a fucking retard. Sis. Like, I'm gonna write a book and call it "I'm in Love with a Retard." Basically, she goes around complaining, always fighting, arguing with me. This is chapter 1. Basically, I'm telling you that what happened was she was shaving her pubes, right? Long story less long. She got an ingrown hair, and then she's telling me it was herpes. And I was like, what the fuck? And then she said, when was the last time you ever got tested? And I was like, baby, I've been tested before. I never had herpes. I had chlamydia. Those are 2 different things.
This sucks.
And I remember when the doctor called me and told me, I was crying. I was happy. Those were tears of joy. I wasn't sad. I was just happy that I didn't have herpes. That's my time. Thank you, guys. Wow, all right.
That was terrible. KJ. Awful.
Giving it up for another dark, hairy animal, just like you, Sam. Just like your brother. Hi, Cable. How are you? What ethnicity are you exactly? I identify as Italian. I bet you do. Wouldn't that be nice? What are you? Jumpy. You're what? Sick. Okay. Yeah. Sick, dude. Yeah. Fuck yeah. And do your parents know you do stand-up? Yeah, I remember when I told my dad, he was like, you're not going to be fucking Russell Peters. Yeah. And he was like, be like a truck driver or something, right? So. How long have you been doing it? To be honest, I've been doing it for a while, but I've only gone on like maybe 10, 15 shows, like open mics and stuff. I treated this like an open mic. That was the first time I ever performed that set, probably the last time. Right. Yeah. All right. I thought it would crush, I'm not gonna lie. I was so excited. What's the punchline you thought was gonna get the big boom? The girlfriend's a retard. I thought that was a setup, but I was actually the part where I was like getting herpes and then getting chlamydia. I thought that was funny. And that's all made up too. I don't really have herpes or chlamydia. Wow, yeah. Bombing and telling everybody she has herpes. Yeah, she's happy. I just came here for fun. It's all fun at the end of the day. What do you do for a living? I'm a baggage handler. A baggage handler? Wow, they let you put bags on airplanes? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. So you really do specialize in bombing and all jobs. This is incredible. That is not right. That is not right. Wow. Brown baggage handler. That's like having a black guy watch your wallet for you. For a living black guy. Or having an Asian guy who will watch over your soft boil. Okay. Wow, look at the serious look on Casey. Everybody in San Antonio. How can you what would you just do some typical Indian jokes if I smell like curry, all that kind of shit? Do you have jokes like that? Can you do one for us? Not off the top of my head. Okay. I don't like to pander to women. Normally you do have a lot of material on the top of your head. Normally. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're doing it tonight. Let me know why the co-host and the other co-host is Hispanic. Which are Latinos over here. Is this supposed to be? It's because it's Taco Tuesday, my guy. We gotta get the Spanish triangle. Yeah, I need it. You guys also hear from him, and then we're gonna give away trench pop over here in just a second. Bro, alright, we got some fucking base fingers up here. Ninja, Iron Man, I'm ready. You must co-host. And yeah, alright, real quick. It'll come back because it shows him. Yes, and I don't see any. Yeah. That's weird. Alright, real quick. Alright, what's up, Rabbi Rothschild?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman show, a real life Big Brother. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, I will make you all, your family, independently wealthy. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth already. And I want to make sure that you charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Right now on one YouTube stream, not three, but over a dozen. You can see all the links in my shilling this live on YouTube. Additionally, I'm live in my own Discord where the links are in my profile, and I'm live in the Big Steppas Discord if you're familiar with that one. So join my Discord, join the Big Steppas Discord. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I talk about helping the world in terms of ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydro and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and mostly I am an advocate for technology where we pump Red Sea and get drink. I want to thank you for the opportunity to tell you about what. Most importantly, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anyone out there who needs anything, you need someone to talk to, I'm always online. I'm always available. If you are a reply guide, you want to help it to improve on your elevator pitch or your social media, I'm here. I just want to thank the host and co-host for making this opportunity available. Thank you so much.
My streams is fucking life 24/7 for the last few years. That is actually crazy, bro. Because you're COVID problems. I was watching you sleep earlier. I can't lie. But yo, anyways, real quick. Boys, lock the fuck in. I'm gonna do a little giveaway real quick. It's nothing crazy. I'm about to post it up right now.
Hey, what up, Vegas? How you living, pimp? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
Uh, I'm good. I'm good over here. Like, I really would just wanna make my body shake.
Have you done your link tree yet?
Yeah. That is actually why I came up. That is actually why I came to talk to you about. Is it a fix of like to like do I have to pay to get things on there? Like does it have a premium
No,
subscription or
no,
like
it's free.
just
It's free.
oh okay. So once I'm done with the curry shake, I'll just go create that.
Excellent.
I will create it then I'll send the link to you to check it out.
Excellent.
Yep. Yeah. So let me just mute my mic here for 1 minute and then curry shake ready because we don't want you to get the buzzing sound of the blender.
Okay, wait, give me because I was finishing up. Give me, I want to make sure I gathered everything. You had the Jason project, which I remember. You were not going to do it. And then you thought of doing some kind of like live trading card thing, like NFT project. Yeah. I'll tell you what I would like to see. I want to see an assay take. Personally, I think you use your cigar. Slap some paint on it, throw it in, make a huge fucking mess. And as you're doing that, just let everything fucking pour out of you, and then it'll come to you when you want to. Yeah, I think your only is like, I don't think it's so much the concept, like it could be whatever, like whatever. I think it's your idea that just come up with something that you really fucking like and it's automatically done. That's really what you get. If you like, you obviously don't like the Jason idea. I think you'll find it though. You'll find it. I think you think about the things you like. I always try to think of things I like when I'm trying to create shit. And of course, get them in there. So great comedy, looking at the positive side of it, chaos and are together where they brought real joy to everything. So glad we got that. Appreciate my chaos and bringing them into our crazy episode of our So thank you for that. Appreciate that. On the top of your head, your pupil. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're doing it tonight. KJ, what does your mom do for a living? She does like customer service at like a CVS. Call center? Does she work in the call center? Not like a call center, like more like front desk people, but she does take calls up. And the dad, what exactly does the dad do? My dad works at like a lumber mill. A lumber mill. Okay. It's different than what I expected that. Alright, KJ, what's your love life like? You have a girlfriend that's real? Yeah, she's real. Okay. She does. Sure. How long you with her? Since January, February. Where'd you guys meet? Rabbi. Is that Princess Jasmine joke? I'm sorry.
Yo, what's going on, Bucha? Bucha.
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Did you be able to get your shit together with the Discord rank up bot?
Yeah, I got that going.
Okay, good. All right, how's your shit going? Who's talking in the background? Who's talking in the background?
So we got Brad here. He's what, 6'5", 6'7"?
Yo, tell Brad 5'6" he needs to shut the fuck up. He's 5'5". Tell him to shut the fuck up. If I can hear him, he's too loud. Bucha, how you living? I want to talk to you. I don't want 5'5" Brad. Bucha, how you doing? Bucha, don't teach you how to communicate. Bucha, what is going on? These people, these live streamers, don't they teach you how to communicate? Dog. What are we gonna do with you? Butcher, what in the fuck? How are you? Butcher, right now, you are leading the world and being the absolute shittiest cater alive. How does that feel? Butcher, are you going to talk? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can finally fucking hear you. You hear me?
Okay, now my mic was off. I was talking.
Okay, well,
How are you, sir?
I'm kicking ass, sticking names, big dog. I love you. I'm glad that you were able to get your uh, bot going. I went and checked in on it, and nothing showed up in there. Just giving you that heads up.
I'm having a look now. I was just trying to get out with my other account, and it says level up on my rank up channel.
Okay, do you see anything in your rank up channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check on my end. Okay, so the next thing you need to do, you had said like, hey, it's cool if other people. Yeah, yeah, okay, cool. Um, if other people find your server, so you want to go to a website called disboard.org. DISBOARD, DISBOARD.org. You're going to type this into the browser address bar. You could Google it too, but I want you to big boy. Go to disboard.org and register your website, and then people can search for it on this web. So people who are interested in cannabis and gaming and shitty communication, I'm just kidding, they can find you.
Relax, dog. Relax.
I know. I gotta bust your balls a little bit. That's what I do. I keep you on your toes, big dog. Get a little bit more out of you though. So go to disboard.org, not Discord, Disboard, DISBOARD.org. Register your website there, categorize it as cannabis and I would say Australia and gaming and or like streaming or whatever. I think you can have like 3 categories. Then you'll get some random ass people in there. There are other ways to get people into your Discord. There's something called like an advertising bot. So I actually have one of these in my server. I don't know how well it works, but basically what you do is once an hour you can basically promote your uh, your Discord to 200 other Discord servers for free, and they all basically help each other, and you can get some people in there from there too. So, but right now, just do
How do you get that? What?
just right now, register yourself on disboard.org, and then we'll talk about the other stuff.
Okay, it's DISBOARD.org. Is that correct?
That's correct, my friend.
And then I'll add my server.
Yeah, you want to add your server.
And then I'll add new server. Select server. Okay. Which tags? What are the tags are we putting?
I mean, put cannabis, 20.
How do what the hashtag?
I don't know if you have to put the hashtag. tag, but I think you can just type it and it'll show up.
Okay, give me one. Let me see. I'm just putting in the hashtags.
Yeah, no, I get you.
And the description is
It's a description of that somebody's going to see when they look up your website.
that's cool. Okay. Um, can you explain to me what's the NSFW show?
Not safe for work.
Okay. So, okay.
So it'd be like pornographic things. There's an argument to be made that yours is NSFW because you use cannabis, but um, I would just go without it. And if they make me do NSFW, then I would do that.
Yeah. Sounds good. I see with you. Are you good?
Yep, I was able to chill a lot in Twitter Spaces today, and um, that's good. And I haven't been kicked out of the Discord servers that I want to be in, so that's good. Because I tend to
Yeah,
get
that's good.
I tend to get thrown out a lot because I just go in there, I stream, and I don't say anything to anybody, and that's what's known as these are just made up terms, but it's called either engagement farming or
Oh, okay.
camping. I don't know why they why you can't do this. There's nothing against it in the terms or stuff like that. So I'm watching a show.
That's nice.
Word.
Not sure about you.
It's called Kill Tony. They just had some Australians on. It's the arguably the largest podcast in the world. It's a show that takes place at Joe Rogan's Comedy Show every Monday night. It's the biggest comedy show in the world.
Nice. Should I, after I made a server, says create instant invite permission to the Discord, but after that send this comment invite. Do I have to add a bot?
Oh, what does it say?
Oh, right.
Read it to me again, please.
Create instant invite permission to Discord bots. After that, send this comment / invite.
Yeah, I think you do want to do that. Discord's a reputable website, so there shouldn't be much issue with it. But I think that makes it so that somebody can join your server easier, and that's what you want. And then once you're done doing that, there's another website you want to use. It's called discord.me, and you can register your website there too. And what that's going to do is give you and other people more of an opportunity to be able to find your shit. All right, with that being said, I'm going to watch my show.
12? Yeah. She's Indian? Yeah. All the way? All the way. That's how they do it. Yeah. You find yourself only attracted to those type of people? No. Anybody's fine. I'm not racist or anything like that. Okay, perfect. Yeah. But you have a preference. Like we just had Danny, here. He's from Taiwan and exclusively has only been with white women before. Do you find yourself having a preference of any kind? Not really. It doesn't matter. I think all women doesn't matter to me. Yeah, you have heard of this, by the way. What do you do for fun, KJ? You have any hobbies or anything like that? You snowboarding, like to ride bikes, like to chill, like video games. Snowboarding. That's another. I guess that your people really do that. I can picture maybe sandboarding or something like that, or even waterboarding. I think your people are very good at. But snowboarding is absolutely amazing. KJ, fun times, man. Come sign up again sometime. Next week. Little one. There you go, KJ, everybody. Thank you, guys. I keep it moving along here. Your next comedian, his name is familiar. We're going to see her again. It's Sarah Klein, everybody. Time for Sarah Klein. It's Klein time.
Recently took home a dude who's an optometrist. Brought him into the bedroom. He started doing this thing where he was like, okay, here's one finger, and now here's two. Do we like the one? Really better. Back to the one. Let's start over to a three. That one is for astigmatism. Turns out I do have astigmatism. That is not the only form of tism that I have. And my ancestors came down the tism trail. It's a history joke. I have what used to be called Asperger's. They don't call it that anymore because it turns out the dude that's named after is a Nazi. But also that's been coming back on Vogue. I don't know, but the rebranding is it's now called Level 1 Autism. Which for me as a gamer is mildly infuriating because I'm like, what do I gotta do to get to the next level?
Wow, Sarah Klein.
I'll be back later on, okay?
Okay, go.
Amazing set.
Thank you.
Fantastic. How long you stand up?
I'm at 6 years.
6 years. Where at, Sarah?
Mostly Dallas. I stressed in. but that was in like,
Then you moved to Dallas.
yeah, and then Seattle, and then back to Dallas.
Wow. What made you move to Dallas?
The pandemic and my place of living closing down. I moved back with parents.
The parents are in Dallas. That makes sense. What in the world would make you move to Seattle?
Grad school.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. What did you get a degree in?
I got a Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing.
Damn. Look at you. Unbelievable. Sarah, what do you do for a living?
I do cat sitting.
Oh my God. I think you hit level 2. Amazing. You're a professional cat sitter. One of the few animals that famously can be left alone. And yet that is your specialty. And that is just an incredible job. How did you start becoming a professional cat sitter?
You go to grad school and then you don't get paid over the summer, so you find odd jobs.
There's a cool cat right here. It's T. Madness, everybody. He's a cat that does a lot of sitting. And yet you're here with a true cat sitter. Has any cat sitting ever gone wrong for you? Anything crazy ever happened?
I mean, I've had cats that, like, want to kill me, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, like a couple.
What have they done to try to kill you?
I mean, like, they like, stalk me and, like the premises. They're, like, hissing, and they're, like, following me and trying to, like, attack me. And I have to, like, grab, like, a limb or something and be like...
These kittens. Well, maybe they're just playing with you. Our senior cat correspondent, Brian Redman, owns many cats. It's part of his identity. He loves his cats very much. He tells everybody that he should have cats. He's always covered in cat hair. Nothing. What do you do for fun, Sarah? Take us through some of your figure out how autistic you are.
Well, I'm a pole dancer.
Really?
Fun, not for money.
I love it.
I like to go birding.
Okay, tell us what birding is.
It's bird watching. It's just like a little more active because you actually try to identify the species and you keep like a list.
Do you ever find yourself like trying to paw at the birds because you've spent so much time with cats?
No.
Okay. Do you do anything not autistic? I mean, pole dancing's pretty not autistic. I mean, that's incredible. By yourself, it's the And when you count exactly how many times you went around the pole, 75, odd number, we're done. Nobody touched those wolves before, already counted. Pole dancing, birding. We got in the 3 spots, Sarah Klein.
I'm a poet. That's what I went to grad school for.
Wow. And what do you specialize in? Haikus? That's the only kind I know.
And just like contemporary, free verse, confessional.
Okay, so you're like Lil Wayne or something like that. Lil Weezy.
Sure.
Alright. What's your love life like, Sarah? Have you ever...
Yes. Yes.
Is there a chance you're a gay Chinese guy? Oh my God. I don't know why this keeps happening, Tony. I'm back. What's your love life like, Sarah? You seem to have cool swagger to you. I like your style. That little skeleton hand's cool.
I mean, I was in a long-term relationship like a year ago.
Did it last like about 12 years? Oh, okay.
It was like 2.5.
Oh, that's not that long. Tell us about it. Was he autistic too?
No, I don't believe so. We met in grad school. He was also a poet.
Wow. Look at that. Just 2 notes. Cat sitting together. Was it clear which one of you was a more gifted poet?
Yeah. Me.
Wow. Look at that. Trouble. Okay, the brand. Okay, Brown.
You shared it?
I love it. I love it. Do you make good money cat sitting? What are we talking about here? you've survived.
My parents
Yeah, hello?
right now.
Yo,
And how much are you in debt?
Hey, are you guys on sick, bro?
I don't pay attention to that.
Okay,
Oh,
so
damn.
your
I was
place
gonna
for
say, if you guys were, could you put awareness out about a scammer?
Yeah, I'm live streaming right now, so we'll put out the APB. What happened?
Yes, not six. I don't
Alright,
know.
I'm gonna send you his Discord. So we TV, right? Because I was in the, what was that? I was in the Val Spaghetti chat, and we his last movie by Chica the bike things, and I beat him, right? But I let him take 2 random brain rods, and then he ended up taking my La Taco combination that I just got today and blocked me. And I texted a couple other big people in the server about it. I'm just trying to get it out and let it be known in this game.
100%. If I could help you, I would. I don't know anybody who's leadership there, but we'll keep our eye out for him. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, and did you get your opinions?
I did.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Emily, thank you for being so polite.
Yeah,
You too, my friend.
Podcast in the world brought to you by Talkspace. Ceremony moving in with each other. Are you damp right now? Red band. You can't say that to people. This is a professional show. We have sponsors. That's out of control.
Yo, big dog. Yeah, Doug. Doug, you don't send me your password, but that's funny. I don't want your password, so delete that message. You send me your link tree. I want to see. Did I send you what? Like,
I think I was the one who projects watches back. I helped them modify it because it was a looking it was an audition for. So I helped them. So this send you what I did with the, like I just sent you that because the last time we spoke, you said you're gonna do something with it. You're gonna help me do some kind some sort of meetings. I don't know, but I could actually do it by myself. So just approaching
look, I just sent you a link in Discord. Make your link tree look like that one with Reddit and Imager and Rumble and YouTube and Snapchat. You want all of these. If you're going to be a marketer, you need to be on these platforms.
Oh, yeah. Actually, what was it called? The password I sent actually it doesn't mean anything.
I didn't even pay attention to it, but delete it.
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay, good. So what you want to do is create social media accounts on like the top 20 social medias. Okay? It's going to take you a little while because then you have to populate it with information. But when you're done, you send me your link tree and I'll look at it and then I'll tell you how you can improve it. And then from there, we're going to work on your elevator pitch. And then from there, we'll get you some jobs. Or at least apply for them, okay? I mean, Vegas, let me put it to you this. You're very talented. You're a coder. You got all that talent. But you're not marketing yourself. So you want to work, and I get it. You and I'm not. But if I'm saying to you, okay, Vegas, you're going to help me with my project, you say, yeah. I say, great. I need somebody who's just more than a reply guy. Anybody can hit a fucking button on a piece of social media, on a page of social media. I want you to post this on your YouTube and your Instagram and your Linktree and your LinkedIn, or what, not Linktree, but your LinkedIn and your Reddit and Imager, and you say, well, I don't have any of those accounts. Well, what kind of marketer are you? Right?
I get a point.
Exactly. Too many. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Vegas. You're more talented than most of the people in your position, but I'm going to give it to you as honestly as possible from an outsider perspective. Nigeria is filled with reply guys, which is guys who just have a phone, they don't have a computer, their cell signal sucks, their phone overheats, and all they do is reply button and the heart button and go to Chat GPT to get some kind of reply. Everybody does that. And so I'm going to make sure that you're not a reply guy, that you're more than that. You're a coder, but we got to make sure that people know that. And also when they search for you, they're able to find you and what you do. And what you're going to be able to do is go into a Twitter space and say, hey, everybody, my name is, I want you to know I'm a coder that you're going to have available for the price on Twitter. I will market your project on my YouTube, on my Instagram, on Twitter, on my Twitch, Humble, on my Kick, YouTube accounts. Nobody else is going to do that for you. I'm smart, good connectivity, I have good devices, and I'm here for you. Please send me a DM if you want to connect with me. Go to my Linktree, which is linktree.com/Vegas whatever, and you can see all of my work. I have a proven track record of successful projects. That's what you want to be able to say to people, right? Exactly. And so we're going to make sure that you have all your stuff really nice and that you market yourself really well. And then we're going to work on your pitch, your elevator pitch, your what you say in a Twitter space. Because this is what every person who reply guy says. GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the host, GM to the speakers, GM to the GM. I want to tell you, 3 ambassador. I am someone who is going to be a community builder. I am a project manager. I am someone who is a reply guy. They'll say all this stuff, and it means nothing. All it means is that when a person posts something, this guy's going to hit 2, going to hit the like button. They're going to hit the reply button. Nobody needs that. Doesn't help anybody. What does help is, hey, when I post something, you're going to take that content and you're going to put it on Reddit, and you're going to put it on Instagram and on image. Now that can help somebody. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're going to make you into an excellent resource. We're going to make sure that you get. How many followers do you have on Twitter right now? That's really good, and we'll get you more. But the big thing is, you've got to be able to shield yourself. How many Twitters were you in today, Vegas?
No, actually.
Exactly. What we need to do is got to get you into the routine of being in at least maybe 5 to 6 spaces a day, and you tell people who you are and what you do. Good, and people will just remember you. Oh yeah, I know this guy. This is Vegas. Vegas is always here. Follow Vegas. Send Vegas a message. Somebody's going to get a hold of you. You're going to get well enough known on Twitter Spaces. But if you go into 0 a day, well, nobody's going to know who the fuck you are. But if you go into 6 a day for a week, everybody will know you in these spaces. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Exactly. And we'll get you to have confidence and to go into big spaces, what you're going to do. and you're gonna get you're gonna get some commissions, and it make a little while. It will happen. What up, Grandpa? How you living, big dog? Grandpa, can you hear me? Grandpa, can you hear me, big man? Grandpa, do you know how to use Score? Do you know how to unmute yourself and talk? All right, go fuck yourself, Grandpa. Nobody wants to talk to you. I say that to anyone who comes in and doesn't say anything. But to you, Vegas, we'll make it. You'll you're gonna be you spend enough time with me already that I like you. And I'm gonna make sure that your link tree is really, really good, that your social media is really, really good, it's really strong, and we're gonna get you a job. And I'm not gonna give you one because I don't need you to do anything. But I know enough people and we know enough projects out there that we'll get it done. Okay?
All right. Let me just work on the literature.
Yeah, it's gonna take you some time because you got to do a YouTube and an Instagram and all that other bullshit. Uh, you need like 20 different social medias, and if you're like, but Rabbi, I don't use Pinterest or I don't use Flickr. That's okay, but you don't want somebody impersonating you by getting your name platforms. So what you want to do is have your name on all of them. Nobody steals it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Excellent. Okay. So it's going to take you time. I'm here if you have questions, but it's just about putting in the work. It's hard. You're uploading pictures and hard. It's just annoying to have to do it individually. Help. Okay.
yeah, sure.
You got it, big
Sure.
man.
I'll let you.
Thanks, big man.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, my friend.
This was a pretty girl. Yeah. Did you feel something? Was there a little fire?
A little bit,
A
yeah.
little scissors?
I felt something.
Yeah. You slut? Amazing.
I've been online on like dating apps. It just never got to the actual.
Have you ever kissed a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Have you kissed a woman in Texas?
Yes.
Kissed a woman in Austin, Texas?
No.
Whoa! Oh my God! Do you want to? Is there a beautiful woman out there that wants to come up and give Sarah Klein a kiss? Wow, there's a beautiful brunette right there. Come on up, you slut! Amazing! Absolutely incredible! Wow, she's actually quite beautiful. So what special fan base we have? Give yourselves this is a little segment on the show. Kiss me. We've been doing it for 10 years when the time is right. Oh my God!
Damn. Not ish. Austin's been very underwhelming. I like that confidence, though, girl.
Are you damn right now? Right there. You can't say that to people. This is a professional show. We have sponsors. That's out of control. All right. How do you feel right now, Sarah?
Okay.
And I just want to tell people, about my project and everything, and to check this out because I think it's going to be a business thing. It's a narrative that I think is going to die. Just get run on it. Market, where market, it doesn't go to the billions. This will market or go into the next. But I feel like this is something that's going to be around for a long time. Well, you got your gold check marks. That's great too. This is great. Yeah. Right before I launched, I'm pretty sure. I was surprised when I went to the website and saw it. Where I looked to see if somebody ever paid her into a meet or anything, I never saw that. So I secured everything. I made sure I had my website, everything done, my X account, and everything just perfect. So, and it's a project that I'm just taking with me. So, and I just want to start, I want to do this right and get everything perfect. Nice, I like it. the only thing on this team, and I decided to get my story out there, and I tried Facebook, and many men disrespected me, and the only way that they would share my story is if they would see me during time to try to meet up. As I joined X, I started joining spaces, projects, and all that, and I decided to do my own project, but I haven't launched it yet. My project is called the Squishies. I draw people's faces and lips for those that actually dox themselves. Eventually, I want to launch them as a cartoon and then launch them as NFTs, but it's going to be about a year down the road. Which eventually I'll just toss on the Jumbotron so you guys can see some of my work. I am an artist, and I just like space cadet and meeting new people and learning about new projects. And so, thanks for showing up and tell me about yourself. Let's move on to the next person. Let's go to a Rob. I'm a bit nervous. This is my first space because support you guys. If anyone's got any sort of queries with regards to crypto, I've been doing for years. Sort of trade being coins, actually show people how to trade liquidity pools, slow contract addresses. So if anyone's launching a coin or needs any help, here's the help. Or a lot of support. So most of the time, went free. I got very fortunate. I bought a lot of Bitcoin years ago, so I got lucky. So I've got time for my hands. So yeah, I'm here to support you guys. I think everyone should just follow each other on the stage, and I think everyone's just stronger together. If you're like a team, if everyone wants to grow their accounts, it's the best way. Yeah, I'm just here to support. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask or to DM me. You're trying to mass connect. If you have a business and you're selling a product, you need your employees and your people to actually buy your product. And for you to do that, you need people to actually follow you if you want to support them as well. So follow everybody in the space. People, everybody. Right now we're going to do some shout outs. So, I keep hearing Scorpio, so right now he's like up there in the running to potentially win the giveaway. If just be competing against him, come on. committee announced a huge, well, not just announced a huge collaboration with one of Asia's biggest exchanges. My dad, he's from China. I'm from China. And at the end of the day, there's no discrimination in, right? We're all being crypto. We're all being crypto. But at the end of the day, we got some big things happening here. I can't wait for everybody to see what we're doing. So please, please, send me your wallet. I'm going to give you $100 now to do it to our amazing community. And let's push this baby. Let's push this business. Everybody go donate. All right. Let's go. Like you guys, we're going to hear from Double Infinity Meeting. I seen you outside space, so obviously I had I'm extremely nervous. So I'm experiencing and I was co-hosting and because it's he's like, ladies can hold it down. And I was like, yeah, sure, the person need to drop, do a lot because it's not really showing me who's actually screaming like, why don't you just do your space? I was like, okay. So you made me break my height. So yeah. Now there you go. I can honestly, I can I don't know, 5 spaces today, and I kind of did the same thing, just with some good people in, and more stepping, bro. You know how it is. The big steppers, man. Links in the bio. If you don't know, it's the Infinity 88. I'm a clothing and tech company with 2 main lines on tomorrow, man. Instagram coins, man. Couples crypto, DI88, promoting change, growth, and development. Area 88, promoting animal rescue. That's art that helps fuel the coins, and everything's dipping right now. So you did trick me, man. But at the end of the day, I don't do no hype. I don't pay for no likes, no nothing like that. Just solo based on docs, man. So this is long term. We get into these kind of conventions. This is long term. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. Everybody's got a lot of different people doing, and it's good to see a lot of people grow. It's a lot of people growing. Everybody's doing pretty good. So just keep it up. You're doing good for the girl steppers, man. I'm proud of you. I'm about to blow this couple pillow, man. Everybody else is just mingle it till they go right on the head. I'm about to put these clothes to work. Let's go. And also those shoes that you made, those are really nice. I like them a lot. Got you. Yeah, I talk a little bit about it so people can actually know about it. Live shoes, man, and it's 3 in the morning, right? Go to bed. I can't live shoes. They said, why do you think you deserve to have a shoe company? And then I get in the whole spiel, man. I was just actually wanted that you back a week later. So I did the first shoe, and I was studying crypto. So I was like, crap. I kind of did the other way around. The first utility, I had the shoes first while I was studying crypto. I wanted to make them. And I ended up making them, man. And my numerology wise, my birthday is Nate, my wife's birthday is Nate. And the universe kept telling me crypto, kept telling me fashion. So it was the infinite universe. The Infinity 88 was born. So I got some deals and stuff that I made for her, kind of in collaboration with of just getting started and starting over. And I made a shoe and collabing with Fair Breaks. And there's another one in the making. I'll be dropping that sometime here soon, man. And we're just growing, bro. As soon as I watch everything and get into these spaces, I was in Scooby's first space. Bro, there's a lot of big steppers, bro. And I try to make it to all of them. I'm only one person. But I'll be damned if I'm not in one space, and sneaking mine into another space and hop straight into all of them, bro, because that's what you gotta do. You gotta keep it working. You gotta keep it running. You gotta want it, man. And since I've been running with all them, we're just growing. I've seen 32 dreams account, bro. And just everybody go there, bro. I literally started with 0 followers. I told my wife, like, oh, I got 34 followers. Bro, I'm about to hit 6K, and I was already in there. No, facts, bro. And it be like that. They're good problems nonetheless. And, that just means you're doing it right. So just keep doing what you're doing. I'm just here to support it. But yeah, but the shoes, man, check the shoes out. They are actually pretty dope. Oh, yeah, I got a couple of them. I think in the video I posted. I'm about to post some other, the other ones I got up there too. But the one that I launched with the coin, the INEH shoe, it's a Converse looking one, flat one. I got that one in there. The one I did with fabrics, I think I posted in there. And I'm gonna drop some other ones in there, man. But I think that's it. No, I know the ones you like. I'm about to post them too. I got you. All right, and take your favorite one and put it on the Jumbotron so you can actually see it. And I want you guys to Max Engage, actually check out his the shoes. I think they're freaking Okay, I would like to just give one special shout out because no, wait, what? Okay, I'll wait until it comes back. Anyways, I'll go back to I've been working with, he's been building everything in the background. He's been doing homework. He's my dad, and they work with grandpa. So please be careful. I just want to give that special shout out. Shout out to my people. These are the people that you want to hire. If you're looking for reply guys, listen to the words that are coming out of your mouth. These are the people you want on board on your team. You want these reply guys. So listen, my people, listen, and let's move on to the next person. Let's go to some people from the speaker panel, so I can actually get people. So if I remove you, then let's see. This is actually the worst part. I do not like removing people. I don't like it at all. Okay. Adiós, separado. Let's hear from Straw Hat. I mean, we're on call host, so let's hear from Straw Hat. And you know what? You can actually shout out the ones that are reposting the space to get it out there to get their friends in here. I want to hear that. So do I just click on people's profiles? She's amazing. But she's doing this. So you go to the profile, you'll see the repost, hit the repost, and then you'll see all like the list of the reposts. But those actually the reposts. So the like a million times. But yeah. Oh, do you posted your actual? Okay, wicked. So next time, your Linux, L3VI, just that one day, crypto curious, one, Emmanuel, Shelly, Sully, Rabbi, and GXTI. They guys are trading mistakes. There's a bunch of different here, no one that's you guys should all reposting right here in bookmark. And there's a couple giveaways in the space, so you might want to get your friends in here. Yeah, you heard the girl, and actually, I think was it Struck or maybe it was Glitch. I think it's Glitch actually. Informed me the other day. If you guys actually build a part in the space, that's basically dropping 5 extra likes, and so it'll bring the algorithm up, and it'll bring more people in the space. And you know what? I'm having fun. I want more people in the space, and so can you guys please do that, please, and thank you. And also tag about 2 to 3 of your friends to get them in here so we could all grow together. Start from the bottom of this page and work yourself up and everybody. I see everybody, and let's move on to the next speaker, which I see is Spider Pig with Condom again. I haven't got back to your DM, so you're gonna have to give it a bit on that, but go ahead. That's fine. I just want to tell you that you are fully funded with David. You have $100 to give away, and I appreciate each of you. Pin up on your double down live giveaway with our amazing community to pull out amazing supporters. We're coming in hot for me. Get ready for Spider Pig. What I sent you was a song. I didn't send you the B&B, so that I don't see them at one with Cartier, but I'll get. Panda, I keep trying to bring you for some reason it's not working, so you might have to. Oh no, I got Panda. Let's hear from Rabbi. Rabbi, hello.
Hello. Oh, I'm lovely. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. 32 Dream. I consider this such a big year on your first solo space. You're doing an amazing job, and you have an amazing set of co-hosts. Shout out to Straw Hat. Shout out to Ninja. I want to tell you that my name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days, 365 days a year for world peace. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is a very big deal. Why? Because I'm going to have more know what to do with it in the future when I go viral, and when that happens, I'm going to make all of you wealthier than you could have ever imagined. I never want you to have to work. I want to make sure that you're all made financially independent if you're not already. I want your family and you to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What I do is different than any other YouTuber you're ever going to find live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch me shill right now in the Steppa's Discord. You can see me eat the things that someone does of their life, live camera. I'm live in the Big Steppa's Discord. You can find those links to streaming my piece. I talk about doing good for the world, like ending war through the use of technology such as agricultural floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, to help end world thirst, sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Than anything, though, I want you to know that to be a positive person in your life. If you need support for you in whatever I can do for you, whether it's you personally or your project, I'm always live in my Discord to help you. I'm here to be an optimistic individual and have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share that. Thank you.
No problemo. You heard Rabbi of the Rothschild. Oh, that guy. And I should look for him every fucking time. He's gonna be a clutch.
Is always there to promote me. I mean, 32 Dream. You're gonna be like the key host of these spaces. People are gonna flock to you. This is such a be here for your first of many. And thank you so much for the opportunity to tell you about what I do.
Thank you. And I'm gonna pass a straw hat so you can hold it down for a little bit. And I step away for like a minute. Okay, so it should be easy to make some quick shout outs.
Oh, that's funny. Yo, what's going on, Festcoin?
Yeah, what's going on? How you doing?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, I can't complain. I'm alive, That's good.
God is, thank God. I see you're in the big episode. Is that correct? Oh,
Actually, a couple weeks ago, under my name, and started getting my coin. I was going to wait until I got the website complete and socials, but someone said, what, just get it out. You're circling out there now, so I did.
100%. Tell me about your coin. Tell me about yourself.
I wanted to find everything before I put out there, but everybody's get out there then. So what it's about, it's called Festcoin. So what it is, essentially, is it's a coin for people for all the DJs, for all the people that love to go to festivals, to party, electronic music culture, all of that. It's all about community, it's all about peace, love, unity, and respect. And so what it is that, festivals make so much money a year. They have multiple festivals like EDC, Ultra, Tomorrowland. They have multiple festivals a year. They make millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. So they you use when you go to festivals, you can either buy, food or drink, merchandise, and it gets you to the lines a lot quicker, because you got to wait. These lines take forever. It's ridiculous on the wait. And this way, makes the lines a lot quicker. So maybe going on Solana because they have such a great payment process, And with that, it's just that you're sitting in your pocket on your phone, there's no money the whole time. So you should get a piece side using this coin. You're at the festival the whole time.
Well, that sounds amazing. So, if I may ask, do you Linktree for your project?
I'm actually just the final touches on the website. I just got a couple, to be honest with you. I've been looking up some people and really, from big steppers, sending out, DMing me and stuff. It's just, I've been using it. Like, I take a lot of it on myself, It's like I'm a main show. And, AI is great and everything, but they can only do so much. Old school, I'll be honest with myself, and you cut and paste and, making the video myself. So what I'm going to do is on my website, when you get into it, it has a video play. And so the video, it has like elevator doors open or whatever, and then you get into the website there. But it's not something different, something very unique and eye-catching,
Absolutely. Do you have intentions to make Linktree?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, excellent. So I've helped projects like yours before, and at least when I'm kidding, what I advise is that you're on as many social media platforms as possible for the simple reason that you don't want someone to come in and steal your name, right? You don't. You don't.
Yeah, actually, the other day, I'm referenced that actually just made myself a company, and my name, I trademarked a few things. I trademarked this crypto brand, I trademarked Bestcoin, or a couple other things.
Well, congratulations. That's a big accomplishment.
Hard about it.
You should. You should be very proud of. That's a big accomplishment. Good on you, man.
Yeah, I can't believe I actually took a step. I'm listening. Like, so, like, you're not going to do this. We're trying to do this. But, like, I'm just taking one step forward each day. You keep on pushing, I feel like, honestly, I have ideas, and that, this is a chance he's giving me the life I wanted. So I just got to run with it.
100%. Okay, so about the feasibility of your all sounds great. Principle. Let's talk about. Let's say I want to. Right. This is one of the festivals you'd cover, right?
It can be a puzzle ecosystem. Same thing with like the job. So all I do is like, I'm trying to talk to all the promoters of these EDC, the Sonic, for Ultra, and for Tulane. Okay, so initially I want to use the best point as the base point. So that one, I'll start off with the live streams. Okay, the live streams, look at the live streams that they pay with the best point, see how it works. Okay, pay for the first festival, buy the best point at first. Okay, then each get their own point. They get an Audi point, make a Tomorrowland point, and an EDC point. Okay, so this people start thinking the ecosystem, and the thing is with this, it's like, there's tons of like these promoters, tons of backing and stuff. And this is a smart way so they can make money too. On top of it, it's a win-win for everybody.
I get that. How do you get them to buy into this?
I just think buying into it, so many people get held up in line. So many lines all that quicker today. In fact, getting into the festivals and the lines for food and drink just get ridiculous. People are, they're losing out on hanging out with their friends and dancing and stuff. And I just believe that. Just make the whole process. I mean, crypto is the future. So regardless of me doing this festival or not, it's going to be turned into this eventually.
I get that. I get that fast coin basically gives me a fast pass into the festival more quickly. That all makes sense to me. How do you get the festival promoters to essentially integrate fast coin and say, yeah, we'll take fast coin and not cold hard cash like normal?
Exactly. So this is why. So also every weekend the festival has an app you download, so you know what time the lineups start and stuff, and where the actual map. So I wanted to give people that, the best point into that, so they will put it into that. So they're able to pay with that way. People pay just using that, however much they want to put in onto their wallet, onto the app, and just do it that way. I was thinking my own app, I do that as well. I was thinking about that. I have a certain idea I want to do with it, but this would be an easier route, I think.
Okay, I get that. Okay, just so pretend I run Coachella. To me, I accept USD in exchange for tickets. Why of me as a large corporation to accept your cryptocurrency, which is frankly unproven at this time and is still in a gray area legally in terms of the SEC, when I could just accept cold hard cash USD like I have been for decades.
What I plan on doing is just the community behind it. Have a bunch of different social connect with different companies like Dancing Astronaut, like 100 track listings. Just I want to involve the community for dance music culture into it. So it's more or less it's like giving it back to the people, more or less than just giving it back to like some corporation or to the man.
I get that, but in order to integrate and we're going to work through all these problems, but why should I integrate your coin? That's a lot of work into my app, and there's a lot of certainty in that. what are you going to do for me? Like, what is the benefit of my company allowing to basically money away from me and buy this cryptocurrency?
True. It's hard. It's also too like I have like a few apps that I'm coming up with as well. I have like a AI quantum crypto prediction app, and like you can plug in your whole portfolio with this, and it's pretty awesome. I'm actually proud of it. There's other things to it that implement as well into the back end of it as well. I'm just not, I'm still coming up with some of the things, like I was looking up and waiting for you all this and that, I was just kind of waiting to do that. As far as on the seat, like I was saying, I'm trying to fine tune everything before I did that. The fact that you call me on this is definitely things I had to think about. Good questions. I appreciate this. I do.
100%. And that's the big question that you're going to have is you're going to have this multi-billion-dollar company looking at you saying, what benefit is it for us to use your cryptocurrency? Now, I could tell you some ways that you might be able to market this to them. You could say, look, we've grown our community, let's just say, I don't know, to 100,000 people in a Facebook group or Twitter group, something like that. Something that has a little bit of cachet. And you say, these people are sick of waiting in lines and Daisy Carnival and Lollapalooza and all these other ones. They're sick and waiting in lines. So here's what we're going to do. We will essentially have a special rate that people can use for our coin. They want to back it. They don't want to back your USD system. They want a coin, something that they can maybe use at different festivals and such. And so let's say in order to get into Coachella, normally it's $200 a ticket. We understand that.
Yeah.
You can continue charging $200 a ticket. That's great. But for $250 worth of our fast coin, we'll essentially be able to have a fast pass. These people get to go to the front. So that if you want, just like premium boarding or a first class ticket, you pay a little bit more.
Smart, man.
That's what I'm here to help. And for the company, they're going to say, hey, that's not a bad idea because we're going to make $50 more per head on all of these people. Now,
This great deal. I mean, honestly, it's awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
now, what?
Smart, man. I appreciate that.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here for all your ideas. I want to help you. Now, what you're going to run into is this. Well, why don't we just charge $50 instead of the fast coin? Where fast coin can counter that is by saying, look, we have a community of 100,000 people. These people spend the entire festival season traveling around the United States, going from place to place, enjoying these different festivals. And they don't want to use your system. They want to use a coin that's independent of you. They're into crypto, they're savvy, and their time is valuable. So we want to do for $250, just using Coachella as an example, we will allow some to not have to wait. They go to the front of it. You're going to make $50 more than you normally would by utilizing this system. And additionally, perhaps you can give them a bit of whatever your tax is or whatever you're going to have. Because you want to give these companies as much incentive to use your system as possible because, frankly, they have no incentive to do it. Anybody can come up with, hey, I've got Festival Coin, I've got Rock party coin. I've got concert coin. Anybody can do that. And so you want to be able to differentiate yourself. Your power is going to come from where your power is going to come from your your community. And if you get a community that says, "Look, we're sick of waiting in line. We want certain perhaps advantages over other people," that could just be there could be others. Um, have you thought about integrating this into any kind of merchandise?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, this is the thing too. It's like I could like Bitcoin FC, that's why I kind of create my crypto brand. So that I take the U out of the part and have like the non sign, right? The asterisk, And this is one of the things I trademark as well. Because I think kids nowadays kind of dig something like that. Yeah, so I kind of want to implement that. It's like as far as the merchandise kind of goes, be cool. Especially at that point, like stuff I came up with all myself. You've seen some of it. I'm old school like pop art and stuff, stuff like this. But as well with that, I actually had an idea. I came up with I came up with my own. I came up with two NFTs, okay? So the wearable NFTs, the bracelet you put on, okay? And then the bracelet where it connects the flash to the USB, okay? So USB, you're able to take and put it into your desktop, or whatever, and it'll come up. You can have your NFT on it, and you dial it with different hair, sunglasses on, with a button top, or whatever. Then with that, also too gives you like certain advantages. It's like maybe a game or something. People might do the internet with me, do partner with, endless possibilities. But he's doing that yet. I think it's something really cool as well.
I understand that. So I think you have a decent idea. It's going to be a challenge getting these corporations to be able to accept it. Additionally, you're going to take away some of their power, which they're not going to like. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is to have a really big community. But I'm going to tell you this: you're in the right place for a community in the big step is this. That group of people markets skill spaces better than any other group on Twitter Spaces. It just takes a few there to get right attention of some people to get yourself into a group or a community of over 100,000 now. If I may ask, do you have a Twitter community?
I just did the dirt going this past. I went from 0 to like or over the past couple of days.
That's great. So you want to create a Twitter right now, and even if you took this thing to the moon, you have no you have no influence. But when you have when you have people, then you're going to have influence. And these companies listen to you. And you're at least going to have an opportunity. Now, let me ask. You just have to ask these questions. What do you do if a company just says absolutely not? We don't want to be associated with cryptocurrency, and they all say that. We know that you have a group of 100,000 people. That's fine. But do you know how many Swifties there are in the world? That's a lot more, and we're more worried about those types of groups. What do you do then?
What I do with that is that, regardless of, like I said, and with this is that, these things with these communities is that everybody's trying to look out for each other, like I said. So all about this, say too, is that the and as far as joining these people too, like running them to like these festivals and these promoters and stuff. That's the people that feel I want to back it as well. So like that, I want them to have be able to make money off of this as well. And like I was saying, it's like this is making money the whole time that the festivals are going on. The more people are spending on drinks and food and merchandise and stuff, this just continuing to make money the whole time for everybody. And this is more of an incentive for people to buy it. That's why it has some USD.
I get that. Okay, and let's think about what is going to be easier. You make, and not to say you can't, but you need to make Festcoin faster and easier to make transaction. Just giving someone a dollar bill. So basically, you just have to be a phone and scan it into something, right? Right? That's the goal.
Do you think as far as that goes, I should go with developing the app with it that makes the easy transaction that way?
No, you're going to spend too much time doing that. I'm an app developer. I've launched apps, very successful App Store and Google Play. You're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that, and you don't want to get into the game because it can change so quickly. You don't have a dev team that is going to be able to adapt quickly to changes in banking commerce. What you'll most likely have is the option of people to be able to have Fast Coin in their wallet and then using like Coinbase or some other wallet be able to deduct from their account that way. Let those companies do the work for you. Don't you put the effort in. You're just going to overwhelm yourself in a giant IT project that is already being completed by these other finance corporations. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And also, you develop apps. I got a couple of these apps I've been working on, and it's just take me a little bit longer than I expected. But I guess my option is to do it here later. Like, I don't like when to hear my ideas, but I got used to three cooler ideas here.
Absolutely. You just have to know I'm streaming my life, so I'm live on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured I'd talk to you later on at the school.
You can certainly send them. I mean, I don't go off camera, so
Okay.
if you want, you could always DM them to me.
Okay.
If you want to communicate with me via DM, I have another account in here that I use for messaging. Actually, you're in the big step. Just send it to the send it to the account that's live streaming in the big steppers. If you want to have that discussion, then you can.
Okay.
And I understand the app. I get that. Okay, so with Festcoin, what's your plan of marketing it?
Oh, so I have multiple ideas. I want to partner up with certain people that have already huge communities like this dance national, and I also I'm in contact with DJ Tiesto. I've met him. I've hung out with him a few times today, and he's played at all the festivals for the EDC. That's a huge difference too, and have somebody like him reaching those people.
Okay, stop right there. That situation. So we have an artist. You've spoken with this artist. What is their incentive to be able to promote this project? Are you going to give them Festcoin in exchange for promotion?
Yeah, like I would even consider, like I said, like coding as well. Like implementing the ecosystem that I'm trying to develop. Yes, I mean, it also uses its own shows. Its own like shows, something that's easy for him, like something that we can use. They are saying like crypto's going to be the future, regardless. People and stuff. But even stuff as far as like like getting into the lines faster, getting the VIP and stuff, like as you were saying, all that stuff. They could have like include the merchandise. If you get the coin, you could have this shirt or this poster or this sign this or that. There's multiple avenues. I think you could work with that.
I get that. Now, as you were speaking, an idea came to me to some extent. That's an advantage of Festcoin over Federal Reserve notes, United States dollar, whatever you want to call it. And that is the international piece. So I know probably on United States events, international. Exactly. So international events occur, and if you give people an incentive to use Festcoin so that they did not need to do currency exchanges and lose exchange rate, that advantage. So what do I mean? Well,
yeah, that's what I thought. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah,
it's easier for everybody.
Yeah, it's almost like they get a gift card to go to festivals. If you don't understand what I mean by that, you go to a festival in Berlin, have a great time. You use Festcoin. Let's say you buy $1,000 worth of Festcoin and you use $200 at the Berlin concert. Then you go to Stockholm and you spend $300 in Festcoin. So now you got $500 back. Just like you have a balance on a gift card, it would be the same, but you wouldn't have to do any kind of currency exchanges because you know how much you have Festcoin you have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and then you can come to the United States, not have to do an exchange with the euro, and just rely on Festcoin essentially and go to Miami or Las Vegas or Los Angeles or Chicago or New York City or whatever. And so they're making it easier for international users. Now, how much of a benefit is that? How many people are really realistically going to more concerts a year? It's a small minority of people. But those are your cards, and that's with whom you need to connect. You haven't launched Fest, correct? When is your approximate launch date?
My timeline is right now. I want to have it done before the festival start off for the following year. Correct.
Exactly.
So I want to, and the other thing was too, but I already I got to do like emails and the management company that I ordered to. I got to, all the top, influencers on Twitter, on X, and on Instagram. They crypto and they look like people that connect with them.
I get that. I'm going to be honest with you. You're not going to get anywhere with those people, most likely. Most likely. But where you will get them is if you go in these spaces and you continue to show every single day, like you've been doing, and you get a little bit of a community. That community will on your behalf. Right now, you're just some dude on Twitter who has 400 followers. They're not going to pay attention to you. But if you have 400,000 if you have 400,000 followers, meaning community to some extent, even 40,000 followers, they might listen to you a little bit more, but that's still small. then an influencer pay attention to you. It's really cool that you know at least one artist in real life, and you've had discussions with them on this, and it seems like you're going to have to give incentive. So, um, it, it basically you, you chose a niche that is really cool though, and it's got a diehard group.
It's the thing. Electronic dance music is the biggest current genre for the past 10 years. It just gets bigger, bigger, and especially get bigger, bigger, and bigger each year. And those, the Tomorrowland, EDC, and Ultra, just get huge, huge, and hundreds of thousands. I've been to all these, all hundreds of thousands, seas of people. This is going and it benefit all of us.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. They're going. The music's great. That's cool. If I take 100 Americans right now, it's less than one person goes to these concerts. You know what I'm saying? It's small. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's not 5% of all Americans go to a dance each year. It's not that big yet. But it is a coin that you might use for concerts as well, and there's that option. I still don't think 5% of Americans go each year, but maybe 2 to 3% of them do. At least like a big concert. Maybe they do. Maybe they go to their local concert, but you're not going to be able to use it at that. Probably, just the infrastructure for what you're going to need needs to be bigger. But okay, you're planning on launch for the first of the year. Okay. Um, let's be honest though. Let's be honest though. Hold on. Be honest though. Nobody's going to be using this coin starting next festival year. That's too quick of a turnaround. But maybe the year after, you might have it integrated with Fast Pass and stuff, right? That's what we're looking at. So basically, spring 2027, you want to be able to use Fast Coin for a Fast Pass kind of system, because it's just, you know how big these concerts and festivals. You launch on January 1st. Within 90 days, you're not going to be able to have a setup of a Fast Pass system. It's just the turnaround's too big.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So you're just looking at basically integration. The first event you have will be maybe March 2027, for whatever that may be. But you might have a soft rollout for the festival season in 2026. Some you might be able to. Yeah. Now that's exactly right. Now talk about that. How open are these companies allowing these artists to have their concerts live streamed?
Yeah, like the festivals, they all have live streaming all the kids.
Okay, great. When like ED.
Yeah, that's wrong, and they all have one.
Okay, so when EDC is going on, that one's in Las Vegas, right? Oh, okay, that's the one that I normally hear about. Okay, so I know Coachella because it's closest. Okay, so Coachella and it's big. Okay, so when Coachella has their concert, they have it's usually 2 weeks in the spring, and they have it live streamed on YouTube. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's not pay for it.
okay, there you go. So you have to pay for it. How much is it usually?
Those numbers.
That's okay. That's something you might want to look into. How much are they charging? Not necessarily for Coachella, but just these concerts, how much is it? Because you might be able to, again, the spring 26 is right around the corner. You're not going to have it integrated into their system summer or fall earliest. Let's be honest. If you know how IT works, getting a project integrated in 90 days is kind of a tight window, especially when currencies are. So you're really looking at 2027 is your big time, and it gives you time to connect with influencers and to build your community. Do you have a Discord for your coin?
Yeah, actually, there's no other.
Okay, excellent. So you have a Discord for your coin. I recommend a Twitter community. Do you have a Facebook? Do you have a Facebook? I don't. I know what social media. I know what social media you're saying. I'm talking about the communities though. So this is a different feature. Do you have a Facebook?
No, not yet.
Oh, so that's something that you want to get. And that's going to be a big one for you because there are 2 billion Facebook users and a lot of them like concerts. And so,
Yeah, a lot of people are friends with on Facebook. And I know that I'm gonna have everybody. I haven't pushed that yet. Like my friends and all that. Like I was gonna wait to do that. So I was a little bit more developed as far as the website. But yeah, I'm gonna ask like all my people to say, hey, help me out, push this, repost this, and do that. And I know some people do that. We can get out there as well.
that's great. So you've got a lot of connections to do that. And then, do you know how to create a Twitter group or Twitter community?
I do not. Yeah, I do not actually.
So I think you have to have a blue check mark to be able to do this. Is that something you've considered?
I do it.
That's phenomenal. Okay, so you can create a community today. And if I were you, I would say when I do my elevator pitch to everybody every single day, I would say, I'm not asking anything from you. You don't have to buy the coin at this time. All I'm asking you to do is join my Twitter community. We're trying to make that grow as much as possible. That costs you nothing, and it will help me immensely. It'll help the people, the power in the festival industry. And that you need a call to action for your spiel, your your spiel, your
I got one.
okay. What is it?
This is what I do to the website I have, so it opens up to like a video I said. So when you kind of has my little point down here, it opens it up. It has like take the red pill, take the blue pill. Okay, take the blue pill, the red pill, blue pill you're gonna enter, and then the little click place that I made, and the click place I made a track, like a best point track. What I want to do is like have a contest. Like you could, get your production out there, play, come up with production, and showcase you on that, and like I thought that like a contest kind of like an angle like that, or something like that as well. It would be pretty cool.
I get that, but that makes them have to go off-site. If you know how Twitter Spaces works, people don't want to off-site. So this keeps them on-site, captures them. Now, once they're captured, you push them to your website 24/7. I totally get that. You make them watch that video. You make them take the red pill. That stuff's cool. But what I'm saying is when I'm in Ace with you, it's difficult to maneuver Twitter, but it's that difficult to join a Twitter space. community. It keeps them on site and allows you to capture them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you can also push the website. So you say, visit my website. It's xyz.com. I would love it if you would join our Twitter community. The link is in my bio, and then you get to grow. That's all. You get.
That makes total sense.
Okay,
Yeah, I do.
excellent. Right, well, I think you have to start to something, and even if you send me in writing your, so you don't have to worry about that, and I won't show it on stream. I think that you're passionate about festivals, and I think that's really cool. And I want the best for your project. And if I can be of further assistance to you now or in the future, always feel free to come into the Discord here. I'm always live in here. And then if you ever need anything, message the account in the Big Steppers Discord, and we'll connect. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is another thing I was thinking about too. Is like the website too. I want to have like a basically like a live stream, but you can go up and like everybody that wants to put up like a set of theirs, we can put up theirs onto the website. Like that's just like a video panel. So anybody wants to like drop in the website or try to connect that way, I think it's another good possibility if you would bring people in as well.
Okay, so talk live stream. I'm the king of live stream. So what do you mean live stream?
Like as far as like, people be like say they're gonna play like a set at their house, like people they kind of taking stuff and that long as they have connections and stuff to play, showcase their skills and their productions or whatever on the website.
Okay, that works.
And then the other thing is too with this, it's like I'm trying to get rich, is the thing is too, it's like I have a roommate and he was like the best guy in the world. He actually won the record where I met him when I was younger. I met him when I was 15 years old. I'm 41 now, and he's been the best guy in the world to me. Last year, he had we're supposed to go to the movies, and I came downstairs and he was on the ground. He's been in the hospital for a whole year, and he's going to take us to pay for like physical therapy. So I want to take a good portion of like charity to help like stroke victims and stuff. So it's not just about me getting rich; it's about like helping out people too as well.
Most certainly. Was he ever able to move back in with you?
No, he's still in the hospital. He's still with left arm, left leg.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
The best guy in the world. The most genuine. He was an awesome DJ. Like the most DJ.
Okay, well, my thoughts are with him. Hopefully, he's getting the carrots and, God willing, the hospital sooner rather than.
Definitely. But yeah, this is all to help him as well. We get rich and all that. It brings some meaning to it. Gives me purpose.
100%. Okay, well.
I really appreciate all the time. We should call me a lot of aspects to think about. Like just think about. I really appreciate all your talking with you. It means a lot.
100%. I'm sure I'll see you within the Big Steppers community, and I'm here for you, okay?
Well, I appreciate it, everybody.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah. It was a pretty girl. Yeah. What did you feel something? Was there a little fire?
A little bit, yeah.
A little
Something, yeah.
Thanks. How about one more time for the signing waiver? These fucking ones were wild, dude. Have you proposed?
Yes, I talked about.
Okay, hold on a second.
Sure?
Yes, then there could be three.
Good morning.
Why would you say that about me? Oh, I immediately came and fell asleep. Okay, more about these two vaginas. Somehow I don't remember that. I don't remember talking about this.
septum divided by 2 surfaces. When I get a pap smear, they have to label it like normal. Like it's just one set of labia. It's like when you actually go inside.
It's like a trap door. Guys on each other's shoulders under one trench coat. Utterly.
Double barrel shotgun.
It's not evenly divided though. One is actually like infant size.
Even his pants, everybody. Wow. It's vagina. He's literally Googling you right now. Do you have a regular hole and a premium? He got all this jargon. It's amazing. Double vaginas is absolutely incredible. So, do you ever do anything with the infant size one? Do you ever put like a Zen pouch in there?
No.
Okay, what have you done with it? You ever like the tip of a pinky?
Like, yeah, I'm sure there's been like a finger or two in it.
You give him like a 6-pack, right?
Yeah. Boing.
Lesbian friend seems like it to perhaps have the old entree and side dish. This is things, 2 entrees. I have the sweet and sour chicken and the. Do they share the period? Like, is there a double period or an exclamation point? What's it like?
Yeah.
Say tsunami. Oh my god, I'm back. Double vaginas. Slaves too, they're called my eyes. Did I ask you what was the last question?
I mean, I guess an anomaly, it's shaped weird. It's kind of like double horned.
Seems hard yet again immediately. Something else. And we covered
I mean, if it's a hand, yes.
no, I mean, actually,
They have to use a pediatric speculum to look.
pediatric speculum is so fired up right now. Yeah, they say my Wi-Fi password out. Pediatric speculum is my Wi-Fi. Shouldn't leak information like this, but pediatric speculum is 420 pages. Pediatric speculum is too easy to get. Tried to throw a few out last couple episodes ago. There was a lot of flies. So our merch guy, actually, how about a hand for Brandon? He's actually here today. Our merch guy, along with Great Invader, decided to make fly swine have to be like LTV check. Is there any other times I just find this to be such a let me ask you this. Did you notice that he slips in them? Is there a way to is it down? Is there like a map that you can draw to it? Like a red with green flower. Stopper. Is it by the cauliflower? But seriously, have you ever considered calling it drunk? Very bad, red man. It happened right now. 2 hands up in the air because a double vagina is. Wow. And you know what I'm gonna do? 1 big jump and 1 smaller hit. Fine, everybody. Amazing. Wow. 2 vaginas. Oh, look at this 1 vagina bitch. Oh my god. That is a woman that dude. We retire. Getting him gay. Alright. So damn, my grandpa to try to make him less. Yes. Big things. Just make your, you know what I mean? Just bring your finger against the box. We could be like, okay, it's looking good to me. Yeah, looking good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It was something that was inevitable was coming. So before the summer started, it's been nice to get past this point before the summer started, and that's what we're talking for all this, right? But I think that was bound to happen. Now, do I think it's over or something? I don't know. Obviously, other things affect more than just the numbers, right? So, do I think the dip's over? I don't know. But I'm saying that I'm not the only Alberta boy in here. Hey, just reset the room because this is issue, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here. But this is the model. It's a living, breathing network that records every move that you make. Yeah. We're not just waiting for the next bull run, right? We're literally in it, and the bull run is people, everybody. This is the mob, and we're building a decentralized Wall Street that pays you for showing up. We're not just guessing on charts. We're building networks that pay its people from all the revenue that it generates. But you got to get up to the boss level to get to that, right? You got to get up to and on your way up, you can earn up to $1,100 bill ranks. And if you join tonight, you can just pop $100 in your bank account and get some Bitcoin, Solana, ETH, whatever you're looking for. Yeah, but that's why we hold these show spaces. That's what we're doing. That's what we talk about. What's going on? We want to hear about what projects you're building, some NFTs, whatever you're into, right? So that's why we hold this show space, and we continue to do this on a daily basis. So, Rabbi, how you doing? What you into, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to find. My entire life is on the internet and has been since the pandemic, and not just on one stream, not just on two streams, but on 20 or streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I have a ceiling cam. It's unprecedented. You can find the links for that in my file. Additionally, you should know that data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's number one resource. Data overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data than any person ever, which is going to make me an influential person. So when that happens, I'm going to make every single person in here independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that your friends and family, and you never have to have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I don't want your money. I'm here to go to your wallets. I'm just making you aware that I'm going to make you rich. You should know, in addition to making you rich and doing my best to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger. The use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about 100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an program. Most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump to make it drinkable. But more than my live streams and more than making you rich, I want you to know I'm here to be a positive person in the world and in your life. I am here to have an optimistic view on the future. And I'm here to give people hope. So if you ever need to talk 24/7, in my Discord, link is in my profile. I'm also live 24/7 about a project, or you're a reply guy and you need help marketing yourself. I'm here for you. And with that, I sincerely want to thank everybody for allowing me to tell you about what I do.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you. That's what you Yeah, right. There's no token. Rather, you just give us no token.
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, I mean, I do have a token that's on Plum Fund, but I don't want you to buy it. The only reason why I have the token is so that I can stream on Plum Fund. If you want to buy a token that I think is going to be worth a lot someday, it's not a promise that I can. I've been wearing their merch on my streams for more than 2 years. I've been live in their Telegram for more than 2 years. It's worth about $100 million now. That's the coin that you're going to want in the future. But for right now, no, I don't personally have a coin. I don't want you to buy my coin. People want to buy, but please don't. The only reason why I do have it is because it allows me to stream on Pub Fun. But really, this is basically a an announcement that it's my intention to be rich once I go viral through these shillings and uh, you know get get excited.
I love it. Hey, so Rabbi, and I know obviously streams, right? There's a lot of viral with that, right? But what do you like about that? Because I know there's a lot of streams.
Yeah, great question. So my archiving of the data, it's available at a later date. That it isn't just live streaming without any saving of the data, and so I do like the fact that there is some kind of server system that saves the streams indefinitely. It needs some work. There's no doubt about that. They could definitely, from a technical aspect, have some improvements. But the biggest thing is, for as long as it's been since I've launched this coin, it's only like a month. So that's the. You can watch every moment of my. If you really want to watch my life, go to my link in YouTube, and you'll be able to see me from 4 years ago, all the way up until today. What means different than any other live streamer is that every 12 hours I archive them so that they're available. So there are some people who stream their life, and that's really cool. But you can't see what they were doing yesterday, or last week, or last month, or last year with mine. You can. It's essentially a time capsule or a timeline that's going to be really powerful for AI systems and modeling. It's going to be really important to understand history. It's not just a stream about one person. I keep a radio going in the background now for more than 4 years so that at any given moment of any day, you can find out what was going on in world history and be able to follow along. Additionally, people are going to want to study someone who has this much data for their biometrics, for my circadian eating habits, my sleep habits, my bad. All that is important for us to understand human beings. I have essentially to model after than any person ever. That's going to make me a really interesting person, and I'm going to have so much money. I'm not going to know what to do with it. And you all are archived on my streams just by being present in these Twitter spaces. I really mean it. I want to share the wealth. You're the people with whom I'm going to share it.
That is very cool. So, like I said, I've been doing live streams myself for 4 years. Like we covered a lot of the conversion of the AIs getting to really know you, right, and seeing you grow, right. So that's
the stream. I call it a stream, but it's really a compilation of streams because at a given time I'm live on like 20 separate YouTube streams. Is that not only did we see what life was like during the pandemic, and we'll be able to give the world either 10 years, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, a taste of what that's like. But additionally, and perhaps more importantly, we were able to record the words. So I kind of have that pre-language model history. And then I'm the adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2020 when it launched November 30th, 2022. And we've been able to see the impact that large language models with ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude and you name it, whatever it is, we've been able to see their development. ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. We've been able to see Grok and how it has affected society. And so just say you're a scholar 100 from now and you want to know what life was like, you can do any given stream on any given day that I have and see what life was like. That's going to be a really powerful opportunity for people from which people can learn. And 100 years ago or 200 years ago, I was a diarist, someone who would write in a diary about everything that happened over the day, or a journalist. I'd be someone who would be in a journal. I just have the opportunity to be able to use video, and I'm doing so to be able to archive society. I think this is very exciting. I do my best. People ask, well, why 20 different? I mean, you want to have a bunch of different angles, and that's absolutely true. But I want redundant streams. Streams sometimes don't always go the way that you want. Sometimes actually, there's a lot of troubleshooting in there. So by having so many redundant streams, I have backups and backups of my backups. But really, for the world, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikToks, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000. And when the world finds out what I've done, it's going to be very exciting for them to see all the content that I've created. And it's going to be very exciting for all. They're going to say, I was there. I remember Rabbi in 2025 said that he was going to make us all rich, and that's how we got on this. 100. Make sure that you have a captain's hat.
I do. I love it. It's awesome.
Thank you. I won't take up anybody else's time any further. I just want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share, and I'll drop down now. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you, Rabbi.
Cheers, Rabbi.
Thank you for the opportunity to share.
This is
Thank you. Nice meeting you, Rabbi. That's it. So there's I'm happy for that. But that plan, bro, it's like, hey, like, this is the project stream is going on. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to waste around. So I get that long story short is you're going to have this kid, you're going to get all the way straight. And you'll walk on and you'll see what's like videos and you'll end it. Hey, bro. It'll be like your agent, right? Will just be if you wanted to stream all day on YouTube and talk about these other things, they'll talk about those things and you would give it your data, or if you wanted to change its focus, then you would do that. And everyone will have their own favorite streamers. I mean, like, if you remember saying they say that a long time ago, it's like it's actually happening with the technology that I was talking about, being able to see what it's going to happen. And it is like in the future, there's going to be a whole new digital economy that's created over the top of everything and everybody you know. And so, it's going to be like literally like the AI philosophy and we're in the humans are computing down here for us. The thoughts are repeating like this. But in reality, it's to a point where like the most famous people in the world and then humans are competing with themselves, right? But the point of why I'm saying that is anyone has the opportunity right now to be able to start caring to from that type comes, right? To where you can now compete with anybody from being anybody. No language barrier, no, still be. The biggest thing we is literally just being able to connect everyone to the internet. No matter where they're at. That'll become the barrier to inclusion, topics, to make something for yourself, do it for yourself. Think of right. Yeah. No, I mean, right. You need to be able to believe, right? Nobody else see it, you know, right? So, it's a big deal. Yeah, I mean, you need to you don't need to know everything because there. So it's like if you want to talk about crypto, then like being able to gather information and keep talking about it, right? Take your gathering information, and when the day comes when those things are able to happen, right? It's hard to like maybe imagine for some people right now because they can't even but it will. And so it can be able to happen. Being able to understand how you want to is like a very underrated advantage to everyone else on the side. You have the people right now that know what's going on and are not worried, right? And they're already worlds ahead of the people that don't have any idea what's happening. So, in advantage of those things, you're going to get zero results probably. You're going to make zero money probably on all these AI stuff, right? But it's more so betting on where the future's going and that you're creating edge and it's everybody's growing and it's watching. That's how it goes. Yeah, I've actually seen Rabbi Rothschild with other spaces. Yeah, he's really successful. Thank you, appreciate it. Because I just be talking over it.
I like his message. That's good. Because it's an amazing message. Everybody should love it. That was a good one.
So now whenever he says some fucked up racist stuff, he goes, no homo afterwards. Bro, it's kind of like a flashbang. The black guy don't even remember that.
I didn't even catch that. Why? Because I'm such a pimp. Everybody remembers me because I'm so sad. So,
Just kidding, I'm gay. Alright. Make some noise for your next fucking pool. It's Joe Filey, everybody. Joe Filey. Fuck yeah, mother shit. Damn, I've been working with my grandpa, trying to make him less racist. So now whenever he says some fucked up racist stuff, he goes, no homo afterwards. Bro, it's kind of like a flashbang. The black guy don't even remember the N-word he just said. He's like, you calling me gay? No, yeah, no grandpa's like, good. Even like the Ultima will go by with no bumper. He's like, black lady, no cat. I love that you know these terms, dude. Like, I remember in high school, I was dating this Puerto Rican chick, and he compared her to a pit bull. He's like, you feel safe in your house, you look cool in public, but at some point, he's going to try to bite your sister-in-law.
that's cool.
Damn, I hope for me out, so that we'll get it right there. All right. No, yeah, I know. Gramps is cool. Like I said, it's like a flashbang. When he goes no homo, the black guy thinks he's calling him gay, and he's like, listen, I have no problem with it. It's just blacks.
happening, yo.
Joe Viley, what a great set. Best set that you've ever had on the show, I do believe.
For sure.
Hell yeah. That's fantastic. There's nothing I love more than when people seem to be getting better, and you seem to be getting better. How long have you been on stand-up now?
3.5, 4 years.
3.5 years. And how long have you been hiding underneath everybody's beds? Where do you do it? Are you live in Austin, Texas?
Yeah, until the night. I'm moving to New York tomorrow.
You're moving to New York?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, I got my job back at Amazon, which I lost on my first Kill Tony.
You lost because of talking about it on the show.
They had more problem with the retard and the cocaine. They didn't care that I mentioned I worked at Amazon. It was the follow-up questions that...
Maybe you should talk about it right now, though. Yeah.
Are they going to be cool with that? Actually, they didn't have a problem with it. They had a problem like him calling the two gay black guys and them people trying to be pro. I'm gonna lose this fucking job.
Oh, wow. Amazing. So, Joe, what else is going on? Are you excited about New York? Have you been there?
Yeah, that's where I started. Comedy was up in New York, and then I ran JFC Entertainment out here, just running shows in Austin for 2 years.
JFC, that's...
Jokes for comics. I don't know, I always do like really raunchy jokes. I always like...
I thought that was John Deese's meal plan, JFC, just fried chicken. That's what...
But no, yeah, that's...
Okay.
The fuck is a
Austin was
bother?
super nice to me. Like, I ran a whole bunch of shows here, paid my bills, and now I just Broadway, comedy, and a couple clubs up there. Nice enough to let me come run some shows up there, so I'll go try New York.
Love it. Joe, what are you doing for Halloween exactly? Because it looks like you celebrate.
I'm probably going to be at Times Square parking for my show because I only sold like 12 tickets so far.
All right. Okay. 12 tickets. Okay. Test out the mark. Let's see. What are you going to be yelling up there? All right. Very good. Very good.
She works with this face. It's like a makeup.
Okay. All right. I love it. What's your love life like, Joe?
Yeah, what is it like? But the last time we talked about this, I had a whole bunch of single moms from the dollhouse coming after me, so I'd rather not mess with a single mom owned business.
What's the dollhouse?
Fuck. All right. Well, they changed their name. They went full Chinese buffet. They have like the same food but a different name now.
Is this the guy that came inside the girl? Oh,
No. That was like a yay tall, like one mom.
Oh, wow. Okay. You specialize in race recognition.
Someone let you run them? Someone let you run them?
For like $200 extra on the $75 manager special.
Wait,
Oh yeah, I remember this guy.
They actually like, they tried to take me to court. Dollhouse like tried to have me like, I legit cannot talk about it.
Wait, hold on.
I remember this guy. He made him fucking famous.
Race recognition.
Someone let you run them? Someone let you run them?
For like $200 extra on the $75 manager special.
Wait, that really happened?
They actually like, they tried to take me to court. Dollhouse like tried to have me like, I legit cannot talk about it.
Wait, hold on. Because of what you said on Kill Tony?
Yes, they got 20,000 follows that night, and every single mother from the dollhouse was telling me how I was running a single mother-owned business. And then the little fat bitch,
20,000 followers in one night.
we're already here, but yeah, the little fat bitch who runs the place was like, did Heidi put you up to it? I'm like, if Heidi didn't see me sign it up for Kill Tony anymore, I made it, all right, bud?
Wow, this is absolutely incredible. You are one of the most self-destructive humans. You just lost your job, got a new lawsuit, and didn't sell a ticket to your New York show at the same
Bro,
time.
listen, sales in 2 weeks are going to be all right up there, all right? If I sell 20 tickets at Broadway, he's got me a free slice of pizza. That's...
Wow.
In 7 minutes.
Unbelievable. Tim Butterly, what do you think about this guy? See her in awe right now. He's staring right down the barrel of what appears to be one of the villains from Superman 4.
Huge fan of your comedy. That was an incredible set. I've just been staring at your head for 7 minutes.
I mean, I'm not
even sure which questions to ask. I guess I want to start with, are you aware of anything that might have happened either during childbirth or your early life?
I mean, my mom's not vaccinated, but she took Tylenol, so I'm meeting John Cena at some point.
What else? What do you think? Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, they have a different mom, and they look to be all right. Like, I think my mom was definitely not from my dad's side. That's it.
Do you think perhaps when you were born you came out of the wrong hole? Perhaps some women, I don't know if you know this, some women have a double vagina. You would need a pediatric speculum.
I know, I was a C-section for sure. I was no way. You were I was like
D-section, my friend.
I had this head to hurt. Like I was born with this brow ridge. Like the kid photos look the same.
Yeah, it is amazing. You look inbred.
On the evolution of man, you're about 3 in. I hate that this is the second time I've been called inbred in this room. Holtzman called me that like 6 months ago when I was sitting right there.
Yeah, that's what you look like. That is.
I don't think what I look like. I just gotta go with it.
You're damn right.
I'm like a Ford Pinto, all right? At some point, you're gonna look cool with me, all right?
I love it. I love it. A real heartfelt moment about his monster head. What's your dick like, Joe?
I'd take a party-sized NyQuil bottle.
Okay, party-sized NyQuil bottle. Big or small? I can't tell.
They don't make it, so you have to imagine it. It's only a family size. There's no party size of NyQuil. That'd be crazy.
Wow, you are crushing Joe Filey. You're killing it. Amazing stuff. You already have a big joke book? Wow. If you only had a few more. If you only had tomorrow to like James Bond or something like that, right? That is true. Has anyone ever told you you look like every version of Jaws?
I'll take it. I got some pretty fucked up teeth too. But you're going for it. I'll say health insurance is not good with Amazon. I'm already fired. Fuck you. Health insurance. Right there. Wait, you can get me a job at the dojo, right? I make a hell of a door guy. Like I'll headbutt some people. Mike's up there. Go talk to him.
The owner of the dojo, just in Jersey. What part of Jersey?
It's in Morris Plains, the dojo comes. Mike Romanelli. I'll be living on Staten Island. That's like a ferry ride, a train ride, whatever it is. You're hired, bro. Fuck yeah, I'll take it.
Wow, there you go. Trains are coming through. There goes Joe Filey, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy would die. Shut the fuck up.
One more time for Joe Filey, everybody.
They get $20,000 overnight.
Fucking pool number 9, everybody. How amazing. We're really flying through it tonight. We're coming around the bend, and we ain't seen the sunshine
I just want to say you're crushing tonight, dog. You're so fucking funny.
Well, you guys are the best. SamTripoli.com, TimButterly.com. 6 podcasts between the two of them. Tinfoil Hat, Deep Dish, Dad Meat,
Deep water.
Broken Simulations, Deep Waters.
Dude, these would be the
He's also in a
ugliest chicks
with
at any
Rogan,
place
Alex
in
Jones, and
California.
Eddie Bravo. So,
No offense,
if you guys
babies,
would like,
but
how many of you think he should release the
like
group chat?
they would laugh you out of the fucking place. The chicks in California are so
Rogan,
hot.
Alex Jones, and Eddie Bravo, ladies and gentlemen. All right. It's nice to have next bucket pool. It's Jane McGuire, everyone. Jane
Yes, girl.
McGuire.
All right, here we go. Shut up, cunt. Jesus Christ, this fucking douchebag is already go fucking talking shit. I can't. Sam, we gotta talk to H and Nicole later. Yeah, for sure. Tony's looking at me. Yeah, I get it. Shut the fuck up. Here we go. All right, so, Tony, you look and
Yeah, maybe
sound
this
like
chick.
if, what is this? I drank way too much. Yeah, for sure. Tony looks and sounds like if Woody Allen fucked Woody Harrelson and shot out Woody from Toy Story. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, Sam likes it. There you go. I'm uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable too. In fact, this cunt's got fucking 7 thrones and a golden Rolex on, so we'll go for that. Yeah, don't look at me like that. You got a ponytail and a part. We're not doing this right now. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. shouldn't have drank this much. Yeah. Awesome.
All right, let's stop you there. Jay McGuire, my goodness gracious, did you prepare anything for me?
I did. I got hammered and got a rib broken yesterday, so.
Oh my god, okay, how did you break your yesterday?
Some cunt fucking punched me.
No,
That's what happened.
Okay, so what exactly what made the gun punch?
Well, he owed the other con money, a smaller con, so I stepped in for, yeah, red man, smoke the fuck red, you need it.
Alright, I love it. You're like a bad roaster tip butter. First of all, excellent set.
First time in a year and a half that I'm fucking
I gotta hear this guy's bullshit again. It's so
Woody
stuff.
from Toy Story. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, Sam likes it. There you go.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable too. In fact, this cunt's got fucking 7 thrones and a golden Rolex on, so we'll go for that. Yeah, don't look at me like that. You got a ponytail and a part. We're not doing this right now. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Right. Shouldn't have drank this much. Yeah. Awesome.
Alright, I'm gonna stop you there. Jay McGuire, my goodness gracious, did you prepare anything for me?
I did. I got hammered and got a rib broken yesterday, so.
Oh my god, okay, how did you break your rib yesterday?
You get that
Some
file
cunt fucking
back there.
punched me. That's what happened.
Okay, so what exactly?
Oh, she's like a new webcam
gun
chick.
punch.
Well, he owed the other con, and he was a smaller con, so I stepped in for, the smaller con.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta hear this again.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. Jay McGuire, my goodness gracious, did you prepare anything for me?
I did. I got hammered and got a rib broken yesterday, so.
Oh my god, okay, how did you break your rib yesterday?
Some cunt fucking punched me. That's what happened.
Okay, so what exactly what made the gun punch?
Well, he owed the other con money, and he was a smaller con, so I stepped in for, the smaller con.
Okay.
Yeah, red man, smoke a fucking cigarette. You need it.
Alright. I love it. You're like a bad roaster tip butter. First of all, excellent set.
Yeah. First time in a year and a half that I'm fucking for sure.
Could you get the breathalyzer?
For really quickly, would you mind looking at that brick wall over there really quickly? Just take a second. Look at that brick wall.
I'm used to doing that with a blonde-eyed, blue-eyed cunt. Yeah.
You know I did it right.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I have a specific question. This will really help me.
Okay.
So look, sir. Yeah, just look at that wall. And is this mark from a woman using a lit cigarette to defend herself? Please look over there because this is the only thing that might be funny about this.
Sam, can you get into this? Because he's barring at this point. Oh, thanks, I was.
Oh my god. Jay, you are.
Yeah.
How much do you think you drank, Jay?
I drank way too much, Tony. If I knew Sam was here, we'd be talking about ancient texts and occult shit.
Wow, look at your fan base, Sam. I remember 18 and a half years ago when I started and you took me to Lubbock for you, and you were the first guy I ever saw do an hour. I thought to myself, I want to be like him when I grow up. I want to be like Sam Tripoli. And now I'm here to tell you, I am so glad I did that. Okay, here we go. Let's do the breathalyzer, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Good enough?
God, this guy looks like a fucking coked up gremlin. Yeah, look at this piece of shit. What do we got?
I blew better than her fake tit, so let's keep it moving.
We got nothing there, Heidi.
Yeah. Shut up.
That can't be right. Okay. Well, or it can be right, and he's not drunk and just sucks. Keep blowing. We have to teach Heidi how to use this thing before the next
There we
episode.
go.
So what do we got? Okay, well let's try Hero. It's Hero.
Mothership and a fucking breathalyzer, right?
Wow, you are the worst of all time.
100%.
Alright, go ahead. There he goes.
I love it.
Alright, you get nothing. Jay McGuire, there you go. Put the mic in the mic stand.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Alright, pal.
I got shit-faced.
You're okay. All right, thank you, Jay. There you go, buddy. All right, this one from Sam. Sam, my people. God, that guy. Man, I just wish I could talk to Sam for a few hours. Dude, good.
Bro, that guy would kill somebody for me. So I'm fine with that.
That would be the only way he could kill. Is a human. All right, your next bucket full goes by the name of Ram B. Everybody, let's see what happens with Ram B. Oh yeah, one more time for Ram B, everyone.
Thank you. It's getting a good look at all the people who are trying to shit on my dreams today. Yeah, it's crazy. So I was in a Walgreens recently, getting some beer and some cigarettes to kind of fuel me shitting on my dreams. And it said vaccinated, get vaccinated, get rewarded. I was like, whoa, rewarded? Shit, I gotta go check this out. Huh? And I said, well, rewarded with what? AIDS? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, let me get 2 scoops of AIDS. Let's see. Let me get some autism sprinkles on there. Baby girl, what you want?
This right sucks.
She want 2 scoops of autism. Those are measles on there. Yeah, measles syrup. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be great.
This is
I was
awful.
thinking, what if DMX was your AI? Couldn't answer your question and be like, dog, that's my man's and them. But I can't answer your question because that would make me a snitch. Thank you.
Goddamn. Yo, what's up, Randy? This is your second time on the show, right?
Third. Yeah, I was on the bags of boxes one day and then and then got a little then after that.
So was that look at that.
With Shane, yeah.
You remember him?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Welcome back. What did we learn about you in your interviews before Randy?
I lived in Wisconsin for a long time. I lived in Arizona for a long time. I think I talked about the ecstasy ring thing.
You have a fantastic voice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I sang one time on here.
You did? What'd you say?
Yeah, original song. It was on the Bags and Boxes episode right after Bags and Boxes. I was right after Jay Legend and sang that. I saw third Jay song. That's cool.
You're good.
I don't care. But yeah, so that was a fun episode though. I'll tell you that was hilarious to me at least.
Has anything happened since then, since those episodes came out? Has Kill Tony changed your life in any way?
I've had some cool people come up to me and people congratulated me and stuff. There was a cat, I was walking down the street actually about a week ago and the dude just stopped me and said, hey, I'm in 6th Street, so I'm a little like, fuck, And he was like, sorry, I don't kill Tony, man, keep it going. You're like, you're funny as fuck, So I felt good, it's cool, you know what I'm saying?
So no, not really anything has affected there's something other than vagrants yelling at you on the street.
Pretty much, yeah. I think it's really good, but yeah.
Comedy is going good. What do you do for work?
Yeah, I'm actually don't have a job right now, but I was working at a Rhymes with Rectum. You know what I'm saying? So
what?
Call center that Rhymes with Rectum.
Spectrum.
You said it.
Pediatric spectrum.
So,
how long ago did you lose this job?
I quit about 3 weeks ago.
What made you quit?
They wanted me to sell. This is gonna sound crazy, but they wanted me to sell.
Unless he said Candyman in a mirror 3 times.
You wouldn't do it.
Candyman is what the clerk at 7-Eleven calls Red Man.
Oh, there it is, the Candyman is back here. Oh, the first back in the Candyman from the Red Man. Oh, with the pretty sound effects on Kill Tony and the inappropriate questions to the ladies. Where's your cock now? The Candyman gun. The Candyman gun.
All right. What the fuck were we just talking about? Oh, yeah, the job.
How I quit. Well, the reason I quit the job was because they wanted me to sell to people who were calling for deceased people. And this is the job. If somebody wanted to do it, I'm like, yo, I'm not doing it.
Look at you, a man of
principle. You know what I mean? That's just being real.
So they wanted you to sell. Explain to me, what do you mean by
like, okay, so, you're supposed to, if somebody calls, you're supposed to, try to retain them as a customer, right?
Yeah.
And so basically, I was like, nah, I'm not, I'm not doing that because they're calling for somebody who's dead. Since they're a relative, I felt like, nah, I'm not getting into all that. I'd be mad if somebody called me like, put that down or something. I'll be pretty pissed if they were like, you still on Spectrum? I'll be like, hey, fuck you, buddy. You know what I mean?
So they wanted to have deceased people continue to pay. Wow. That's exactly what I was. That is incredible. I mean, I didn't realize. No, it's great. I didn't realize fucking Nancy Pelosi was running Spectrum. That's incredible. Every vote they could get.
I actually, like, I actually wanted to be like, at DMX. I actually wanted to get like that on the phone. Like, I don't care if it keeps Spectrum. It was really that bad towards the customers. You know what I mean?
Recording thing on your thing. You can get on the moment if I have to say something. Just say some bitches, then he'll tell me.
What's up, bitches?
No. I like your style, the exact way that you talk. Just do it normal.
Say the exact words again. I'm not worried, so I'm trying to make sure.
Go, ladies and gentlemen and motherfuckers, this is Kill Tony.
Ladies and gentlemen and motherfuckers, this is Kill Tony.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Your sub is terrible, but your voice is so amazing. I'm giving you a big joke, but Graham B, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't catch for sure.
You got it. You can sell one when you run out of money next week. All right, we're going to keep it moving along real quick here. Your next comedian goes by the name of Alex Friedman. Your final book and full of the night. One more time. Alex Friedman, everybody. Clap your hands for Alex.
Is this person going to be good? No.
Man, I gotta tell you, I've been trying to get myself out more often. But I met a girl who told me, oh my God, it's so nice if I could meet a sweet Filipino guy. So there's no problem. I ain't Filipino. But I didn't tell her that. I was like, yeah, I love that movie. Are you kidding me? It's my favorite food. And Manny Pacquiao is my cousin, father. So I suck at dating. Especially because I have social anxiety. So I go to orgies. Yeah, people often ask me, aren't you afraid of getting drunk? I'm like, what are you kidding me? That's what I'm there for. I'm holding out my cup like I'm asking for loose change. Please, I need to be drunk if I'm going to be here. And if you're trying to fuck me, so do you. It's true, though. I've been to a lot of orgies in the past. And the weirdest one I've ever been to, the police was empty. Not even Diddy was there. But all the way in the back were these two old people just going at it. It was like seeing Betty White getting pile driven by Joe Biden. Welcome to the language, by the way. But then this other guy, he walks in, he's like, oh, God, why does it smell like broken dreams and disappointment? It basically smells like the Democratic National Convention. The old guy, he was like,
all right, Alex, that's good enough. Good stuff. How are you, Alex?
Hey, I'm good.
Is this your first time on the show?
This is my first time on the show.
You're adorable. Look at you. How old are you?
I'm 33.
33. Wow, look at you. What do you do for work, Alex?
Well, I'm a software engineer, and I gotta tell you, I've seen some weird shit on people's computers. They got incest, bestiality, open mic schedules. Truly terrifying stuff.
Look at you. You're ready for this, Alex. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 10 months.
10 months. Unbelievable. Amazing. Tell us more about you, Alex. Look at your big movie eyes. Alex looks like if the police hired a sketch artist that used to work for Pixar.
You know what? I think it is a compliment.
Tell us about your life, Alex Friedman.
All right, okay. So,
Here we go.
I was adopted from Peru. My mom is from Queens. My dad is from Cuba. And, well, I was raised in New York City.
Hey, yeah, right. How long have you been here for?
I've been in Austin for about less than a day now. I just flew in today.
Wow.
Yeah, from a wedding in Chicago. When I came here, I left early because you guys are my family.
Wow. Okay. Oh, well, let's kind of feel this out for a second.
Oh my goodness. Alex, what made you start 10 months ago at 33 years old?
Well, Uncle Coco passed away. Hey, shut up, Uncle Coco. No, but, so, I was working my phone as a game developer for like the longest time. You don't get to meet anybody. Speaking of games, you look like Super Mario.
It's true.
Hey, tell me about it. You know, the worst part is every time I come, it sounds like...
My God, you have the delivery of someone that's so much funnier than you. You have this crisp, confident delivery. Like the substance isn't quite there, but your energy's amazing. I love it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Jump for us a couple times. Jump up. Red Band's comedic timing is incredible. Do the small jump. Jump. Again. You have to wait till he does it. You have the benefit of looking at him.
You're giving me a workout over here.
Why'd you bring out the turtle? I love it. Switch hands with the microphone. Alex, what's your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy that'll fuck absolutely anything.
Oh, man. Love life? I haven't found love yet. Yeah, I've dated around quite a while, and it hasn't worked out, so I'm taking a break.
You're a sweet guy. Have you ever kissed a girl in Austin, Texas?
No, not yet.
You want to? Is there a girl out there that'll give Alex Friedman a kiss? Anybody? No, there's one. Look at this. Come on up, sweetheart. Look at this. She thought about it and everything. Oh my God. There's some hot chicks coming up here tonight. This is incredible.
We tap out. You really put me on the spot here.
Why? What's wrong? You're gay?
No, absolutely not.
What do you mean I'm putting you on the spot? You're not excited right now?
No. I've just never done this before.
It's really easy. You just slow, and then you just shoot your tongue right in.
Wow. Ladies,
You'll see this chick.
I'm gonna hand for this beautiful lady. 2 in one night. This is the boys' first Texas kiss. The adorable, big-eyed Alex Friedman. And what's your name, sweetheart?
Thailand.
What is it?
Thailand.
Thailand? She might have a dick, dude.
Call me Thai.
Wow. Ladies, oh my God. He is so adorable. It's very nice to meet you, he said.
Get it.
Will you give this sweet boy a real kiss? Show him how it's done in Texas.
Good job, lady.
Unbelievable. What an evening we've had here tonight.
Red's got some Bollywood pussy, bro.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Look at you. No, it's maybe.
I say,
How do you feel right now?
you know what? I feel good and I feel excited. This is awesome. We should be out here with all of you people, you beautiful people. This is beautiful.
Stand up straight. You did it all tonight, Alex. Congratulations. Alex Friedman, ladies and gentlemen. A wild, adorable boy. Alex, here's a big joke book. Oh, Jesus. You didn't catch that, but you probably have HPV now after that kiss. Congratulations. How do you feel, Alex? You good? Oh, yeah, look at that dick, dude. Wow. Alex, you're one of the first comedians I've ever been jerked off in Austin yet.
You know what?
Danny, get back out here.
I can't wait to slide down this flagpole. Hey, see me after the show. I got some special gold coins just for you.
Alex, nothing you say makes any sense. You say it with such conviction.
It's incredible. You are amazing, Alex. All right, tell us one more before I let you go. I just find you to be so compelling. Tell us one more fun fact about your life. Like, you have any special hobbies or skills or talents or anything like that?
Yeah, I've been playing guitar for the past 20 years.
Okay, what else other than playing guitar?
All right, aside from playing guitar, I also like earned a black belt in kendo.
You have what?
Black belt in kendo. I've also been doing.
Can you show us? Can you put the mic in the mic stand and the joke book in your pocket and the erection away? And can you show us a little bit? Can you give us a little air karate? Let's do a little fucking nice and easy, Michael. Come on. No, show us your fighting. Look in your fucking pocket. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Oh my God. All right. Whoa. You're a black belt? Come on, seriously. Pretend like someone's trying to beat you up in front of you. Show us some fucking moves, dude. Kata. Jesus Christ. Whoa, okay. All right, he's good. Oh my goodness. Wow. Turns out I can beat the shit out of a black belt. It's incredible. What an amazing night tonight. All right, there he goes, Alex Friedman. All right, go. Get out of here, you little cutie pie. Sweet little fucking...
Give me the vanilla gorilla.
What a night it's been, ladies and gentlemen, and I gotta tell you, there's only one way to end this show like this. But there's gonna have to be two ways to end the show like this, because we got word today that the great William Montgomery is sick, everyone.
God, what the
So,
fuck?
the big red machine, the American hero, is nowhere to be found. However, we went
Give
to
me a
Eastern
gorilla.
Europe. And we found an undeniable force that without
Not
a doubt
that guy.
is perhaps one of the biggest stars ever in Tony history.
There she is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What up, girl?
a brand new
What? Yes, ma'am. Just for you. Just for you.
There was going to be
Alright, that's absolutely correct. Are you ready for me,
Yeah, let's go.
Miss Aquarius? My friend had an invitation home.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a first shot.
No.
This is a tough shot. Do you go for the two?
Just split.
Do you do for the 2 or the 1, and then try to hit it over?
Nope.
Well,
I'm not good with that. What about you, Big? Come on.
I don't know if I'm that good. Oh, come on, give me that garbage.
To the right.
Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Okay. Okay, get the 3 on the side and then knock the 2 on the right over. No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. Okay, this is a tough split. Give me it. Garbage. You've got this. Hey, it's not split, and I've seen you get this a million times.
You got this.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. It puts you back in the game. Give it to me. Oh, come on. I'm going to hit the one right. Get that left one.
Yes, you did it.
Thank you. That was fortunate. Okay. Get it.
What's going on with me? I think that's what that is. It's okay. Come on, you got it.
No
Come on.
doubt. No doubt.
Got it.
No doubt. The game shouldn't even make me do it. It knows I'm going to get it. Come on. Give it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Strike right now. No doubt. That's one in a row. Get two in a row. I know it's you. Get two in a row.
No.
That's okay.
You got it. You
It's
got
okay.
it. You got it. I got it.
It's you. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, come on. Get that.
I know. It's okay, Rabbi. You leading. You win, I win.
No doubt. Come on, give me that. All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
Give me this. Let's get in the 80s. Get in the 80s. I'll take it. 81. Woo woo. Woo woo. All right, Miss Aquarius. We are sending you an invitation. Strike. Get it. All right, get the ones on the left. Get the ones on the left, and they'll hit the one on the right. Perfect. Perfect. Excellent. 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 High five. That was amazing. That was amazing. Oh, give me this. Give me this garbage. Got it. Nailed it. Nailed it. 10 to 10. Get it. Perfect. Perfectly perfect. Match her. And I do. 30-30. Woo, woo, woo. Get another one. Get another one. Get another one. That's two. Look at you. You're unstoppable, man. Get her. No, I could not. You're too good. Give it to me. Oh, no. That's a big miss. That's a big, big miss, Miss Aquarius. That's a giant miss.
No, you got it.
You're all right. 65. That's a huge score. That's a huge score. 73.
Come on, you got this, Rabbi.
Oh, this is a tough split. Nope. Miss Aquarius is going to walk off into the sunset. No doubt. She's going to have a score here. Another strike. Yep. Big score. Big score. Get it.
You got it. Come on, let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
I tried. Boy. Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Excellent job. That was amazing.
Yeah, see, you been training me. Thank you, Rabbi. I just got to learn how to get the left and the right. It's hard a little bit.
Don't we all? Excellent job, man.
You should stop it. You know how to do it. Don't do that. Somebody don't.
You did it.
So we all need to learn.
You did it. You did it. I saw you do it on a really tough one. It was on the right, and
I
you
did do it.
I know you did.
Because of you. Thank you, Rabbi.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams.
Because of you.
I hope you have a wonderful night, God willing.
Because of you, it wouldn't been possible.
Hey.
Thank you. See, I listened to you, Rabbi. Thank you.
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, girl.
Yeah. Okay, sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, God willing. Take care.
God willing. Well, did you get to talk to them yet?
Yeah, I got to talk to two of them. Not the one I wanted, but that's okay. I talked to in two others, and they were really, three others actually, and they were really, all really nice.
That's good. Okay, that's good.
Thank you for caring.
No problem. Okay, I
Sweet dreams, God willing. Yes, ma'am. Done.
What we'll call disqualified behavior support is now expanding. Back at you. Having issue should be shady. Now I said, but once again, if we're already getting into my cousin's son, can't testify on that, then those are only what we'll call third level relatives. Can't testify against second level relatives. We don't ask you that. Right? You must have. Rav actually should be shady. Rav someone Kawasi Chada. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and this with other statements. My time of Rav. What's Rav's logic? Amakra, Bayum Su Avos Abanim. Simar says, Ubanim. So the fact that father is Shamai, right, because of your son. And it says a different environment that could include an additional generation. The Balazar Albanim Rahmana, the Avos should be Abanim. So the Balazar says, whatever disqualifications, and when we say disqualifications, we mean for testimonial purposes, whatever familial disqualifications are on the father, those qualifications are immediately put down to their children. So Moses, by the way, now once we say that after we so the Lord is saying like this. Me, so like my uncle can't testify against me. And when I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son-in-law. And now, like my uncle's son, which is my cousin is not allowed. By the way, now whoever's disqualified from whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why, again, my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify my dad. That's the Balazar. So we'll say, so what we literally see over here, and this is a fundamental level of Balazar and Rav about how far down these disqualifications actually go. Okay? The brother of my father-in-law can't testify for me. And was brother testify for me, testify against me. It doesn't make a difference. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go and testify on that. Ben Achi Chamosi, listen to me again. The son of the brother of my father-in-law, my father-in-law's son can't go and testify on my behalf as well. Achos Chamosi, literally again, the son of the daughter of my father-in-law. Lo Yarvi, technical in this as well. Bal Achoso, Bal Achos Abid. So again, the husband of my sister, right? Or Bal Achos Abid, or the husband of my father's sister. Bal Achos Imor, the husband of my mother's sister. Pain Ubneyan. These individuals, their children and their children-in-law are not permitted to testify. Rabashi, Kiavina Beitula. Rash like this. When I was in the house of Allah, so he bailed. He asked the following kasha. What about the brothers of my father-in-law? What's their status? So the Gemara says, Ben Achi Chamav Mahu. What about the brother of my father-in-law? Ben Achos Chamav Mahu. The son of the sister of my father-in-law, Mahu. Amrullah. He said, so we learn this. Achiv Vachi Aviv. So I say, so pretty much all these people disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, them, their children, their sons-in-law are all disqualified to give aid. So Rav Ikva, so Rav went to go ahead and purchase kvili clothing. So Rav went to purchase cloth, right? So again, the only that is not actually an important part of the story. What it's just saying is Rav is going out shopping. And I will say what happens, right? So again, Rav can't shop in peace. Because what happens when Rav goes to Sanmal market? So Rav goes out to buy parchments. So he gets stopped. They asked him, so is it permitted to testify his wife's steps? Sorry. The wife of his steps. So the Gemara says. So what is this? Actually, just a moment. Now, what's the case of where a man would be testifying for his stepson's wife? So Rashi says, so essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case. Right, Ruben married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the nichsim of the property of the stepson's wife. So is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife? So you might what's halacha? So the surah only bal kishto. Then a husband is like a wife. Essentially, the wife of a stepson is like you, like a stepson. And you can't testify regarding a stepson, right? A stepson is considered to be a relative, and therefore Allah go ahead and testify. You can't testify. You can't be involved in testimony on stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in testimony of the wife of the stepson. So again, in some of these they said that a woman is like her husband. So you might look at Rashi. From where do you know that a woman is treated the same way like her husband? Others will say status-wise. That essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status as her husband, and therefore in this case over here, because Reuben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore also can't testify on behalf of the wife of his son-in-law. It says, "Achi abicha lo sigara, al ishto lo sigra, do das." So the pasuk literally says again, the erba, the nakedness of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. El ishto lo sigra, not come close to his wife. This is the wife of the brother of the father. Your uncle's wife. So the Gemara says, she is your aunt. So the Gemara says, but she's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? Your aunt is your father or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say what we see from here is that what halacha does is halacha treats gives her the same status as uncle. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. So in other words, that's not technically how we define an aunt, right? An aunt is defined as the father, as the sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see that the Torah treats the wife of your uncle like your aunt. So you see here that a wife is given the status ultimately again of her husband. So therefore, you can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. Is your stepdaughter, and therefore Allah you can't testify. I will say, it's interesting to know why is that? Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rab was shopping for parchments when he got asked that question? Who cares? Just tell us Rab was asked the question, and that's it. So say perhaps the fact is like this. Sometimes like a person doing something, and the truth is they just want to be left alone, right? So when you're shopping for parchments, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You don't want to do anything else. You don't want to answer any questions or any conversations. Just want to go ahead and maybe have the parchments. So let's see what you see from here. When another needs something, there's no such thing as being put upon. Another something, it's never a bother. Maybe it's a Wait till God gets back to you, send them an email. Don't write again when another Jew needs something. Again, I want to say, the story is Rahab doesn't say, talk to me later. Right? Rahab deals with this then and there. And there's an opportunity to do something for someone else. Opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest support in the world. Okay, now, maybe the person shouldn't have asked the question right now, should have waited later. Okay, that's a different show. About having to get a parents of people, especially when you see that they're doing something else. That's a different issue. But he did it once you see this graciousness, and dropped out to the quite beautiful. I know back there. About no, who be not a pastor. The rest of no, I know of it. So again, I will say the way this is, the way this is, the son over here, the son is really his brother. Talking about again, brothers. Sorry, of your brother. So we'll say essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother. So it's brother to my brother, but not related to me. The Christoph, the brothers of your brother. So people who are not related to my brother. So those are kosher. Those really are totally unrelated to me. I'm related. Those are 100. What about Rabbi said? Right? Rabbi literally just said a line ago. Rabbi said that the brothers of your brother are disqualified. So now you're saying they're not disqualified. I'm related to Rabbi. He said, I never heard that. But yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. The where he said I didn't hear it, and he's not that I didn't hear it, but rather I don't hold that. So if that's the case, then again, so then the brother of my brother is the same thing as brother. So why do you have to break out the cases? So it's just breaking it out because it's talking about fellow brothers and my this stuff. Avi Hassan, the Avi Kala, this is fascinating. Nichutanim. Let's say Reuben married Rachel. So Rachel has parents, right? Rachel is the father, and Reuben is the father. Reuben, right? So what is he saying? Reuben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. You're like, I knew this my whole life, right? Right? Are absolutely Nichutanim are not for these purposes over here. They are permitted to testify against each other. Now again, I'm using I'm using against. Because that I don't mean against. It's just means testify. It could be for, it could be against. The idea means over here they could be involved in testimony that has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. So the Gemara says, we even zalz that. The lo dami lahadad, the lo damu lahadad. Hello, so the Gemara says, "Lo means that ultimately, again, they are not." Rashi says here, they're not linked. They're not linked. So what are they compared to? What are they compared? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. Okay. Now, so just understand what's being said over there. There are a number of fascinating lessons over there. So let's say, so this is really low, which is on a lesson. What here is you're not related, and therefore again, and this message again, to be honest, after all that we just included in the relative pool, right? I would have thought for sure Nichutanim are relative pool, but again, because there is really there's something that links them. But that's something that relates them. Therefore, they are permitted to testify, involving each other. Rabbi say, so therefore, the Gemara teaches Lashon, they're like a little bit of a barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel. Meaning that there's really no connection between the two of them, even though their children are married. There's also a really profound deceit, because I was telling us, sometimes in the world of marriage, people want everything. They want the custom color.
Beautiful medicine, son.
And is
that a good episode?
Beautiful. Where everybody knows is beautiful.
But I need
that can happen. It's actually
ripping into this mother.
Because they're also telling us that that's not a prerequisite. If it happens, it's a bonus. But that is because I was saying it's important and not Nichutanim are like the pearl and the leaf just don't quite it.
Look at this move.
That's just
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
Is like uncommon that could actually happen. If it happens, fantastic. But again, if it's not, it's okay also not to bigger. Being that the husband and Kala are able to build a beautiful and blissful life together. The families are kind of like upward, right? And the families are like, the barrel, they just don't fit together. It's fine. You're not even related. Right? So because they're even related, it wasn't going to make like a very big deal about, let's say, aside. People like to talk about the shidduch crisis. There's no shidduch crisis. There's a people crisis. Right? There's a people crisis that often put emphasis on all the wrong things. People focus on all the wrong things. And people are all the wrong things. Nothing wrong with the system. There's some people, right? People create flawed people create systems. That's what ends up happening. People have like hashkafa zachayim, then everything else falls into place. So again, all of them, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamic, the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. Chazal saying, you know what? All good. I feel like this is what I say, fasting halacha. A man could testify on behalf of his wife who is now Rusa. So again, Ruben did Erusin with Rob. Ruben did Erusin with Rob. All kinds of happening. Halacha testify on her behalf. So the Gemara says, that's me to extract money from her. In other words, testify against her. However, the about but to testify on her behalf, he can't do why. I'll say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Allah anything is what is going to become. Although it's not true. It's not actually, regardless whether it's for or against her, he's not going to be. My dad, they have to stop over here. Ground, excellent. But remember where we start. Let's say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you started. Right? We start in the middle of days essay, so we're going to be fine. Short after tomorrow. Short after. Good. We'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. Yes, I'll get you where you have to get to. Let's say sorry for today. All right, Zoom. I like the Zoom Chevra has more faith in me than the in-person camera. All right, so let's say have a great day, everyone.
A cowboy hat, and he's holding a thing of a sin-like thing, probably a black buffalo thing, and he's forced someone to take a picture of it. Oh my God, it's in Israel. Probably G. Yeah. Well, he's moving awesome. You got a picture of this dude. Just so fast, though. He's like a guy. It's like Will Smith. He has a team.
All right, Joe. Say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Sorry for the delay. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Be sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor. I need Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785. For dedicating all shows this year. Zichus for Besoros Talmud for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Haba'alim will come in Mishpacha for all the Shuman Drashos this in memory of Amit Ben Davon Lebracha and valiant soldiers who died Hashem fighting in Gaza for Hanukkah. We hope that his Neshama has an Aliyah and his family and the we hope they're in the merit of our learning that Hashem brings all of our hostages home. The Shalom and the Kara holy soldiers are successful for Maaseh Yadayim. With that, we begin today's battle of 28. We have to have a Nes Hashem all of Zion from the days a lot to do today. We are picking up Nes Hashem. So Brian is going to be ahead of us today. We will aim at God. So this is one of the things that we've established with the power of a relative is not permitted to go ahead and adjudicate a case. That's both serving as a guardian, as a judge, as well as going ahead and serving as a witness as worth the quote. The evil being a quote. And father's brother, uncle, Zahimo, mother's brother, Ubal Afo. So it's like triggers some of us for you. Bumps, right? So it's like Ubal Afo. So and brother-in-law husband of his sister, uncle who's copied, and the husband of sister, and the husband, Bali means mother, Vilchamov, a father-in-law, Giso, a brother-in-law, Himelian, their husband, them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Fargo, we'll say all about that. We're going to say Fargo is the stepson. So we'll discuss in Rosh Hashem this very interesting case of the case of stepson. The Fargo Levado. It will be again a brother-in-law or stepson. Stepson Levado. Levado means no other association. We'll get into that in the Gemara. It says, this I'll be learning up until this point. This is the statement of Rabbi Akiva. Mishnah is shown up, but again, in the first iteration, they'll go, or Ben they'll go, follow right in the yard. Ultimately, again, uncle is your uncle. Anyone who is in line to inherit. So it's interesting. The first version, they're going to get into all this obviously, but again, the first version of this is Rabbi Akiva. Afterwards, they really need this about inheritance. Whoever ultimately again is in line to inherit, that ultimately is possible as well. But also shot. Now, interestingly enough, also one step relative definition is someone who is related at the time of adjudication of the case. For example, if someone is related to you, but they are no related to you, so they are kosher related. For example, Hayakarot Nisrakim, Hariza kosher. If you were related to someone, again, you were distant from them. So again, that would be a divorce or see death and just as well. So halacha if you were related to someone, but you're not related to that person, halacha l'misa, halacha kosher for ages. After the Mesa Bito is an example of this. Afisa Bito. So like again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries a guy. Right? They have a child. Then what happens? The Yishma Bandinana, and now what happens? He has children, and then the daughter dies. So let's say again, so Reuben has a daughter, Reuben's daughter marries Shimon, and then Reuben's daughter dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. Right? Because at the end of the day, Reuben's relation to Shimon is because Shimon is the husband of his daughter. So the daughter is dead. So technically speaking, Reuben is not related to Shimon. It says parties that they are supposed to be relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Right? It's the existence of grandchildren by definition. Only is fascinating. So it also means a very close friend or a very close enemy. Intense enemy. An intense enemy. So the word says these individuals are also possible evils. It's interesting. What's the definition of Ohid? Ohid is shoshvi. Ohid is someone who is like a groomsman. Now Rashi is interesting over here. He says shoshvi. Hustle will be made. This is a person ultimately against so Hashem means one of your groomsmen. This individual is hustle Jesus during the days of during the wedding party itself. Again, some to this, it's not his wedding celebration itself will be extended thing. During the days of the Chasana, this individual would hustle labor. Interestingly enough, cultural feedback, slow shake women. This is fascinating. Anyone who has noticed for 3 days for animosity. Right? It is good, but I'll be honest, speak days, right? But if I'm that engaged because of animosity, that's called an enemy. That's called an enemy. And these individuals are going to look at obviously the owner, the very close friend, is not really testifying on behalf because he's very close friend. The enemy is also not really testify or to give him on behalf because he's my enemy. However, he responded back to no. Well, naturally, you start out. That's not how Jews operate. No, that's what so actually says over here. Well, naturally, you start like Laha'id Sheker the Shukri about the Abba. That's what he's supposed to say. It's interesting enough. So he responded. That's not how we operate. No one's going to lie if they love someone or because it's someone. testimony. We're not focusing. People see that my focus is that. Suppose they come up. How do we know what? So how do we know? From where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and adjudicate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept? So the Gemara says it's called notice that fathers shall die because of their sons. Not coming over. And so you see Avos Banim, so Upanim the father is not going to be responsible, he's not going to die because of his son, and the son is not going to die because of the sins of his father. So it's teaching about responsibility. So you know that man, right? The person dies because of his own sins. The person is not going to die because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So, what does it mean when it says God won't die because of his sons? The ageless one means because of the testimony of his sons. Sons won't die because of their fathers. The ageless one because the testimony of the father. So how do you know that relatives can't testify, right, for each other, make cases about each other? Because the Bible says, again, you're used to avos abanim, ubanim alabos, right? Ultimately, fathers can't die because of their sons. Sons can't die because of their bodies. God's testimony cannot be given from father to son or from son to father. So you must ubanim, ubanim, the Gemara kind of made a statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers. Fathers don't die for the sins of their sons. And sons die for the sins of their fathers. I mean, there is a statement. Ish that had the number only died for their own sins. Is that true? But say, hopefully, Avos al-Bani. There's a passage. The passage says that Hashem was the sins of the father's sons. Which sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. Read the mercy of some, that's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children decide physically that very behavior. That is going to be responsibility for the sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in sinful behaviors and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the sons, not only for their behaviors, but also for the behaviors of their fathers. The it says also for the iniquities of their fathers, they will be held accountable. When the sons decide to perpetuate sinful deeds of their fathers. Ata Omer Tisha Oksin or Ata Omer Tisha Oksin or in the Tisha Oksin. Maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only sons are responsible for the sins of their fathers that perpetuate those very same deeds? Maybe sons are in general responsible for the sins of their fathers. Omer Ish Bechat Al Yamas. The passage says each person only dies for his own sin. Harekisha Oksin Maase Abosei and Diazeh. Sons in general are not held responsible for the sins of the fathers, unless, of course, they continue to perpetuate those very same ideas. So I just find out something really incredible over here. You see, right hand, so the sons are not held responsible for the sins of the fathers, but yet, if the sons perpetuate the sinful behaviors of the father, the sons are responsible. So we'll say, what do you see here? Which is something fascinating. That we don't say, like, you don't choose the family you're born into. You don't choose your parents. A lot of times it can happen. Is born into a dysfunctional situation. Sometimes a person is even born into a sinful situation. What Chazal says in Hajj too is, while it's true that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely choose the life you want to create for yourself. In other words, perpetuate dysfunction, this growing up dysfunction is not a choice. But at a certain point in time, a person has the choice about the life they want. and the person they want. If you don't make choice in yourself, factors on you. So to be brought up in a sinful home, when you choose to perpetuate the same behaviors you were brought up with, that's on you. That's on you. And it's important because Baruch who says, you know better. You know better. You know differently. You do not have to continue down that same road of spiritual dysfunction. You could choose something different for yourself. And failing to choose something different for yourself creates personal responsibility. Also, this is such a tremendous aside because people spend a whole life blaming their parents for everything that goes wrong in their life. My father didn't do this. My upbringing wasn't this. And by the way, they might be 100% right. They might have had the worst parents in the world. Or even if they didn't have the worst parents, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunctional. And there's a lot. There could be a lot. To ours, Freud wasn't the first person to discover that a lot of people like the art and Chazal was long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life going forward. Maybe my parents messed me up. It's possible. But so now I have to make a choice. Do I want to be okay, ma'aseh avoseh or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? And Kabbalah teaching us over here is such a lesson of empowerment. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. And Chazal going to say, no, because you were fortunate to have a good, let yourself, or sometimes it wasn't fortunate to have a good, but then it comes to a point in time where you got to choose what you want for yourself. You can't spend your life blaming your parents. At a certain point in time, you have to decide who and what you want to be. Because responsibility for the life is incredible. So Mark says below, 1 second. Is that true? Is that true that I'm responsible for other people's identities? But what about Rothschild? The Bible says literally again, a person will stumble, pointing over the places of life. A person will stumble over his road. What is this talking about? Ish ba'avo means one Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? So what does this teach us? This teaches the halacha and myself that each of us are responsible for each other. In other words, this is not all these we are all responsible for one another. So doesn't that mutual responsibility mean that I could be held accountable for your sins? You could be held accountable for my sins? Which the Gemara says, no. That's also when is there accountability for each other's sins. So that's when halacha there was the ability to check someone else's negative behavior and didn't do so. Also, this is profound. When I see someone doing something wrong and I don't do anything to object, and that's when we say object is I don't do anything to try to help them from making this mistake. I share in the responsibility for their agora. I share in that responsibility. Again, and that's when if I don't do anything again, then I'm not doing anything. On the other hand, someone's coming in and I don't really have the ability to do anything else. Then there's no responsibility. So also I said again a different concept. It's the concept of Arabs, not guarantorship. Only child in example, right? We are all responsible for each other, and especially if you do something, and if you intervene but we don't intervene, I just want to point out something over here, which is if you notice, you often find this phrase written ways. There's called Arabian Zeraza and Zaza. So that's because the word Arabian could be understood in 2 different ways. Arabian could be understood guarantor, which each of us is the guarantor of the other. So therefore, again, if you do something wrong, and I stepped in and prevented that, and I don't, just a guarantee. Is under if the borrower defaults, so again we are responsible. But again, Arabian is also Arabes, also have a mixture. Again, that's why you'll find Zeraza and Zeraza. When it's used ultimately again in the context of guarantorship, so it's often Allah said, we are guaranteed for one for the other. But it also means, Tarovis means a there is a mixture of clouds, so all one mixture. So it's like so beautiful. Just like this morning, Yismach Moshe, the Rabbi of Siget, says something so beautiful. You should listen to this. He says, "Alevin Haynu Rabim Zebazah." The cloud is like more like a tarot. It's a mixture, and he says, "Called Rothschild Liros is answer." If you want to see what you're doing in life, you want to kind of like get like a little bit of a human greater holding in your spiritual life. Look at your friend and what do you see? Look at another yid. If all you see are the shortcomings, and all you see is the negativity, and all you see are all the things that are broken, every Jew mirror. So if that means someone else, then in reality, that's what's happening with Zeb Zeb. Aroves, you are a mixture. And that's why it is the most dangerous thing in the world when we speak negatively about different factions or different groups, different values. So even if we vehemently oppose them, we are all mirror images of each other. There's a taroves, there is a mixture. So if you look at another yid and you see something terrible, and you see something horrible, and you see something that you just don't like totally understand, part of that is your reflection. Part of that negativity is resisting. That's why I was saying you see the greatest tzaddikim, right? If you notice this, by the way, the greatest tzaddikim often possess what? I would say differently. What is the greatest measure? What makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? It's nothing like what you learn. Anyone can learn a lot of Torah. The greatest metric of a tzaddik is Ahavas Yisrael. Ahavas Yisrael. When you are able to, that means that you see the beauty in every Jew. When you see the beauty in every Jew, that means that's a reflection of you. So when you see the beauty in every single Jew, that's because you don't possess all of that beauty. Conversely, when you dislike that one, dislike this one, can't stomach this one, can't have contact with this one, that's a reflection of the inside of you. Someone who possesses true Ahavas Yisrael is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean that there aren't things wrong and things broken for you. That's what it means to have. That's what it means to be accepted. To be able to see beauty means that beauty is reflected from me. There's also other individual. So there's two different concepts. Kol Yisrael Revin Zebozeh, Kol Yisrael Revin Zelozeh. We are guaranteed one another. That's what you are saying over here. If someone else sins, I have to stop it. I am looking for that. But Kol Yisrael Revin Zebozeh. We are also a mixture. And what's in another Jew is often a reflection of Avos like Abba Kafkas. Ashkechan Avos Labanim Ubaram Avos. The Koshkin Avos La'adadi. So I understand now that again, sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father can't on behalf of the son. That's what we just did. And all the more Avos La'adadi, brothers for each other. Banam Labanim Minalam. And about cousins. That cousins can't testify for each other. And can't discuss problems. Well, you see Avos Al Ben. Also, could have just said a father can't be testified by the son. My bunny, what's bunny? So the mother says that. Even bunny mahadadi, even cousins, either can't go ahead and testify. Ashkechan banam lahadadi, banam la'amal minalas. What it's now is that cousins and relatives, for that matter, can't testify for each other. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify on behalf of someone else? How do I know that? All right, but I'm not Svaro. What's this part? TV sang as we learned. Nations only and actually as you can. So even can't become even can't become Zombie. Both of them become Zombie, right? Okay, we have this go see this smart. It's very exciting. Yeah, very exciting. And then Hashem will say so. We will see that witnesses who become even Zombie. Testimonial unit is amazing. Or you could disqualify a C agent who's Zonin, you have to go ahead and be mazim the group. So the Gemara says, actually, it's only these are that Kabbalah Amon Shirin. Say if you can get into a relative, have the ability to testify. And I will say, it's not point out what's happening over here. Up until this point, what we've proven is that relatives testify for or against Shabbos. Now we pivot a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify for or on behalf of someone else, right? Brothers, cousins, uncle, can't be a unit. So remember again, witnesses only come slowly until both of them become soul. You can get relatives in general testify someone else. Let's say it turn out that you have relatives making another relative into an Zolim, and halacha my attention in a capital case where again either Zolim or executed, it would turn out that one person is executed based on the testimony of a relative. Okay, I'm going to Rabbi Lutame. I'm going to your logic. Lutame, 20 years logic. Hadisman, that's what we learned. You have three brothers, the Echad, Mistaife, Mohen, and one person is clinging with them. Hare Gimel Edios. These are three testimonies. So what's the case here? Take a look. Rashi's right across the right. Shlosha Achim, Mina Shuk, and Kol Echad. You have three brothers, Ruvain and Gad. Now there's another guy. We'll call him Avram. Avram's living on a piece of land for 3 years. Okay? Yitzchak comes along and says, "Hey, Avram, get off my..." Avram says, "What do you talk about? I've been using this property uncontested for 3 years. And I have witnesses." Now, interestingly enough, the way this testimony works is like this. There's one witness. Yehuda. Yehuda, the one that has seen Avram living on that land for 3 years straight uncontested. The problem is, Yehuda is an Eid Echad. So what Martha Yehuda had, then there are three brothers. Ruvain saw Avram living there year 1 uncontested. Shimon saw Avram living there year 2 uncontested. And Levi saw Avram living there to have Yehuda, who is just saw all 3 years, and with each of the brothers for respective year. And that gives Avram 3 years of tested, uncontested use of the property. Now look at Rashi. Rashi says, there are 3 brothers, right? That's the lady. And one guy, we'll call him Yehuda, unrelated. Right? Together, all of these guys testify about the fact that Avram used the land uncontested for 3 years. So the Gemara says, Adam bin Ashok, ומייד אחד בא מן השוק, אשר נשמר באחד מן האחים והבא מן השנייה, והשליש לאחשס, הרי אילו שוק אדיוס, והחזקה קיימת. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this works. This is considered the testimony. Does unit 1 is group 1. Shimon with Yehuda's group 2. Levi with group 3. Together, they establish the chazaka of Avraham. I'm just finishing that. The chazaka kayaves, but let me know Eidos Achasi. Don't say that this is one testimonial unit, or even Krov and Elegant. So also, it's interesting enough, even though these are 3 brothers, right? Say to yourself, oh, it's one testimonial unit, 3 brothers. Come on, so no, you look at this as 2 different times, and therefore the testimony, therefore it's kosher. It says as follows: this there wasn't an interesting amazing enough. I saw there is simply one testimonial unit for Hazama purposes. So the Gemara says, so say, so again, here's the family for turning out that Halacha, because they want testimonial unit, so one brother will have to pay based on Hazama, based on the testimony of a relative. Hazama me Almakasi. In other words, what you have to say is as follows: consider to be that you're paying on behalf of is consider to be something externally and then is imposed on the respective group. All suffer the same punishment. Not consider to be involved in each other's hazama process. Hakanani hazame amakasi. Fine. Ela inking lustov pra uben al avos. If that's what the pasuk could have just said, a son on his father's. Inami came al avos. My ubanim. Why ubanim? Afidu ubanim la'alma. It means that relatives from a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify in general about other units. Like, those are from the same husband. So different derivations. We learn two things. Number one, relative, and we define relatives as well. Can't testify for it. And that, but the part number two, or lesson two, relative units and testify something else. In other words, they can't bind to testify for someone else. Actually, someone who's done relatives of the father, paternal relatives. Let's remember again, the lashon of the pasuk that we're using is Vayumtu Avos Albanim Ubanim Alavos, fathers and sons, and then we derive other paternal relatives. How do I know that this qualification of relatives applies to maternal relatives as well? So the Gemara says, Amekra Avos Tracing. This is Avos place. So the Gemara says, in Elo Enim Leklavia Ab. So I don't need to continue of the father, so you must continue the meaning of the relatives of the mother. Beautiful. Ashkech on the Bola. We'll call it indictment purposes. Bill purposes, the Zakos, how do I know even? It's mostly science and they can't testify against each other in order to go ahead and for like a guilty purpose. I don't know, even for an exoneration purpose. Amekra, Yumsu, Yumus, tracing. They can't be death twice. This is interesting. You don't even the Chova. So again, if one Yom Su teaches me that they can't try to testify against each other for culpability purposes, what do you do? Even for exoneration purposes. Okay, Ashki can be given the Pashas. So I understand that you can't testify each other in capital cases, even in Mamanis, even in financial cases. Amekra, Mishpat Echad Yiyelochem. Notice when it comes to testimony, there's one Mishpat. Mishpat Hashabah Lochem. So we'll say therefore in this area, there's one uniform halacha. What's one uniform halacha? Can't testify. Rav says as follows. Rav says like this. The father of my brother, can't testify for him. But my uncle is from testimony. So you might say, that's not, and who's included as uncle? Uncle Zulu, even though my uncle's son, Chasno, my uncle's son-in-law. And similarly again, so I also can't testify on behalf of my uncle, and that includes me, Ubini, and me, the Chasni, and my son-in-law. I don't understand why is that? How did they shlishi berisha? So notice, by the way, that can get to the end of this line, right? In other words, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, for that matter, again. The uncle's son-in-law against the nephew, that's already like a third grade relative. So why can't the third grade relative go ahead and go and testify against the first grade relative? So you must raise first level. Because the ayah we learned, right? We'll call a second, we'll define this a little bit, like second level relative. Can't testify against the second level relative. So you must say, so we're going to see more closely related, like a first level relative, like a second level relative, or even a second level relative, I understand why these can't testify. But it's usually so just to illustrate this, once you talk about again, let's say the son-in-law of a nephew can't testify against your uncle. That's already multiple steps removed. So can't people testify, on behalf against each other. Somebody says, so my husband, what does it mean when we talk about the husband? Hassan, the son-in-law of his son. His son's son-in-law can't go, which essentially would be like a grandson-in-law. Can't testify. Alright, so listen. So why don't you just go ahead and write Ben Okay, come on, we need to teach us another lesson. What's the other lesson? The Baal Kish, that a husband is fear of his wife. That the idea of there being the son-in-law, right, has the status of the son, has the status of the wife, right, to be the daughter of the father. The Allah, the kind of the Kia, Shmona Allah, Shin Esrin the Arba. So it's like, the takeaway message of all of this is anyone related to most of that, just so you think to yourself, imagine giving yourself 2 months strapping this one that doesn't apply to me. So say, this does apply to these things up all the time. It's customers. Right? And by weddings, testimonial stuff going on. Tonight, it's like, so the problem is, if anyone is related to you in any way, you do not give them any testimony or capacity. Like, even though, by the way, I want to point out that it does come a certain point, let's say, like your cousins, my sisters, that already you're far enough removed. But again, we're going to see that in general. The way, again, this is different because sometimes someone has testimony that you need. So you have to know where it ends. But okay, so let's go. What says Suppose you get 8 brothers who represent 2 extended relatives. Zahani, so the Gemara says if that's the piece, but if you're going to go with even the son-in-law of the son, honey twasin, that's when you bring relatives, honey twasin of the title, that would be 32. Ellie, all of them, when we speak about the son-in-law, we're really meaning ultimately the son-in-law. The Amai Grele Hassan Dino, so I'm calling the son-in-law of the son, Kiva the Amaka Asi Kita, since he's marrying into the family, right from the outside, he's like a separate and distinct generation. How do you see should be shamed? But then once again, isn't that considered to be a third level relative, testifying against a second level relative? Rav actually should be shamed. Rav said against or for shame. Rav Damek, Rav was the Omer, to shame Sha'ach, just like father of my brother cannot testify for me. That means who's included? Now again, the brother, which is my uncle. My uncle can't testify. Who's including the uncle? It's who? The uncle? The no, the uncle's son, plus no, and the uncle's son-in-law. So the says Kach, so to again, Allah says, so to me, the nephew, I also can't Ben Aki Abba Lo Yardi. So to again, the son of my uncle, I my cousin, also can't testify my dad. Who Benachos no? Oh, Shabbat said this is dramatic. Shabbat said what Rabbi Lazar is introducing over here. So Rabbi Lazar says, we know my uncle can't testify. Rabbi said, uncle we already know from Rabbi Lazar says, by the way, else is included in my uncle. It's my uncle, right? That's my uncle's son and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify my dad. And who's included cousin? Who's included my cousin? Ultimately my cousin. Who? You know, my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law. Also, by the way, cousin's son-in-law, I don't even know his name. Who's my cousin's son-in-law? You know, interestingly enough, now again, in the expanded, okay? Because of that, now expanded on the truth. So that again, we see how again this what we'll call disqualified age support was now done. But how they should be shamed. I always say, but once again, we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law. Testify on that, then those are already what we'll call third level relatives. Can't testify against second level. You don't pass today. You must have Rav actually should be shamed. Rav Savalek Havasi the Chada, the Polygon the Chada. Okay, so that's certain statements in this music obviously. Mine Rav. What's Rav's logic? I'm a crowd. Lo Yumsu Avos Abanim. Where it says Ubanim Rabos Garach. So the pasuk says that fight, right, because of your sons, and when it says a different Ubanim, that comes to include an additional generation. So Babazar al Amrachmana Hatsube the Avos Shi Abani. So what's Rabbi like this? Whatever disqualifications, and when we say disqualifications, it's just mean we need for testimonial purposes. Whatever familial disqualifications are on the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to your children. Now once we say that actually we saw that Rabbi Lazar saying like this. For me, so say right, my uncle can't testify against me. When I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son, which is my cousin, right, my cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, now whoever's disqualified from my whatever disqualified cousin has is passed down to also. That's why again my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify on my behalf. That's the Belazar. So we'll say, so what we literally see over how far down these decisions actually go. Okay. Aram Nachman, the brother of my father-in-law, can testify for me. And by the way, when we say testify, this is testify for, testify against me, it doesn't make a difference. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go to testify. Ben Achi Chamosi, again, the son of the brother of my father-in-law, my father-in-law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf as well. Ben Achos Chamosi, literally again the son of my mother-in-law. Thirdly, we also as well. Bal Achos Aviv. So again, the husband of my sister, right? Or Bal Achos Aviv, or the husband of my father's sister. Ubal Achos Imor, the husband of my mother's sister. Hein Ubneihen the Chasneihen. These individuals, their children and their children-in-law are not permitted to testify on my behalf. Rabbi, Yavina Be'ula. So I said this, I was in the house of Ula, so he told him, we asked the following question. What about the brothers of my father-in-law? What's their case? So the Gemara says, what about the son of the brother of my father? Ben Achos Chamav Mahu, the son of the sister of my father-in-law, Mahu. Amrullah, so we learn this. Achis, Vaki Aviv, Vaki Imo, Ain't B'nei B'chasnein. So I say, so pretty much all these people do this well, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, then their children, their sons-in-law are also qualified to do this. So Rav, Iba, Lemizbah, and all of those things. Rav went to go ahead and purchase beauty art cloth. So Rav went to purchase cloth. Right? So again, the only that is not actually the important part of the story. What it's just saying is Rav is going out shopping. And let's say what happens, right? Again, Rav can't shop because what happens when Rav goes to Rav goes to some market. So Rav goes to buy parchments. So what happens? Stops. They ask him. So each person is a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson. The Isha's Chazal. I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. The Isha's Chazal. So the Gemara says. So what is looking at for this moment? Now what's the case of where a man would be testifying for his stepson's wife? Rashi says, I'm mixing a look shalom. So watch this. So essentially, there's a court case. Ruben married. Rothschild has a child out of marriage. That child got married. There's now a court regarding the mixing of the property of the stepson's. So is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife? So we went to the Surah on the that a husband is like a wife. Essentially, the wife of a stepson is like who? It's like a stepson. And you can't testify regarding a stepson. Right? A stepson is still considered to be a relative, and that's our local law. You can't go and testify. You can't be involved in the testimony of the stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. Isha Kedaima. So again, in Komedisa, they said that a woman is like a husband. So you must look at that. Now, but the Amara, from where do you know that a woman is treated the same way like her husband? And it was also twice. That essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status as her husband. So here, because Ruben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of the wife of his son-in-law. Erbas Achi Adha Lo Sigara Al Ishto Lo Sigra Do Das. The concept literally says again, the Erba, the making of Achi Adha, of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. Al Ishto Lo Sigra. Do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of the brother of your father. His wife. That's his wife. She is your aunt. So you want to, but she's not your aunt. Not your aunt. Who's your aunt? Who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father, or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. Follow H's Dodo. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say what we see from here is that what halacha does is halacha treats the wife and gives her the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. Is your aunt? So in other words, that's not technically defined an aunt. Like an aunt is defined as the father of, sorry, as a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see from here the Torah treats the wife of your uncle like your aunt. You see from here that a wife is given the status ultimately identical. So therefore, Allah you can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because she has the status as your stepdaughter, and therefore Allah said, it's interesting to know why is that? Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rav was shopping for parchments when you got asked that question? Who cares? Rav was asked the question, and that's it. So say that the shop is like this. Sometimes if a person is doing things, and the truth is they just want to be left home, right? When you're shopping for parchments, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You want to do everything else. You don't want to discuss it. Just want to go ahead and maybe cut a few minutes of parchments. Let me see here. When another Jew needs something, there is no such thing as being short. Another Jew needs something, it's never a hassle. It's never a bother. Maybe you can say, come on, wait till God gets back to this next, send them an email. Don't write, again, when another Jew needs something, let's say, the story is, God doesn't say, talk to me later, right? Rabbi builds this then and there. When there's an opportunity to do something for someone else, opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest physical sin in the world. Okay, now, maybe the person should get asked Rob the question right now. Should have waited a little bit. Okay, that's a different Shiloh. About that, you got to have something. You see, you have to do something else. That's a different issue. But once you did it, once you see I no, I knew all of it. So again, I will say the way this is the son over here, the son is really his brother. Talking about again, brothers. Sorry, brothers of your brother. So we'll say, so essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother. Right? So someone who's brothers to my brother, but not related, not directly related. So this stuff, actually, the brothers of your brother, in other words, the people who are not related to you are related to my brother, so those are kosher. Those really are totally unrelated to me, and therefore again kosher for equals. I mean, or you never wanted to go. But the Yirmiyah said, brothers of your brother are qualified. So now you're saying they're not qualified. I mean, he said, I never heard that. The Lomar Lo Svio, where he said I didn't hear it, and he's not rather. I don't hold that. So if that's the case, then again, then the brother of my brother is the same. This person is talking about fraternal brothers and maternal brothers. Avi Chassan, Halach, Yi'itins at Chassan, this is fascinating. Nichutanim. Right, so let's say again, Reuben marries Rachel. So Rachel has parents, right? Rachel is the father, and Reuben is the father. Reuben, right? Reuben, so what is Gemara saying? Reuben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. I knew this my whole life, right? As so the Nichutanim are not related for these purposes over here. It's to testify against each other. Now again, I'm using the word against, because I don't mean against. It means testify. It could be forcibly against. The idea that they could be involved in the testimony has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. So the Gemara says, the low dummy lahada, the low Ella, the Gemara says, Ella ki achla l'dana. Lo dummy means that again, they are not. Rashi says over here, lo dummy doing the shimon lahadadi. They're not linked. So So what do they compare to? Achla Madonna. They're compared to the lid of a barrel. Now what's being said over there? So this is really incredible. So first of all, on a level, the Gemara saying, well, the Jews, they're not related, and therefore again, because there's really, and this is again, I'm gonna be honest, after people we just included in relative pool, like I thought for sure Nichutana are relative pool, but again, because there is really there's something that links them, but not something that relates them. Therefore, to testify, involving each other. Rabbi say, so therefore the Gemara says this Russia, they're like a little of a barrel that's like on the barrel, means that there's a connection between the two of them, even their children are not. It's like people say really profound distortion. Because I'll tell you, sometimes in the world of marriage, the world of people, people want everything to fit. They want the custom color, like to be perfect with each other. And people have these things like this beautiful blend, this kind of everybody loving each other, which is beautiful, but that can happen. Actually, and it certainly does happen. But as I was telling you, that's not a prerequisite to happen in this. If it happens, it's a bonus. But I think because I was saying is more often than not, Nichutanim are like the barrel and the lid that just don't quite fit together. And that's just, it's like the notion of blending two entire families is like pretty uncommon that could actually happen. It can happen sometimes. But again, if it doesn't happen, it's not different. The idea is that the husband and wife are able to build a beautiful and blissful life together. The families are kind of like awkward, right? And the families are like, the barrel and the lid. They just don't fit together. It's fine. You know why? You're not even really related. I said, because you're not really related, it's good. And let's say something, it's such an important thing. You make like a very big deal about, let's say, this is aside, people like to talk about the shidduch crisis. I want to say something. There's no shidduch crisis. There's a people crisis. There's a people crisis. People often put emphasis on all the wrong things. That people focus on all the wrong things. That people are looking for all the wrong things. There's nothing wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. People correct themselves, have a then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are original, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually impossible. And the barrel doesn't fit with the lid and with the barrel. And Chazal say, you know what? All good. Made this was a man to testify on behalf of his wife. Now you saw. So once again, Ruben did sin with Rothschild. And now what ends up happening? When I say then he can find her back. So it says, Rabbi, that's only to extract them. In other words, he can testify against her. However, the Gemara says, but to testify on her behalf, you can't do what I will say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, anything that she brings is what? Is going to become his. It's not true. It's not actually, regardless, whether it's for or against her, he's not true. My bad. Abbas, perhaps to stop over here. Well, we had excellent ground. But just remember where we start. Let's say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you started. Right? We started in the middle of days yesterday, so we're going to be fine. Short off tomorrow. We're good. We'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I'll get you where you need to get to. Let's say shkaya. Sorry for today. All right, Chevron on Zoom. I feel like the Zoom Chevron has more faith in me than the in-person Chevron. All right, I'll say have a great day, everyone.
I wouldn't know it if I were you. I got even more fucked up.
Oh, they all do it. They're like a family of banshees. Yeah. That's interesting to me. You start listening to the fuck this. This seems like a good time. Come back next week. You're like,
all right, Joel said, good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Touching Hey Hey. We come from this Bacha. We're dedicating all the children this year as the horse for the Soros troubles for Travis. Our Talmud Torah ladies, the Talmud Mishpacha, dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, brother of P.K. Levi, who was killed at Hashem in Gaza on the first day of the war in the merit of our Talmud Torah Shamor, having Aliyah, and his family in the Chum. Our week of Logan's Baptist, Zevi and Church Daniel, Louis Nishmas, his father, his father, his father Noah, Yosef, Yosef, in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Nishamor having Aliyah, his family in the Chum. All those who know to worship Kol Cholim Yisrael, we evangelize the our hostages home the Shalom and the Kala of our holy Jews to be successful. The whole Masih there. Also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chav Zayin 27. We are picking up in Res Hashem on Vav on the days 26 and we left off. Alright, we're on today. So we left off Amar Kanan, which is about 8 lines up before it gets wide. We actually did this part, but just to reorient the story a little bit. Amar Hanan, Lama Nikra Shema Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Because Torah saps you of your energy again. That part we spoke about today. We're not going to go through that again. So the Gemara says, I'm good. Torah, another possibility though. What does it mean Toshia? Shnitna b'chashai b'satan. Torah was quietly because of the sun. Now, it's interesting. What exactly does this mean? Rashi says, it's almost crossing Rashi. So finally, the Satan was against the giving of the Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore, again, it should not be given to man. And so, Hishmael had to give the Torah kind of quietly, said the Satan didn't know about it. So I said, this is actually quite interesting. Because the Torah wasn't exactly given quietly. So what does this mean? So he's speaking a couple of different things. So possibility one could be that this is a reference to the second Luchos. Remember again, the first Luchos had a lot of fanfare. And that's like part of that is why the Gemara shouldn't protect those Luchos didn't last. It was too much, it was too much fanfare, too much going on, too much publicity, and that's why again the story doesn't really end well with the first set of Luchos. The second Luchos is given in a much quieter fashion, in a much more cellular, and that's why ultimately again we enjoy. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately again to the second set of Luchos. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what you are talking about over here, not even as much about the giving of the Torah, as much as it's about about the way in which you acquire Torah. It is important for Torah to be acquired with Hashar, quietly. What does that mean? It's easy when a person learns to be called Balgaiva. A person that has knowledge, look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing. And of course, there's this fine line between being very proud of your accomplishments and celebrating your accomplishments, but at the same time, getting the proper sense of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. If it's not accompanied by humility, that's where the Satan off. So, remember the passage is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? This is so beautiful. The foundation is fascinating. Torah is word of Tohu. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good. Because remember again, our association with who is trace, right? Torah Bavo means astonishingly empty. What is Torah is what's told? Look at Rashi. So word ukriya ba'alma v'chotzlibor in bo geshisha manish kitorah. So Torah is comprised of words. And we say words often don't have a mamash. They don't have a substance to them. And yet, that became Ola Mishusas Aleim. Let's just say how beautiful is this. Torah's words. Words don't have much mamashos. Don't really have a substance. Don't really have a substance. to it. And yet again, it's those very words apart the world is created. So it's the great anomaly and great beauty and great holiness of Torah. That on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world, yet the world can't endure without it. So beautiful. This is very fun. It says, once again, these formulations are interesting. Machshava mo'alas v'lo actually says Machshava daigos halis amizonos so'adam. So if a person is occupied with his parnasa, and a person is worried about his parnasa, so worry about parnasa could undermine one's spiritual development. So it's a very profound remark. I think was not even, this isn't like a statement of indictment, right? This isn't like a statement of negativity, this is a statement of fact. This is the way that it works. So every person knows this. I'm worried about my parnasa, about being able to pay my bill, just about my real life. I don't mean in excess fashion. Just the ability to maintain my parnasa that absolutely undermines the ability to truly focus on spirituality. However, I'm a rabbi in a suiting Lishma. If a person is Torah Lishma, then if at the end of the day he has worries about his parnasa, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. What does it mean? So if you think about it, sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about parnasa of itself is inherently contrary. My parnasa comes to my Kadosh Baruch Hu. I'm struggling with my parnasa. Those are dafka returns that I need to Ribono Shel Olam. So Ula is pointing out that the nature of man without parnasa often creates an obstacle to spiritual growth in Torah. But yet, again, Rabbi says, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so dafka in those times when I struggle is the times that I need to be closest, then ultimately, again, and even struggles will not undermine my spiritual development, which essentially is about a Jew's life challenge. In this case, it's parnasa challenge. But the challenges in life in one of two ways. Either it could create a wedge between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu or bring me closer. Now, when it's wedge, I don't mean with that question, how did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do to me? I mean, on a basic level, when a person encounters challenge, a person can allow all of their energy to be devoted to keeping themselves afloat and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. Or a person can say, dafka during this time of challenge, that's when I need the Ribono Shel Olam more than anything. And if I use this challenge as a springboard for closeness, it's all a question of perspective, all a question of how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of challenges. Shneimar Rabos Mashalos Lavish, Vatzas Hashem Yitakun, Eitzah, Sheish Bar Hashem, Yitakun Olam. So Eitzah, you might understand the word Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Sheish Bar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is ultimately again for the purpose of coming closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ki Takum Olam. This woman of Rabbi. So I'll say, on one hand, Ula describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and for that matter, struggles in life, tend to distract the person from spiritual development. Understandably so. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge reminds me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So that's the challenge is the time to solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relationship with Hashem. Or a question of how I choose to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. Incredible. I'm going to need the Amos side. This is one again. But you said back to Mishnah. But we need to Mishnah. So all of these people are evil. Like for example, the Saki, the Kulya, the gambler. So we would say that's only if they have no option. Right? right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals won't wait. It's like Rothschild, he's a Mosai. When this is your only profession, Aval Yishlam Shalom, I'm sorry, Aval Yishlam Shalom, a profession. It's not playing pigeon racing or all these other detrimental things. So they are kosher. It says, I'm not supposed to say for my life, I'm not even involved. Dalach Vazar Yudam. The Amrabi Abba Amr Vazar, Kulan Sweeping Hakvazar the basic. So that is very interesting. So comes along. Rabbi Vazar, that all of these individuals, before you officially cancel them for Avis, you have to do an announcement in basic. Right? Now again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Hakvazar Rashi says over here. Hakvazar Bezin, the Elohim Salah Elohim actually Hakvazar Bezin. So what's the idea of the announcement? So before you cancel someone from being an aide because he's a pigeon racer or a shviz or a shmita merchant or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Almost telling an individual, we are going to disqualify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it together. So the Gemara says, Roa, so Roa, what about a shepherd? And we'll say, remember, the shepherds, what's interesting, shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. We'll say, I don't point out, it's always so interesting. All of our greatest leaders throughout the generations were all shepherds. Right? Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David HaMelech, right? After David, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? This is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Roth's son, Yisrael, right? Chosno, he's Moshe Rabbeinu shepherding. Moshe Rabbeinu's first encounter with the snare because he was out shepherding. It's interesting, by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. Everything is about so the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except Lord's water. So interestingly enough, so what about a shepherd? Does a shepherd, because shepherds were known to be such thieves, do they need this announcement in Dave's thing as well? So it's really about Rabbi. My boy so the Chagam my boy one opinion said yes, even shepherds need an announcement. Others said shepherds don't even mind about Stam lo according to the opinion that you don't need to announce about a shepherd because everyone knows shepherd is possible. It's possible under a bayach by Stam lo apostle, but according to the opinion that says that even a shepherd needs an announcement, what do you do about the statement of Raisa that a general has to make an announcement about shepherds? So Mar says, I'm sorry, what do you do about the statement that Stam lo apostle? The stama machrizna, it means that the stama, you have to go ahead and announce about the shepherd. Okay, so therefore, interestingly enough, we seem to adopting this approach. Before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce in phase. Like Ruben Ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer. I just want to let you know he's going to be possible. This way, again, that announcement, Ruben Ben Yaakov to get his acts together, should he choose to do so. Does the bird need an announcement or is it just stand disqualified? Not focus. Listen to this. Right? So Ruben gave Shimon a makif. And they had two witnesses on it were both because of thieves. And if apostle wanted to certify the documents as kosher. Why? Because there was never an announcement about these guys. Never made about these two witnesses. They put an announcement maybe they're not disqualified. The Rothschild Rabbi is more second. We give out in Hafraz of the Gazlan Garon, the Gazlan Garai by me, but in Hafraz. So it's actually very interesting conversation. So Rabbi said back, 1 second. You are having to make an announcement with a rabbinic thief. Or say, what's a rabbinic thief? Right? A rabbinic thief, right, means that someone who committed an act of Gezel Midrash. The examples of that are Mishnah, the Saki, the Kuvya, Mafriach, Riyoni, right? Again, the gambler, the pigeon racer, probably all these individuals are rabbinic thieves. So those are the individuals who require announcement. A biblical thief, what's a biblical thief? So you can jump into someone who steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft, right? That that does not require any kind of announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified from Eidos. Okay, it's quite automatic. All clay davar achar psul Eidos. So okay, this is fascinating. So Nachman says as follows. All clay davar achar. Now what does that mean? All clay davar achar. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "All davar achar mikabli staka min hanofrim tarichel Hashem makmasmo v'harei shirach shadachamos." When there's someone who accepts charity from non-Jews, if you accept charity from non-Jews, such a person is pasol le'edus. Now again, the concern over here is that such a person has created Hashem. Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go to the community for stuff? That's how the community for help. There's plenty of help available to the community. There's no need to take tzedakah from outside of the community. And doing so represents the Hashem because it makes life mixed. Jews are not compassionate. So I will say, now we're going to see here. The thing that makes people pasol le'edus is money. So it's possible people pasol le'edus. The person takes money or money in the that's when they become possible. So this act is taking charity from a non-Jewish source. If you're willing to take it to get an out of the community. Such a person is honey the Farhasya. And you can do this publicly about the synagogue. But if they did this privately, then it's not a fellow Hashem. Therefore, again, they're not pasol le'edus. But Farhasya, not even Amr, ever last year's the Bazing now Farhasya. Furthermore, if they took it publicly, that's only if they had the ability to receive this money privately and not base themselves. If the person had absolutely no choice, in other words, their only option was to receive money from a non-Jewish source and to do it publicly because their only way to survive, those are extenuating circumstances, they're not pasol le'edus. No nothing. So it's very interesting. So Rav Nachman says someone who is kosher alayis, which means someone who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, is still kosher le'edus. Which is very good. Actually, why kosher le'edus? But Rothschild the Hamas, what's interesting? What disqualifies him for Eidos is not simply sinful behavior. Why I will say, if what disqualified a person was the commission of an Avera, then what? Then what? You would have zero pool of Eidos, right? Zero pool of Eidos. Everyone does it. Everyone knows how it is. So what disqualifies him are financial indiscretions. That's what we're concerned about over here, because once a person is what they call either will lie or cheat, is not honest when it comes to monetary matters, then we're concerned with international law. You're not going to remain honest either. But interestingly enough, indiscretions in other areas of Yiddishkeit, the person is kosher alayis. Okay, obviously it's not good. It's not good for any of us to hear about this. But that does not give me my ability to be a witness in a financial transaction. Kosher says. So the Gemara says, Ani Mari Arbon the Kasha. This is interesting. Is it possible that a person will go ahead and get 40 lashes on the shoulder and still be kosher? That's not going to get Rashi. Arbon the Kasha. Hay Malkusi. Afapi Shein Shalas Radam Mar. Malki Alotoba Shmua. So this is interesting enough. What interesting. Person who is known community to be kosher alayis, to be suspect regarding immoral activities, he would flog such a person like that. So the Gemara says somebody's going to get malchus, you're going to flog them, and it's going to be kosher alayis. That seems a little bit strange. And Rabbi says ultimately, Rav would agree. So again, Rav Nachman still holds that someone who is kosher regarding immorality is still going to be kosher le'edus. Right? Because the only thing that disqualifies you regarding Eidos is financial indiscretion, but not moral indiscretion. But even Rav Nachman will agree when it comes to testifying a woman that her husband is, we're not going to rely on that guy. Right? In other words, because remember again, right? That special kula that Chazal made by Edos. He's lying because he says upon this woman. So Avina said, 1 second, it's only for him to give Edos regarding permitting a woman, getting women out of marriage. But let's say again, this same guy testifies that Rachel is married to Ruvain, that she's a married woman. So that ultimately again will accept this testimony for her. So the one says, Pshita, that's obvious. Now get road drug trust. Road drug trust. So now became right? So maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps Halacha L'Moisa, he prefers that she's married, right? This immoral guy prefers that this woman is married. Like to say, stolen waters are always sweeter. Right? The Gemara says, Kamash Malon, the come of the can you help you shlichah? No, it's not true because he's immoral. Because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married because he thinks she's available to him. So therefore, he testifies that she's married, we ultimately believe him. Okay, Rabbi Nachman, the Gemara says, Ganav Nisan Ganav Tishrei Lo Shnei Ganav. This is great. Rabbi Nachman says, a Ganav Nisan and a Ganav Tishrei is not called a Ganav. Now, it sounds like there's someone who only steals during Nisan and Tishrei. Yeah, this is both more holiday season, right? So when I said I got Nisan, got a Tishrei. So that's the idea is like I'm not being schmucky, not all the time, right? Get during Nisan and Tishrei, such a person ultimately again is not considered to be a Ganav. What does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan Zman Katsir, Tishrei Zman Batsir Ba'asir. So remember again, Nisan is the harvest season, so Tishrei is the ingathering season. So what this means is that so this is talking about what's called fire. The Gemara says, so without the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is needed and only a little bit. Okay, science in the picture. What are you talking about over here? Someone sharecropper working for someone, and what do? They end up taking more than entitled to. So remember again, a sharecropper, what is a sharecropper gets? A portion of the crop. Yes, that's what a sharecropper's name is. Now look is that a laborer when yield is entitled, let's say again, he's working with finished produce, he's entitled to eat while he works. These halachas involved in the tziyah, right? But he's not entitled to do that. He can't put it in his utensils, he can't bring it home. Sharecropper is not entitled to that, right? Because the sharecropper is a financial arrangement. The sharecropper gets a percentage of the produce. He doesn't get to eat while he's working. So he's eating while he's working. So he's a thief. But thief is not disqualified for this. Why? Almost say, it's like an understandable theft. He's more a hacker. He figures, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, that's only I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma wealth, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a bona fide thief, therefore I don't call myself. He's still limited to give aidless. So the Gemara says, if a drug zidid, chag ganav kacha disare, upaste. So we'll say, so again, Rav Zidid, Ikari Rav Zidid. So Rav Zidid had farmers. So what happened? Chag ganav kacha disare, upaste. One stole a cab of barley, and Rav Zidid disqualified him. The chag ganav kibur dagni, upaste. And one went ahead and stole. Literally, again, a cluster of kids. And Rashi says over here, Kibur Kahini Kishkod Ishtamar Hanabanafar, a big cluster of dates, and he passed him, Hano Kabu, the Kibur Nafsha, Biyoto Shalatzeres. So, most says another story. There was a group of Chevron who buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. I will say now, this is actually very interesting. So, if we take a look, Rashi says over here, Kiburi Kovid Mason. So, these guys went ahead and buried the dead, Jewish grave. And they buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says you saw some more exciting that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Sheni. And they allowed that, ultimately again, odds covered on this. Today, we don't do that. Today, we don't do that because we have refrigeration. So therefore, if we make the berry after, it happens to be still in the Hasidic communities. It's still very on Yom Tov Sheni, even presently, that's still in the Makom. But again, in our community, we do not see this done. These guys were Mechal Yom Tov. They're not allowed to bury in Yom Tov, but they were Mechal Yom Tov. They buried on Yom Tov Rishon. Now listen to this. The words of God says, Shantina Upasul Avis. So ultimately, the Papa excommunicated them and made the Apostle Avis. Now, why do you make the Apostle Avis? Because the assumption was, why are they doing it? To make money. To make money. But they wanted to make money. So essentially, they worked and wanted. They buried their young kids. Happens to be that their work is a very nice chesed, shalom, that's chesed for the day. But it's still a young kid. Bachshiri, Rafunim, Gav Yeshua. Rafunim, Yeshua said that, no, there's still kasha Avis. Still kasha Avis. What's the happening from kasha Avis? There's Saba mitzvah ka'afu. Guys thought that they're doing a mitzvah. Again, obviously they were Pascal Young, which they're not allowed to do. But they're more ahead. They're ahead for themselves because they thought that after all they're doing the mitzvah. The Gemara says, but they were excommunicated. So the Gemara says, Savar kavar kapara ka'abi l'rabanan. So ultimately, again, they figure like this. They figure we had and we did something wrong. There was what says they thought it's interesting. At least the Papa felt. And Rafuna felt that this was like an arterial of the shema. They thought that they were doing something good, right? That they're not doing that, but they were burying it, so they thought it was something good. What is the excommunication? They looked at the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they felt that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. So they were excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay, fine. So you must, bottom line, Barry, of course, again, I'm not for myself. It is wrong. You're not allowed to bury on the first day of Yom Tov. But interestingly enough, that Papa, sorry, Yeshua felt that you see in these kind of cases where the person has an explanation for their behavior, and the explanation kind of holds a little bit of water, even though it's erroneous, they're not necessarily postulated. It's incredible. Itmar, what's that type of science? 27A, Itmar. Eight zomer. Okay, it's much an interesting case over here. 8 zomer. So what do you do ultimately again? Remember, an 8 zomer means a witness who has been proven to be false. So remember again, both sides, the process for 8 zomer, you're going to show up and you're going to say, we saw that, A killed B on Monday, and then the second witness to show up and they say, we're going to say you couldn't have seen that because you were with us on Monday morning. Okay, so now we're going to proven to be an 8 zomer. So the Gemara says, so Shabbos says, 8 zomer obviously is not to show you he lost his chesed path. The Shabbos is when do we apply that so Rabbi says he's retroactively disqualified all the way to the date in which he went ahead and he gave testimony. So let me illustrate where this can happen. So let's say for example that Reuben and Shimon give their testimony on Monday, January 13th. Your day's potatoes. Your dual potatoes. Right? So they go ahead and they give their testimony on the 13th of so now, let's say they're not made zoning, right? Until the 13th of Adar, right? A couple of months later, right? Let's say that happens until a couple months later. So now, the shaila is once they made zoning, the shaila is does their zoning status start from now, from the moment they're made Edom zoning, or does it extend that retroactively? Now, this is really serious. The shaila, why? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activities in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made Edom zoning? They signed on shtaros. They were Edom under a chuppah, and all these different kinds of things. So again, do we extend their Edom zoning status retroactively, or no, only from the moment they were made zoning and forward? So this is my focus. Rabbi says, my friend himself. Rabbi says, we kind of love on this. So Rabbi says, we extend their status retroactively. Rabbi says, no, only from this point going forward. Rabbi, I'm going to my friend himself. Rabbi says, retroactively, even of the acid Rothschild, That Torah Amra Tashes Im Rasha, Al Tashes Rasha. So Rabbi says it's retroactive. Because ultimately, again, from the time, now that they were made Zolim, now from the time that they give testimony, they are Rashai. And the Torah says you cannot use a Rasha for any testimonial or aid activity. And therefore, halakha the retroactively knowledge. Also, means according to Ayat, anything that they have done testimony-wise, aidus-wise, any interim has been done. Rabbi already kind of so Rabbi says, anytime that the Zolim becomes part from the moment that they are made Zolim and going forward. Why? The Gemara says, Zolim Chiddush. The whole concept of an Zolim. And you want to say the whole idea of Zolim and Chiddush. What's the Chiddush? My causes the sun is Ami. Some of Kahani, so let's say, because remember again, what happened to the second set of when it says, hold on and say, within a Shemit do not have seed. Well, why should you give any more credibility to the second set than you do to the first? Or believe the second set, tremendous Chiddush. The Chiddush only applies from the moment that it occurs and goes forward. Therefore, again, to extend the age zoning status activity, or essentially to extend, to amplify the Chiddush of Eidim Zolim, which we're not ready to do. For example, if I remember between Rabbi and Rabbi, and I will say, so I just want to point out, we normally think of the concept of Eidim Zolim as everything happening in rapid succession, right? So you're going to give testimony, and then, 2 minutes later, another set of witnesses, bust through the door saying, you're going to show me. But you could see what's possibility, you're going to show me the testimony, and then a month later, 2 months later, 6 months later, a second set of witnesses show up, and you could not have seen what you claim to have seen. You were with us at that time. So then, Machlokas Rabbi and Rav, do they become Eidim Zolim from the time of the testimony, or do they become Eidim Zolim ultimately retroactively? So that's the Machlokas. So Yidani, others say, Rava Nami Yisrael. Others say that Rava Lagabai. How so? Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Eidim Zolim from now, from the time they make them going forward? Very simple. We should see them in the host. Because once again, the issue is you're going to put people at a disadvantage. Remember again, as we just said before, it's quite possible that the witnesses had engaged in much testimonial activity between the time that they gave their testimony and the time that they were made in the soul. And people were using them thinking that they were good witnesses. But typically now up and your testimonial activity, you're going to put purchasers at a disadvantage. I mean, I wasn't trying to cheat them. Because when I had that, two sets of witnesses testified out within each other, or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their death. So Rabbi conducted himself like a Rabbi, and therefore disqualified them only from this point going forward. In cases of Yal Kigam, we're not going to go through all of these cases, but you see Rashi actually quotes all of them. And interestingly enough, Halakha said the Ayin of Yal Kigam is Eidim Zolim. Our case, we pass me like Abaye that Halakha said when an Eidim Zolim is disqualified, he is retroactively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. Which means that if Reuben and Shimon gave the testimony on the 13th of Shvat, and they were disqualified, but they only became Eidim Zolim on the 13th of Adar, everything that they did between the time that they gave the testimony and were made Eidim Zolim is invalid. They're used for documents. They're used for customers. Everything is going to be done over again. Is disqualified on Mafreya. In court. Mumar, all kind of best. Once some other examples of people are disqualified. Mumar, all kind of the so I'll say this is a person who to let's say Tava means because he's there's 2 ways to come into Avera. Number 1 way, you look at because it's enjoyable, because I like it. It's lahais. Ma'achis means I do something to rebel against the Baruch. So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure avera and the theological avera. Pleasure avera, you are intimately familiar, right? I want to do it. I like enjoyable. It's fun. Okay, so we do it. Right? Theological avera, there are principled sinners, right? We'll go ahead and that's what it is. Principled versus pleasure. There are pleasure sinners, principled sinners, right? So principled sinners, just I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So when we're over the means the guys, kosher, because he likes it. Just because he likes it. I enjoy it. It's pleasurable to me. Everyone agrees that such a person is puzzle labors. Such a person is not fit for testimony. Now let's say that what's the idea over here? So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Why is he eating non-kosher? The Gemara says probably because it's cheaper, right? Probably because anyone ever sees these ads, right? It's incredible. Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's a half a mortgage to go out to eat, right? In the kosher place, right? So the night so person eats non-kosher food. Why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, oh, so what does that mean? I'm sinning for financial benefit. Okay, so remember again, what's the common theme over here? Sin for financial benefit. You have paleidos. The paleidos, that's it. So interestingly enough, so this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that a mama lete'avo, a person is not kosher food because he likes it. You want to say it can't just be because of the taste. This kosher food is wonderful. It's because of the cost. Because of the cost. So such a person is sinning in order to save money, sinning because of money, or automatically paleidos, unfit for any destiny. What about a hackers? What about a principled sinner? Person who sins in order to rebel against that Baruch Hu. This is incredible. Abai am apostle. Abai says such a person is apostle. Rabbi am a kasha. Rabbi says he's kasha. Isn't this fascinating? So now you thought just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. Because I'll say why. Because remember, it's important to keep, what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to transactions, because you may or may not be telling the truth, and you may or may not be signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from this. That's why you be sort of person who is even kosher. This person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral. That's an issue I have to work on. Right? But for myself, I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I could still potentially go ahead and give interest. So Abai am apostle, Abai says apostle, Rabbi am kasha. So Abai am apostle, Abai says apostle, why the Holiday Russia? Russia aid. So Abai says, again, if you're a principled sinner against God, rebelling against God, you're Russia. If you're Russia, ultimately again, can't go ahead and Rabbi says kasher. Russia, the Hamas partner. Rabbi says you're kasher. Why? Because the only type of Russia that is unfit to give testimony is what kind of Russia? A financial Russia. And this guy's a principled Russia, not a financial Russia. Incredible. So they say, where is your kasher? Al-Tashas Russia 8, Torah says, do not go ahead and read the Russian aid. Pashas Hamas aid. Who are these people? So Elu Gazlanim is the first to feed. More than the Shvius. People go ahead and do business with Shvita produce. So my lab, Echad Shvuas Shabbat last moment. So we're talking about again more than the shows people who take oaths, who are unscrupulous with oaths. What is that talking about? Isn't that talking about someone who takes a false oath? Or someone who takes false oaths regarding money? So it says, you see from here, even non-financial discretion is invaluable to me as well. Even Shuas money. Or my Shuas dollar, these monetary oaths. So they say, Al-Tashas Rasha aid, Al-Tashas Hamas aid, Elu Gazlonen, Umaladu Business. This is supposed to be for ultimately again what thieves, and ultimately lenders interest to Yukta Da'abai Diyasha. And it's this to the violence, because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to give interest is financial indiscretion and not theological rebellion. Incredible. Steve tonight, maybe this whole thing is about locus tonight. George Michael is on age zone apostle. Torah. Kula give Rabbi Meir. Meir says if someone becomes an Itzomim, they are possibly Eidos. They are possibly Eidos and anything in the Torah. And you have to know when is that so? She wasn't getting the fashions. That's only to remain Itzomim when it comes to capital cases. About Huzam, the Dini Mamanis, Kasha doing the fashions. This is interesting. If a person is named for monetary matters, they're still believed to testify for capital matters. Now, what's the logic behind it? The logic that I say is, it's fascinating. When it comes to the word of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do and things that, I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I say, so interesting enough, apparently, not apparently, you know this, it occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be willing to be a false witness when it comes to monetary matters, but that same person would never lie when it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is proven to be an Eitzomim, when it comes to monetary matters, he is still be believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they're not buying Kramer, Rabbi Yossi. So say that I buy holds a Kramer, and Rabbi holds a Yossi. So someone says, I buy Kramer, I'm sorry. I buy Kramer, what do you buy holds a Kramer? So the Amar Amina Nikulah, because again, he owns ultimately again that you go ahead if a person is going to a more lenient sin, they can willing to do a more humorous as well. For Rabbi Amar Kabiyos, Amar Nikulah Nikulah Amina Nikulah Nikulah Amina. And Rabbi says the Kabiyos, once a person transgress something severe, he certainly transgress something less severe. But if the person has only transgressed something, transgressed something less severe, this is certainly ready to transgress more severe, which was a law. Basically, I'm going to prove you, no one disagrees, you go there. I buy you to that there, I buy holds up there. But Rabbi, I come up there, Hassan Alagabi Eitzomim. So they only established his position by Eitzomim. Wise, the Mamo says, the Mamo is also when a person lies monetary matters, the other Shamai, the Rabbi Brios. Such a person, I will say, ultimately, when it's committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu, and a sin against people. About Hachar, when it is to a case of, I will say, Ochel, Melos, Bahachis, that's a person who is non-kosher, as a priest sin, right? The theological rebellion, the Rabbi Shamai. Such a person is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says around the Brios, that a person is not committing any fellow man. Ultimately, again, low, the Hilchasam, that by it. There was the bottom line side. So therefore, both sides, you want to say over here. So the word was saying, the halacha says that even a principal sinner, right? We call again a mumar, lahachis, which is a person who does Kadosh Baruch Hu, is also possible ladies. So the Gemara second. But it's so sick, right? So the Gemara says, but we just refuted that by name. First Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi, the reflexive Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Shani Hasam, Stam one kind of Kashmir. Even though Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the Stam kind of goes to be made. We want to see the Haka Sasam one, where do you get from? The Barhama Kasha, so what's an interesting thing standing over here. We'll come back to that a lot nice in just more. So what's that? To point out what's happening here. Interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing that a Mullah, let's say Avon, is possible Avis. Someone eats non kosher because they like it. Such a person is absolutely unequivocally unfit for any testimonial capacity. Now, interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands this to be a financial crime, right? That's what it is, right? But why is the person eating that kosher? Cheaper. So, what do you see? You're willing to sin to save money. Once a person is willing to save money, then by definition, they're unfit for all of this. They can live on the wrong side of for financial gain. But once that happens, then I'm not believing, such a person does not believe for any matter regarding testimony. Interestingly enough, the Machlokas Abai and Rabbi is what do you do about someone who is a more lahachis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece over here, but there's a strong theological piece over here. Rabbi says, person is puzzled. Rabbi says, person is kosher. It seems to me we're tilting in the direction of Rabbi, and let's finish this off. So the Gemara, listen to this. So now he wants to suggest we're going over here like Rabbi Meir. Starting talking to Rabbi Meir. Just repeat this story. It's a big story. I mean, it's not a big story, but it's an interesting story. The Bar Chama Kotel Rashi. This guy, Bar Chama, killed someone. Amar Rish Galus, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amar Rish Galus and Rabbi Abba Yaakov put Ivin Ball. So the Rish Galus, like the Babylonian Jew, to Rabbi Abba, go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. If this guy Bar Chama killed someone, well, say literally means poke out his eyes. Now, Rashi points out over here. It doesn't mean poke out his eyes. The Rish Galus did not have the power to put people to death or to do types of injury like this. Rather, what it means is punish him. Punish him, most probably financially. So what happens? Also, say sorry, so what happened? So two witnesses showed up and said, listen, this guy, what was his name? Bar Chama. This guy Bar Chama, he killed someone. So two witnesses showed up and they want to say, Bar Chama killed someone. So I listened, okay, fine. So that seems to be the end of that. I used to trace Sahabi, I see you, babe, so listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chama brought two other witnesses. Two witnesses testified against one of the accusing witnesses. Right? So against just Bar Chama was accused of killing someone. Rabbi Abba is leading up the investigation. He's convening the case. Later in the days, two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we call him Ruben. Bar Chama. Then what happens? Bar brings two more witnesses. Those two witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses, discrediting him. And what do they say? So again, these two guys, so two other witnesses. These two witnesses show up and say one of the witnesses stole. Now they have a dispute about what he stole. One says he stole barley, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Anyway, the point is they're testifying of what this guy, one of the witnesses, is a Ganav, and because he's a Ganav, he is disqualified from testimony, from testifying, and because he's disqualified from testifying, therefore there are not two witnesses against Bar Chama. Okay, so let's analyze. I'm going to my decade. So let's analyze this. So my decade. So by monetary matter, capital matters, right? What's on just because you would lie about money doesn't mean you would lie about the capital piece. And therefore, according to Rabbi Yossi, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the accusing witnesses stole, it was still enough to say him from being a witness against Bar Chama. I'm going to party in like the most download kind of that mayor. How does someone kind of mayor? But he has like the mayor. What is it mean? The mayor says that even if you've been shown for doing minus, then all disqualifies you for doing the function as well. And he passes the mayor. What do you say passes the mayor? So he wants to unite. Even in the hardest time, he's not done doing the functions. He's not done doing nominate. Anyone who is fit to his heart, whether it needs to be as a judge or to testify regarding doing the functions, he certainly believes. So money matters. So money, even when Rabbi Yossi, how he coming the money. According to Yossi, what I said, I say we the case because you so many four monetary matters. The cash of the functions, night. Maybe he's talking about an age who was disqualified because of a genealogical issue, not because of any other testimonial issue. The other thing is, if you don't say this, Sefer Diktani, Yesh Rai Ladon Dine, Mama, saying Rai Ladon Dine, the Fashas, there's such a thing as a witness or as a judge who is fit for the giving mominus, but not for giving the fashas. Am I in a right? How could that be that he's not right? It's some giving the fashas. If he was made, he's only giving the fashas, right with giving mominus. He still believes in monetary matters. The heart, the very call possible. Ella the so yuchsin kai. That is just talking about someone who's disqualified because of being like a tough teacher. Haganami, it's so yuchsin kai. Ella haka scam one. It's not in other words, like we must be going on the mayor, because why would we learn in our Mishnah? What are people are leaders? I'm a second gambler, a lot of religious, lending with interest, must be job racers, so I'm serious as people do business produce. Exact well, any testimony or any testimony that a woman is before, I think sharing us. So today I'm not money who's opinion is in Rabbi Yossi. It wasn't Rabbi Yossi. Ha'ika Eidos, but in the fascists, Shimishik Shela, then Shela, beside the these individuals, but you might say, oh, love is in there. So now you must be there. So Rabbi said, what do you see from here? Rabbi Meir. Now I said, what do you mean from Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir passing to have us. So once someone has been disqualified for dealing mominus, they also can't testify for dealing the fascists. This is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now we'll say, why do you say just keep your eye on that cheating stuff. Meir holds that once you are disqualified for dealing mominus, you cannot testify for dealing the fascists. What's the logic? Once a liar, always a liar. Once you have law regarding monetary matters, you have lots of credibility, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So the Rabbi said, come, let's go for a social. Here we go. So we're going to see for a second. Told you, we're going to make it to Mishnah. I just want to say, now listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Barkham is accused of murder. Rich Kalutza said, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Rabbi Abba convenes a basin. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Barhama kill Ruven. Good. Not good. Right? Barhama kill Ruven. Barhama then brings two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Probably an axe handle. Even though it wasn't worth it, right? But again, he stole. So says, now what's the shaila? So now we're proving that one of the witnesses is the thief. So what's the shaila? Do paskin like Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi? Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that what you would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, the witness is still believed. Rabbi Meir holds that no, being established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony, including capital matters as well. I'll say the whole Gemara to show that what paskin like Rabbi Meir, that Allah again, one proven a liar in monetary law, you have ability for everything. And then Rabbi said, what happens? You go. What happens? The Gemara says, I love Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happens? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Right? Why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding he lost his total testimonial credibility, and therefore Allah again the case was thrown out of court. What happened? Barhama Nashki Akare, Barhama kissed Rabbi Abba's feet. Right, kissed his feet. Right, Rashi says she gave the suso because he was very happy with the verdict. The Kabbalah gave the Kulish Shalek, and he promised to go ahead and get Rabbi Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. And he didn't pay taxes that year. Rashi says over here, the Kabbalah gave the Kulish Shalek, and what the points out, such a shver for that. Generally, Talmidei Chachamim were exempt anyway from the head tax, so he wasn't even giving. We were again expressing his gratitude. Say from us like, "Halach what I'm studying for today," but again, I'll point out halach. I'm answering more. We pass every there. That again, once someone is shown to be a liar, they lose their credibility for monetary matters. You extend that to all cases, including capital matters as well. And of course, again, just to circle back on Abaye, how do we? Everyone agrees. Someone who goes in and eats non-kosher pleasure is soon disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. What about Mumul Hachis? That I'm not asking like a buyer. Mumul Hachis are principles. Someone who seems to rebel against the Kodesh Baruch Hu is also going to be disqualified from any kind of either. So I'm going to stop over here for today. Right now. All right, have a great day, everyone.
Visit the city hall. Let's see here. What can you check out?
I don't know if you're going to show up.
Air pumper. Papa doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Okay, so it's another. Okay. Let's see here. Oh man, why did you do this to us, dude? Let's see. Like,
I know you say you love Dana and you guys are all good, but why don't you ever go to UFC fights anymore?
I don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
All right, Joel, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin Hey Hey, Vitosi Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as it was for Visoros Tavos, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, becoming Mishpacha, dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, the brother of Itan Levy. Kiddush Hashem and Gaza on the Chanukah. We hope that on the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama having Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning space is Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, Yuli Nishmas Zevi's father, Yisrael, better phone Noah, Yosef. We hope that on the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama having Aliyah and his family in Nechama. All those who need Earth worship and here with Kol, the Bonsham should bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the Hara that of our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chomazir there. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is 27, picking up in your Hashem on Vav on the 26. And we left off. All right, we have a lot today. So, we left off. Actually, this is about Amran, which is about 8 lines up before it gets back. We actually did this part, but just to reorient this a little bit. Amran Kanan, Lama Nikra Shoshia, why is Torah called? Because Torah saps of your energy. Again, that part we spoke about yesterday. We're not going to go through that again today. So the Gemara says, good. The Rak, another possibility is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? Shenitna dechashayin b'pnei hasachar. Torah was given quietly because of the suffer. Now, interesting. What exactly does this mean? Because it's almost right across the nation. B'pnei hasachar. Shemakatzet v'amar tistatik v'elyon v'limasu aluchos b'ad Moshe. So apparently the Satan was against the giving of the Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore again it should not be given to men. And so Torah had to give the Torah kind of quietly, so that the Satan didn't know about it. So that's actually quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't exactly given quietly. So what does this mean, the Chashai? So this means a couple of different things. So possibility one could be that this is actually a reference to the second Luchos. Remember again, the first Luchos had a lot of fanfare, and that's right. That is why the Gemara attributed back to the Luchos didn't last. It was too much. It was the Humbi. It was too much fanfare, too much publicity, and that's why again the story doesn't really end well with the first set of Luchos. The second Luchos was given in a much quieter fashion, in a much more similar fashion, and that's why ultimately again it was impossible, and it's a reference ultimately again the second set of Luchos. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what the Gemara is talking about over here is not even as much about giving of the Torah as much as it is about the way in which we acquire Torah. That it is important for Torah to be acquired with Hashai, quietly. What does that mean? It's easy when a person learns to become a Baal Gaiva, first through that amass knowledge, look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing. And of course, there's this fine line between on the one hand being very proud of your accomplishments and celebrating those accomplishments, but at the same time maintaining a proper sense of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. If Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the Satan gets involved. The Rak, another possibility is Shia. What does it mean, Shia? This is so beautiful. The formulation is fascinating. Torah is words of Tohu. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good, right? Because remember, again, our association with Tohu is gracious, right? Tohu Vavol means astonishingly empty. What does it mean, Torah is words of Tohu? Look at Rashi. Dvarim shel Tohu, So Gibor Ukuya Ba'alma, because Gibor Info Shisha Manish, Torah is that. The Torah is interesting. Torah is comprised of words. And listen, words often don't have a mamash. They don't have a substance to them. And yet, it was that Gava became all of us Aleim. Don't you see how beautiful is this? Words don't have mamashas. Don't really don't really have a substance that you don't really have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words upon which the world is produced. So it's the anomaly of the beauty and grace holiness of Torah. That on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world, yet the world can't endure without it. So beautiful. So Ula says, once again, these formulations are interesting. Machshava mo'alas philadelphia, and Rashi says, Machshava daigos halev hamizonoso shalom. So if a person is preoccupied with his parnasa, and a person is worried about his parnasa, so worry about parnasa could undermine his spiritual development. Shnei Amar, made for Machshava salunim, although Sasen Yidayim Toshia. It's a very profound Gemara, and I think Ula is not even a statement of indictment, right? This isn't like a statement of fact. This is the way that it works. I'll say every person knows this. When I'm worried about my parnasa, when I'm worried about being able to pay my bills, when I'm worried just about my I don't material in excess fashion. Just the ability to maintain my parnasa that absolutely upends and undermines the ability to truly focus spirituality. However, on the Rava, in Pasukim Nishma in Moelis. But if a person learns Torah Nishma, then even if at the end of the day he has worries about his parnasa, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. So what is it doing? Sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about parnasa in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes from my Kadosh Baruch Hu. In times when I'm struggling with my parnasa, that's where the things that I need for the Yikono Shel Olam most. So Ula is pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about parnasa often creates an obstacle to spiritual growth or to growth in Torah. But yet, again, Rabbi says, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the dafka in those times when I struggle is the times that I need to be closest, then ultimately, again, and even struggles with parnasa will not undermine my spiritual development, which essentially is what the use life challenge, Casey's parnasa challenge. But not just about parnasa. You could challenges in life in one of two ways. Either it could create a wedge between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or to bring me closer. Now, when you say create a wedge, I don't mean the fact about questioning how did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do this to me. I mean on a basic level, when a person is on this time, the person to allow all of their energy to be devoted to keeping themselves afloat, and not having anything left in their tank for spiritual development. Or a person can say, no, dafka during this kind of challenge, that's what I need, is that Yikono Shel Olam more than anything. And therefore use this challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective, it's all a question of how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenges. Rabbi's Machshava study, Ratzas Hashem Yitachum. Eitzah, Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, Yitachum L'Olam. So Eitzah, the Gemara understands the word Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is ultimately for the purpose of coming closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yitachum L'Olam. This would have been so also on one hand, Ula describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and for that matter, struggles in life, tend to distract the person from spiritual development, understandably so. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge reminds me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in me but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So dafka challenge is to solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relationship with Hashem. All question of how to utilize the opportunity of the challenge. Incredible. So it was the ML site. So let's remember again. That he send back to just a little bit. That he now Allah comments all of these people who are possible evils, like for example, the sacrifice, the gambler. So the Buddha says that's only if they have no other profession. If they have another profession, then these individuals won't be postulated. Right? Rothschild telling you that Masai is not an ummus elo, or this is their only profession. Aval yishlan shalom. I'm sorry, aval yishlan ummus shalom. If they have another profession, it's not gambling, pigeon racing, or all of these other detrimental things. But Allah Shalom, they are cautionary. Says the Gemara, I'm not supposed to say, I'm not. I'm Shabbat is very good. So comes along. All of these individuals, for you officially counsel them for evils, you have to make an announcement in case. Right now, again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? As Rashi says over here, so what's the idea of announcement? So in other words, before you pass someone for bringing aid, because he's a pigeon racer or a sheet of merchant else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is the warning. This is the warning. Almost like an individual. We are going to disqualify you very short. It's your last chance to get it. You get it. So what about a shepherd? Let's say, remember again, shepherd. What's interesting? Shepherd issue, right? Why? What are they known for? Right? That went out. It's always so intriguing how all of our great generations were all shepherds. Like David and Melech, right? After David, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? All this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Loas, son, Yisrael, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is shepherding. Moshe Rabbeinu's first encounter with the snares, he comes out shepherding. It's interesting, by the way, how like sometimes it's the profession, but it's the man. Everything is about So the majority of shepherds seem conspicuous, except for one. So interestingly enough, so whatever. The shepherd, because shepherds were known to be such thieves, do they need this announcement in days to themselves? So my focus, and you said yes, even shepherds need an announcement. The shepherds don't need an announcement. Stam local. According to the guys, you don't need to announce about a shepherd. That's because everyone knows Stam shepherd is apostle. Apostle. Apostle, but according to the opinion that says that even a shepherd announcement, what do you about the statement in the Bible that in general you have to make an announcement about shepherds? So the Gemara says, what do you do about the statement that says Stam Lo Apostle? To the Stama Machris means that the Stama, you're going to have to go ask about the shepherd. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore, interestingly enough, we seem to be adapting this approach that before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce his days. Like Reuven Ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer, and just want to let you know he's going to pay for labors. This way, again, that announcement allows Reuven Ben Yaakov to get his act together, choose to do so. Does the shepherd need an announcement, or does he just disqualify? Listen to this case. Hahuma Tana the Habakasimi Ale trade Gazman. Says there was a Shtar Matana, right? So then the similar Matana gift. And they had two witnesses, and the witnesses who signed on it were both Gazlan, were both thieves, and they're possible Aegis. So Rabbi Rashma wanted to wanted to certify the document as kosher. Why? Because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses. Therefore, because there was never an announcement made, not disqualified. The Rock is in our I'm going to run was. You need to buy in Hakras of the Gazlan de Rabbanon, the Gazlan Dorais, and you buy in Hakras. So this is actually very interesting qualification. Rabbi said back 1 second. The idea of having to make an announcement, that's called with a rabbinic thief. We'll say, what's a rabbinic thief? That's not a thief with sneaker. Rabbinic thief, right? Means that someone who committed an act against the examples of that our Mishnah, the Saki, Mafrias, Yonim, right? Again, the Gambler, the Pigeon Racer, the Talmud, all these possess rabbinic fees. So those are the individuals who require announcement. A biblical fee. What's a biblical? Somebody goes over to someone and steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a biblical theft. That does not require any kind of announcement about it. Such a person has to automatically disqualified from this. Okay, it's quite an announcement. So I'll say this is fascinating. So Nassim says as follows. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, so let's say someone who accepts charity from non-Jews. Such a person is possible that such a person has created a Hashem. Why is he created a Hashem? Why do you have to go outside the community for tzedakah? Right? That's outside the community help. Right? There's plenty of help in the Jewish community. There's no need to take tzedakah from outside of the community. And doing so represents the Chol Hashem. Makes it look like Jews are not compassionate. So I will say, now we're going to see over here, the thing that makes people possible this is money. That's what makes people do this. So if a person takes money or uses money in an unscrupulous way, that's when they become possible this. So therefore, the act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source, shows that a person wants money so badly that he will take it to get from outside of the community. Such a person is possible. It's kind of easy to find stuff. But that's only if they did this publicly, not alone. But if they did this privately, it's not a fellow Hashem, and therefore I get possible this. But if I'm not furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they had the ability to receive this money privately, and not based on themselves. If the person had absolutely no choice, their only option was to receive money from another Jewish source and to do it, was their only way to survive, then halacha said those are extreme circumstances, they're not possible. So it's very interesting. So it says someone who is kosher, which is someone who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, is still kosher le'edos. Look at Rashi, why kosher le'edos? But you know, Russia the save yadcha eight comments. What's interesting? It was just said before. What disqualifies a person for eidos is not simply sinful behavior. What disqualifies a person then what? Then what? A zero pool of aid. Everyone does that. Listen, so what's the aid financially? That's what we're concerned about. Once a person is either will lie, will cheat, is not honest when it comes to monetary matters, then we're concerned with actual law. They're not going to remain honest. But interestingly enough, in discretion areas, in other areas, if you suspect a person is bias, okay, obviously it's not good for anyone to commit that is, but that does not give my ability to be a witness in a financial transaction. So the Gemara says, is it possible that a person will go ahead and get 40 lashes on the shoulder and still be kosher? That's the Rashi. Arban the how you malchus malkin alo tova shua. So what's interesting enough? What Mashiach is doing like this? A person who is known to the community to be kosher ala rayis, to be suspect regarding immoral activity, we would flog such a person. So the Gemara says somebody's going to get malchus, you're going to flog him, and he's going to be kosher later. It feels a little bit strange. And Rava says, ultimately, again, Rav Nachman would agree. So again, Rav Nachman still holds that someone who is kosher regarding immorality is still going to be kosher later. Because the only thing that disqualifies regarding Edus is financial indiscretion. Even Rav Nachman will agree when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that guy, right? In other words, because remember, Eid Echad is believed to say Rachel was married to Ruvain. Eid Echad is believed to say that Ruvain is dead, right? That's two law that Chazal made by Abel's Rishon. Somebody who is suspect of moral behavior, we're not going to leave him. Why? Makes sense. Because we're concerned that maybe he's lying because he set his eyes upon this woman. So Avina became a papa Omer Elach Aval Iduya less than Bach. And Avina said, 1 second, it's only for him to give Edus regarding committing a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. But let's say again, this same guy testifies that Rachel's married, she's a married woman, so that's ultimately going to accept this thing. That's obvious. It's not like Mojo thought. So Mal became up. So maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps Halacha Mesa prefers that she's married, right? This immoral guy prefers that the woman is married. Like to say that stolen waters are always sweeter. That's right. The Gemara says, "Kamash Molon." That's not true because he's immoral. So because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married because this is his opinion. And therefore, if he testifies that she's married, he ultimately believes him. So the Gemara says, Rothschild says a Ganov Nisan and a Ganov is not called a Ganov. Now it sounds like there's someone who only steals during Nisan and Tishrei. Yeah, this is both more holiday season, right? Nisan, Ganov, Tishrei. The idea is like a recreational thief. Not all the time, right? Just during Nisan and Tishrei. Such a person ultimately again is not considered to be a Ganov. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that here. Nisan is man Katsir, Tishrei is man Batzir about the season. So Tishrei is the ingathering season. So what this means is as follows, we'll say. So this is talking about, let's qualify it. It says, so here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit. Okay, so now I understand the picture. What are we talking about over here? Someone who's a sharecropper working for someone. What do? They end up taking more than two. So remember again, a sharecropper. What does a sharecropper get? A portion of the crop. So he gets. That's what a sharecropping arrangement is. Now, halacha is when he's working in the field, is entitled, let's say again, he's working with finished produce, he's entitled to eat while he works. We learn these halachas involving the tzir. Right? What he's not entitled to do, I'll tell you he can't put it in his utensils, he can't bring it home. A sharecropper is not entitled to that, right? Because a sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. A sharecropper gets a segment, a percentage of the produce, and doesn't get to eat while he's working. So the idea here is we're talking about a sharecropper who's eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but just thief is not disqualified for Abus. Why? Almost like I must say, the second understandable theft. He's more a hatter. He figures out, listen, I'm really hard. I'm entitled to this. If a regular laborer gets benefits, I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma work house, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's careful, it's still limited to be dangerous. Shechrei drugs again. Chad Ganav Kabisare. So what's it? So again, he probably does it. They had farmers, and what happened? One stole the cap of barley and they disqualified him. And one went ahead and stole literally again a cluster. And Rashi says over here, he brought down Eshkol Ish tomorrow Rabbi after dates and he passed. Hano Kabu. Roy, the keyboard Nafsha, the Yom Tov. So we'll say it's another story. There was a Chabra who died on the first day of Shavuos. I will say now this is actually very interesting. So if we take a look, she says over here, Kibure Mason. So these guys went ahead and buried the dead on the first Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says you saw this more important that you and they allowed that. Chazal allowed that ultimately again. Now today we don't do that. Today we don't do that because we have refrigeration. So therefore, again, there's no concern that the mace is going to decompose if we make the berry until after. It happens to be still in some of the Hasidic communities, they still bury on Yom Tov Sheni, even presently, that's still the Minhag. But again, in our communities, we do not see this done. Anyway, these guys were Mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury in Yom Tov Rishon. But they were Mechal Yom Tov, they buried on Yom Tov Rishon.
Oh, shit.
So ultimately, Rav Papa excommunicated them and made them pasul. Now, why do you make them pasul? Because the assumption was, why were they doing this? To make money. Make money. Right? They wanted to make money. So essentially, they worked on Yom Tov. They buried the dead on Yom Tov. It happens to be that their work is a very nice chesed for the dead, but it's still a Yom Tov. She said that no, they're still kosher labels. Kosher labels only a couple of parashah. How can you make them kosher labels? They're shy. Savar mitzvah. These guys thought that they're doing again. Obviously, they were b'chintiv, which they're not allowed to do. But for more ahead there, they made a head for themselves. They thought that after all, they're doing mitzvah. So the Gemara said, "Kamishantina," but they were excommunicated. So the Gemara says, Savar kapara ka'abdi elabaran. So ultimately, again, they figured like this. They figured, you're right. We went ahead and we did something wrong. There was also gauge buds. Interesting. At least Papa felt. At least Rapuna felt that this was a good example of like an Ontario. They thought that they were doing something good, right? Now, it was not Ontario. Thought they were carrying the youth. They thought it was something good. What about the excommunication? They looked at the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they felt that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of it. So they were excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay. So the Gemara says, bottom line, by the way, of course, again, it is wrong. You're not allowed to be on this birthday of Yom Tov. But interestingly enough, Papa, Yeshua felt that you see in these kind of cases, the person has an explanation of their behavior. Explanation kind of holds water, even though it's erroneous. They're not necessarily postulates. What's that type of sign? Look, the eight zoning. It's supposed to be an interesting case over here. Eight zoning. So what do you do? What do you do ultimately? Again, remember, eight zoning means a witness who has been proven to be false. So remember, the process for Eidim Zolim, Reuven shouldn't show up, and Reuven shouldn't say, we saw that A killed B on Monday morning, and then the seconds that are going to show up and they say, Reuven shouldn't have seen that because you shot us on Monday morning. Okay, so now Reuven are proven to be Eidim Zolim. So the Gemara says, so now the Gemara says, so Eidim Zolim obviously is not permitted to give Eidim. Is not believed. He lost this guy's kashrus. The shaila is how or when do we apply that status? So Rabbi says it might be so. Rabbi says retroactively disqualified. Retroactively disqualified to the date in which he and he gave testimony. Let me illustrate where this can happen. So let's say, for example, that Reuven in their testimony on Monday, January, that your days. You're doing with things, right? So they go ahead and they give their testimony on the 13th of this. So now what happens? Let's say they're not made zolim, right? Until the 13th of Adar, right? A couple of months later, right? Let's say that happens until a couple months later. So now let's say now the shaila is once you make zolim, the shaila is does their zolim status start from now to the moment they're made zolim, or does it extend that retroactively? I was saying that this is really serious with Shiloh. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engaged in other testimonial activities in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made Eidim Zolim? They signed on shtaros. They were Eidim under a chuppah. Right? All these different kinds of things. So again, do we extend their Eidim Zolim status retroactively, or no, only from the moment they were made Zolim and forward? So this is my focus. So Abaye says we extend their status retroactively. Rabbi says, no, only from this point going forward. Abai says retroactively, the acid Russia, who Torah Amra Tashas Russia, Akshas Russia. So Abai says it's retroactive because ultimately, again, from the time now that they were made zoning, from the time that they give testimony, they are a shite. And the Torah says you cannot use a Russia for any testimony or aid activity. The retroactively invalid. So according to Abaye, anything that they have done testimony-wise, ageless-wise, in the interim is going to be undone. Rava so Rava says, no. The only time that a zoning becomes possible is from the moment where a zoning going forward. Why? The Gemara says, a zoning chidushu. Because the whole concept of an Eid Zomin, the whole idea of Eid Zomin is a chiddush. What's the chiddush? My chaz is the son's ahani. Some chahani. So I'll say, because remember again, what happened in Zomin? The second set of says is come along and say, Ruben and Shimon cannot have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. Well, why should you give any more credibility to the second set than you do to the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous chiddush. The chiddush only applies from the moment that it occurs and going forward. Therefore, again, to extend the Eid Zomin status retroactively would essentially be to extend, to amplify the chiddush of Eid Zomin, which we're not ready to do. So again, I just want to point out, we normally the concept of Eid Zomin is everything happening in rapid succession. Reuben and Shimon show these things, give testimony, and then 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, bust through the door saying, Reuben and Shimon, you were with us, you couldn't have seen it. But you could see there is this possibility. Reuben and Shimon give testimony, and then later, 2 months later, 6 months later, a second set of witnesses off and say, Reuben and Shimon, you claim what you claim to have seen. You were with Machlokes Abai and Rabbi. Become Eid Zomin from the testimony, or do they become Eid Zomin ultimately retroactively? So that's another point. So others say Rabbi Nami Ka Abai Yisrael. Others say that Rabbi holds like Abai. Rabbi holds like Abai. How so? Umat Tam Kamar. So Matam Kamar Mikana Lahav. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Eid Zomin from the days going forward? Very simply, we should see the little because once again, the issue is we're going to put people at a disadvantage. Remember again, as we just said before, it's quite possible that the witnesses had engaged in much testimonial activity between the time that they gave their testimony and between the time that they were made into Eid Zomin. And everyone was using them thinking that they were good witnesses. If you begin to now upend your testimonial activity retroactively, you're going to put many purchasers at a disadvantage. So my benai wasn't part of those two men. They trade bechad. 2 sets of witnesses testify about Reuben and Shimon. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their theft. So Rapapi conducted himself like Rabba, and therefore disqualified them only from this point going forward. In cases of Yalki, you're not going to go through all of these cases. See Rashi acts all of them, and if enough, our case, we pass like Abaye that when an aid is disqualified, so actively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony, which means that if Reuben and Shimon gave their testimony on the 13th of Shvat, and they were disqualified, but they only became only on the 13th of Adar, anything that they did between the time that they gave the testimony and were made Izum Zomin is invalidated. So if they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they were used for chasanas, everything is going to have to be done over again. Incredible. So most of the times like Abaye, Zomin disqualified the Masbaya. Incredible. Mumar, Ochel Neves, most of the people are disqualified. So listen to this. Mumar Ochel Nevelas Ateavo. So once again, this is a person who eats not sure to let's say avon. Avon means because he likes it. Now, remember again, there are 2 ways to commit an avera. 2 ways to commit an avera. Number 1 way is let's say avon. because I want to, right? Because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Versus lahachis. Lahachis means I do something to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure avera and the theological avera. Pleasure avera, we are intimately familiar with, right? I want to do it. I like it. It's enjoyable. It's fun. It's interesting. Right? Theological avera, I'm taking a principle. The principle sinners, right? Who go ahead and that's what it is. Principle versus pleasure. There are pleasure sinners, principle sinners, right? So principle sinners, just I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So remember, Okol Kebel means a guy who eats non-kosher because he likes it. Just because he likes it. I find it is pleasurable to me. So divrei hakol pasal. Everyone agrees such a person is not testimony. Now, what's the idea over here? So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Kosher. So the Gemara says probably because it's cheaper to use these ads, right? For non-kosher, it's incredible. Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever. It's like ridiculous, right? It's half a mortgage to go out and start in the kosher place, right? So kosher food. Why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, that means I'm for financial benefit. Okay. So remember again, what's the common theme over here? When you sin for financial benefit, you are apostleless. The apostlate, that's it. So everything Gemara says that interesting of lahachis. So this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees. A person kosher food because he likes it. Gemara says it can't just be because this kosher food is wonderful. It's the cost. Because of the cost. So such a person is sinning in order to save money. Sinning because of money, you're automatically apostlate. What about lahachis? What about principal sinner? Person who sins in order to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is incredible. Abai Amar Apostle. Abai says such a person is apostle. Rava Amar Kasher. Rava says he's kasher. Rava says, isn't this fascinating? So that we have thought just the opposite, right? But everyone will say why. Because remember, it's important to keep what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to transactions because you may or may not be telling the truth and you may or may not be signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from this. That's why again we saw the person who is eating this person may be immoral. Okay, it might be immoral. That's an issue I have to work on. Right? But for myself, I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principal, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, it's still potentially go ahead and give interest. So Abai Amar Apostle, Abai says Apostle, Rava Amar Kasher. So Abai Amar Apostle, Abai says Apostle, like the holiday Russia. Russia. So Abai says, again, if you're a principal sinner, rebelling against God, you're Russia. If you're Russia, ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and be an aid. Rava is kasher. Russia, the Hamas Fa'inon. Rava says, why? Because the only type of Russia that is fit to give testimony is what kind of Russia? A financial Russia. And this guy's a principal Russia, not a financial Russia. It's incredible. So Mason, who is the kasha? Al-Tasha's Russia aid. Torah says, do not go ahead and make a Russian aid. Al-Tasha's Hamas aid. Who are these people? Gazlonin, these are first defeats, more in the Shvius. People go ahead and do this with Shmita produce. So my lab, Echad Shruas Shava, Echad Shruas moment. So we're talking about again more than the shows people who take oaths, who are unscrupulous with oaths. Who is that talking about? Is that not talking about someone who takes a false oath or someone who takes false oaths regarding money? So it says, you see from here, even non-financial discretions invalidate you from this law. Idi Shruas moment. Brings monetary oaths. So they say, Al-Tashes Russia aid, Al-Tashes Hamas aid, Elu Gazlonen, Umalavi Ribis. This refers to people ultimately, again, who are thieves, and ultimately lend with interest to Yufta Da'abaye to Yufta. And this seems to refute Abaye, because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to do Eidos is financial indiscretion and not theological rebellion. incredible. Maybe this whole thing is not focused tonight. Someone becomes an eight zomin. They are apostle to give us, apostle to give aidless in anything in the Torah. When is that so? Shows pashas. That's only to written a zomin when it comes to capital cases. About huzam dinim is pashas dinim the pashas. This is interesting. If a person was made eight zomin for monetary matters, you're still believed to testify for cappers. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic of is, it's fascinating. When it comes to the world of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do and things that, I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I will say, apparently, well, not apparently, it occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be really false when it comes to monetary matters, but that same person would never lie when it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is proved to be an eight when it comes to monetary matters, they would still be believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they might buy Rabbi Rabbi Yossi. So say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi and Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yossi. So Shemar says, Abai is married to I'm sorry. Abai Kramer, originally Abai holds like Rabbi. So Amar Amina Mikula L'Chumra. Because again, he ultimately agreed that we go ahead if a person is willing to do a more lenient sin, they'd be willing to Chomer sin as well. Rabbi Yossi the Amar Mikula L'Chumra. And Rabbi says to Rabbi Yossi, no. Once a person has transgressed something severe, they're willing to transgress something less severe. If a person has only transgressed something, less severe, they wouldn't necessarily to transgress something more here. So it's mercy low. Ali Rabbi Yossi, according to Rabbi Yossi, no one disagrees. Keep the good either mayor. Abai kirab mayor. Abai holds like the mayor. But Rabbi. So Amir only espoused him by Itzomim. Why? So the Gemara says, Itzomim, the Mammon, because what matters, the Rala Shamayim, the Rala Brios. Such a person against the Kadosh Baruch Hu, person against people. About Ha, when it comes to a case of saying, Ochel Nefis Lahachis, that's a person who is kosher, as a principal sin, right? As a theological. The Rala, such a person is committing against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in Rala Brios, that a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, lo, the hilchasa kavasa dabayin. They always say, but bottom line, that follows abayin. So therefore, I both say, what the Gemara seems to say over here. So there, the Gemara saying, what do you mean, what follows abayin? That the halacha says that even a principal sinner, right, what we call again a mummer lahachis, which is a person who does avilos in the principal way, to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu is also possible leidus. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Vayisosu, right? So the Gemara says, well, we just refuted about it. To which the Gemara says, the Hasihi, that reflects to be Rabbi Yossi. If you have it Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what about the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Shani Hasam, to stand one time, even though normally Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the stam kind of goes going to be mayor. The Gemara says, "V'hacha sasam run." Where do we know that from? The barachama katal nashe. So, what's an interesting case that happened over here? We'll come back to that halacha in just more. So, I'm trying to point out what's happened over here. Interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing that the more is possible. Someone is not kosher because they like it. Such a person is actually unequivocally under testimonial capacity. Interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands to be a financial crime, right? That's what it is, right? But why is the person eating non-kosher? Cheaper. So you're willing to sin to save money. Okay, well, one person is willing to sin to save money because that shows you're willing to study law for financial. Well, once that happens, and I'm not believing such a person doesn't believe for any matter regarding testimony. Interestingly enough, the Machlokes Abai and Rabbi is what do you do about someone who is a more lahachis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece over here, but there's a strong theological piece over here. So Abai says, person is puzzled Rava says person is kosher. It seems to be we're tilting in the direction of Abai, and let's finish this off. So the Gemara, listen to this. So now the Gemara wants to suggest we're going over here like Rabbi Meir. I'm talking to Rabbi Meir. Just listen to this story. It's a great story. I mean, it's not a great story, but it's a great story. The Bar Chama Katal Nashon. This guy Bar Chama killed someone. Amalei Rish Galus, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amalei Rish Galus, the Abba Bar Yaakov, took Eigenbach. So the Rish Galus, right there, the Babylonian Jury, says to Rabbi Abba, go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. So if this guy Bar Chama killed someone, so say, let's poke out his eyes. Now Rashi points out here, this doesn't mean poke out his eyes. The Rish Galus of nowhere to put people to death or do types of injury like this. Rather, what it means is punish him. Most probably financially. So what happens? Also trace out the Ashidu then by the cut. So what happened? So two it up and he said, listen, this guy Bar what was his name? Bar Chama. This Chama, he killed someone. So two witnesses amazing to say Bar Chama killed someone. So I was like, okay, fine. So that seems to be the end of that. So listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chama brought two other witnesses. And two witnesses testified against one of the accusing. Right? So again, just right? Chama is accused of killing someone. Rabbi Abba is leading up the investigation. He's convening the Beis Din. When they're Beis Din, two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we call him Ruben. Bar Chama killed. Then what happens? Bar Chama brings two more witnesses. Those two witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses, discrediting him. And what do they say? Ganav Kata on the base wall. So again, so these two guys, so two other witnesses. Witnesses show up and they say one of the witnesses, one of the accusing witnesses. Now they have to decide what he stole. One says he stole, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Either way, the point is they're testifying that what this guy, one of the accusing witnesses, is a Ganav, and because he's a Ganav, he is disqualified from testimony, from testifying, and because he's disqualified from testifying, therefore there are not cases against Bar Chama. Okay, so that's not I'm like my decade. So that's not like this. So much my decade. Rabbi Meir, Yossi Ha'avar, normally, if there's a whole discussion of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, what does Rabbi Yossi say? Just because someone is disqualified or made it to an Itzomim by monetary believe for right? What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Just because you lie about money doesn't mean you lie about it. And therefore, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the accusing men from being a witness against Bar Chama, what is Rabbi Meir say? Rabbi Meir says that's been shown to be an Itzomim for the numinous that automatically disqualifies you for being a cautious as well. And consequently, what do you say consequently there? So he wants to be nice, even in the heart, what is done being the cautious? Done being numinous, anyone who is fit, whether it means to adjudicate as a judge or testify regarding being the cautious, is certainly believed for monetary matters. So money, Yossi, if that's Rabbi Yossi, so low. According to Rabbi Yossi, was the case because you do have a person who was made once he's made an age so many for monetary matters. The kasha being upasla being honest, a lot of Rabbi seems to be made. So meaning, maybe he's talking about he was disqualified because of a genealogical issue, not because of any other testimonial issue. If you don't say this, Sefer Diktani, Yesh Rai Ladon Dine, I'm not saying Rai Ladon Dine, the Fashos, there's such a thing as a witness or as a judge. So it's Dine Mamanis, but not the Dine the Fashos. Am I in a Rai? How could that be that he's not Rai? It's some Dine the Fashos. If he was made in someone who just Rai Ladon Mamanis, he still believes in monetary matters. The hard, the very hard, someone. Ella bepsul yuchsin kai. That was he talking about someone who was disqualified because of generosity. בepsul yuchsin kai. Ella haka stam man kasnan ilu hinapsu. In other words, like we must be already there because why would we learn in our Mishnah? Who are the people who are apostle Fa'idos, a Masaki, the Kuvya, gambler, Maladi Rebis, lending with interest, Mafrika, Yonim, dove racers, so Shvias, lending people do business with the closers, Nabad, Zaklau, Kolos, Shein, Haisha, any testimony, right? Any testimony that a woman would not be for, I've seen so today I'm not as well. Money who's opinion is, Ilim Rabbi Yossi, if you want to say Rabbi Yossi, Ha'ika Eidos, Ha'ika Eidos, in the Pashas, the woman can't identify. Yet these individuals could. So the Gemara says, Allah, Rabbi Meir. So now there must be Rabbi Meir. So if Rabbi say, what do you see from here? It's Rabbi Meir. Rabbi say, what does it mean for Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir passes in halacha. Once someone has been disqualified for dinei mamanis, they also can't testify for dinei nefashos. This is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now, I will say, why does Rabbi Meir hold? Say, just keep your eye on that cheetah. Rabbi Meir holds that once you are disqualified for dinei mamanis, you cannot testify for dinei nefashos. What's the logic there? What's the logic? Because once a liar, always a liar. Once you have lied regarding monetary matters, you have lost your credibility, and we don't put it past lie for capital matters as well. So Rabbi say, come, let's go for a second. Here we go. Come, we're going to see. So finally, told you we're going to make it. We're going to make it to Mishnah. Now listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Barakam is accused of murder. Reish Galusa says, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Rabbi Abba convenes the basic. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Bar Chama kill Reuven. Good. Not good. Right? Bar Chama kill Reuven. Bar Chama then brings two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Barley, an axe handle. Either way, it wasn't worth it. Right? But Lamais, again, he stole. So now what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? So now it's proven that one of the accusing witnesses is a thief. So what's the Shiloh? We ask like Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that what? You would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, witnesses will be believed. Rabbi Meir holds that no. Once you have been established as a liar for monetary, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony for capital matters as well. And I've also the whole Gemara to show that what? We constantly like Rabbi Meir, that Allah once proven a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility for everything. And therefore, I will say, what happens? Here we go. What happens? The Gemara says, I love Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case. Like, why? Because one of the why was one of the disqualified? Because he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimonial credibility, and therefore Allah said the case was thrown out. What happened? Chama kissed his feet. Right? Rashi says she did the Suso, because he was very happy with the verdict. The Kabli Lekar gave the Kulei Shalet, and he promised to go ahead and get Rabbi Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. And he didn't pay taxes that year. Rashi says over here, the Kabli gave the Kulei Shalet, Rasilo Kaldama Mimaras. And what says the Marshal points out, he doesn't get such a strength. Were exempt on tax, so he wasn't really giving back. He was expressing his gratitude. We'll say, Allah will still waiting for it. But again, I'll point out Allah. We pass like Rabbi Meir. That again, once someone is shown to be a liar, this is credibility for monetary matters. We extend that to all cases, including capital matters as well. And we'll say again, just to circle back, go back to circuit and Rabbi, how do we pass him? Everyone agrees that a moral someone who goes in and eats non-kosher again for their own pleasure is certainly disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. What about a moral hachis? The Rambam paskins like Abaye and a moral hachis, a principled sinner. Someone who sins to rebel against the Kodesh Baruch Hu is also going to be disqualified from any kind of evil. So I'll stop over here for today. All right, Chavaz, have a great day, everyone. It's gonna be a zombie keto Michael outside. Good morning, Dr. Ross. It is a great spot to be able to be in another week off and practice and helping together to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry thing. Our commentary sponsor for Top Shin Pei Haiti 5785 is the Country Rafa Community Talk with dedicated over $2 million this year. And it's a bus and service levels for Amisro. Our commentary sponsor for the month of please becoming this Rafa in memory of Amit Zayn, brother and legacy for the Rafa brother of Peter Rabbi, is still fighting in Gaza on the first week of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zebulun Jersey Daniel, the English master, Zebulun's father, Yusuf Himself, then the Paul Noah Yosef, the learning sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Marowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mingo Furo, Mingo Bas, Shlomo Todros, this is one of the Rafa, the American Commentary, all of the Shabbat family, all of the families in the summer, although the leader of that will get it some parties, and that is something that has to just change the shalom and the current to allow the self to be successful, but all I'm not saying anything. But with that, let us begin with a great, really like incredible. Exceptional dot today. Today's dot is top about 26. So we're picking up on top about 26. 5 lines down from the 6 lines down here. Dot at the 2 dots. No, sorry. 4 lines down from the dot at the 2 dots. I'm going to be showing the Kula you call it also super shoes. So let's remember again. We had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the doors to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve the what we call a testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Russian, the Mishnah had the Russian, on Kapdalin, the Mishnah had the Russian Sokre Shvius. So, which again, at first glance, sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. And again, Shemitah, radical year, every 7 years, that local is becomes hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, if you eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content, that's not a problem. Yeah, two, you catch them up with Shemitah produce. Number one is doing business with Shemitah produce. And number one is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. So let me start with the second one first. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem. As long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, that we have to do the business model, right? All of the inventory is key. Right? So let me go out of all the inventory and sell. So again, you're not allowed to sell. It sounds like a good idea. Only work out once it's also. So a lot of ideas, right? So the mice, you're not allowed to do that. That's called software shoes. It says that a person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. It's hustle ages. That means went on, and Yerushalayim, it's also Oshvishis, Yishra Anasim, covered with Sofa Shis. So then Yerushalayim comes on this interesting thing. He says, in the beginning, he would call people, gather those Shemitah produce, and then when you Anasim, an Anasim is someone who compels someone to do something. When you Anasim, right, with the conversation of Anasim, he began to call them people who business. So again, not even what is happening. So let's go on and begin. Let's go. Said we give my cover. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the mission itself? What do you cover? Maybe you can say, you know how you call, how you only sleep. She is suffering part of Sudan. So in the beginning, the first generation of the halacha, there's a very straightforward reason for halacha. People who gather Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be in age. Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. Everyone, in other words, that's what you're allowed to do for the Shemitah year, gather produce. But if you business with Shemitah produce, then the hustle. Right? So if you gather on a secondary market, that is hustle, because you're publicly or flagrantly violating an avera that essentially renders you unfit to be age. Right? It's not necessarily just This is any after a person does regularly without the words. Okay, we share up with Mamsir most years. Then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently in practice, that what would happen, I with somebody would hire a group of poor people. And you say to the poor people, go and gather as much shmeat the police as you can. Because remember again, institution on the now shmeat the police that one of the people take as much as you want. So there were people, so they hire poor people, go and gather shmeat the police, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? We might see it, and then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echazevi Echazevsus. So what ended up happening? What happening is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's puzzle. Everybody's puzzle. So interesting enough, what this did was is that Halacha L'Maisa, that whether you were someone who was so rich, ultimately again was grateful. So Chazru was should living in Iraq. I don't understand. Troubled by this, they understand. He said, "Hi, Misharabu Hasim, Misharabu Hasim." At the end of the day, and why does it have nothing? A nothing sounds that people are distorted. Right? So it should say Misharabu Hasim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved in business, however, for this. That's when Chazal said anyone essentially dealing in mass shmita will leave prohibited from giving inputs. So the Gemara says, hello, this is the Tchiva HaYomen, Echad Zevi, both of these individuals are possible. In other words, what it has as you are a gatherer, you are puzzle. Yishrabu ha'anasim, in my mission, you are the anasim, are no. So look at that, she says, Arnona, Mas Sheshes of Andirashi, Mas Shaboba Hamelach Milafu, Kaf, Kiri, Nasab Lishana. Arnona, the taxes. You do Arnona, those taxes. But this tax, this was a tax of the king, that the king levied upon the field. If you paid the tax rate, if you didn't pay the tax he's going to go ahead and take the field. Now, this poses a unique problem during the studio. Why? It's interesting. That's farming. Yes, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So what happened? You should have you not in Fabiana said, hope the Zoro Bishir Yushim Arnona. So this is incredible. Fabiana said, farmers, she said, go. I will say now, this is incredible. Look at that. She poked the Zara Bishnis. Shnis Bizman Zed Rabbanon. They bought what Kiddush HaSa'aretz. So this is what it said. So Rabbi was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. The king didn't care about Shemitah. So like you said, it's posed a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. But get ready for this. Rabbi put out a public declaration. He said, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest during the Shemitah year. How can you do like this? How can we? So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during these of Rabbi was Rabbanon. Because Shemitah is Rabbanon, we will be more about this. Now, what makes Shemitah Rabbanon? Which was only the Alai. So there's yoga. That was only the Alai. So when Yoshver Allah, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. But it's actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, you have certain methods. For example, Shmuel Dog Shemitah up, right?
Honestly, that's why I never get angry, because I do so much, I'm exhausted.
We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7 year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure the next couple of years, this year is a year. Yeah, so the next 7 years, this should be it. It's interesting to say, one of the recent debates about Shemitah is Heter Nechira. Right, the notion of going ahead, essentially like Nechira Skala, it's like selling your land to a non-Jew. It's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa shmita bizman hazeh rabbanon, according to most opinions. So because it's rabbanon, you have greater leverage. And you want to say something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that you think about that first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halakhic ramifications as well. Anyway, Shabiana can says, I need you to play notes because if you don't, you will draw land. And they said, Osim Ksherim, Sofrim Psulim. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher labors, right? Because you're not doing anything wrong. So, those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're apostle labors. So, clear about Zaniki. So, that's about it. So, the local ones that take away from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah. It's fine, no problem. Kosher labors because that's a perfectly permitted practice. It is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's covered up. Those individuals ultimately are going to be apostle labors. Okay, now I'm saying a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi Chia bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Yotzadek, Havikazi the Abishon Asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi Chia bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon ben Yotzadek. Right, so let's go Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to intercalate the new year. We're going to declare a leap year, in a place called Asya. Yeah, it's a city called Asya. So what happened? Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish says, "Hey guys, where are you going?" Right, and they're telling him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, "All right, can I come with? Can I come with?" So okay, so now we've got the Shlukish, Ready Kibsher. Can you just imagine, like, being in his back seat at a minivan? Like, can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on with that chevra? That's what it is, chevra. So Chia, there's Shimon, and now Shlukish tags along. So the Gemara says, Amar, Ezel Echzi Heti Avdilda. Shlukish says, listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the integration, how a leap year is done. You want to come along? Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, they saw a guy plowing his field. Now, both say it was a Shemitah year. They saw a guy plowing his field. Some of the home, Kohen the Kodesh. This guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. Kohen violating Shemitah. Unlow. So interesting. Here and Shimon were surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. They said, "What's again? Amrlo, Yokol Lomar, Agiston Ani B'Sochol." First of all, he says it's a Jewish-owned field. That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. If you look at actually Agiston Schia, the Karka Shomatu, Inam Shoanonis Halabal Balabaisa. So it says, number one, it is the field of the non-Jew. Number one, maybe this Jew is a higher. Okay. Number two, maybe it's the field of the Jew, right? And remember what Rabbi just said before. Rabbi just before that Allah Kalamaisa under extenuating circumstance, like when the king is going to seize your field, if you don't pay the tax, your field. So essentially, this is whoa. You know, I understand. But Rabbi is saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Cohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Cohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on the Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Kohen the Zalai. Guy a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in Shemitah. Amarle, Yacholova Akio Beis Habana Sarah. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make it netting for the olive press. Right? You have a Rashi points out pile of olives, they would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting was often made from smaller, soft branches. So it could be the guy not pruning the vineyard, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the vine in order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, so it's this fascinating tension here. You know, on one hand, Reish Lakish going saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go and be Moran Yitzchos. So Reish Lakish responds, says, Amalahem, Halig Yodea, Akel in Kalkalos. The heart knows. Again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha, a little bit of a play on, right, because again, the Russian making the netting for the olive presses, la'akel base habat in the netting, al represents like a corruption of din, of justice, a corruption of other. But actually says la'aver al hadat. So we're saying, so this is incredible. Reish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Reish Lakish just means the second situation. So it's like that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to believe myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You could run from it, you can it, but it always comes at some point. At the end of the day, you could everyone else in your life, you could do a great job at it, you could do it for decades, you could do it an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not living the life I need to live, I'm becoming the person I need to become, I'm engaging in the activity really appropriate for me. Heart knows whether the image I project to the rest of the world is the true or is a facade. And that means I'm telling you, it's like reminiscence. The celebration points out, I mentioned this many times. It was one of his first essays on Shabbat. So I points out that Shabbat, so we often translate Shabbat as repenting, right? But the truth is, it's not what Shabbat means. What's the true etymological definition of Shabbat? Is to return, right? And in fact, as Oren points out, he's coming to from Shmuel, unique in that he wasn't just another, he was also the shofar, also the judge. What was he really unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. What he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bring the base in, bring in the dining people. The Lashon that he uses is Teshuvah So Harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, Teshuvah So. So Salvation points out, he says, you see from here, that at the end of the day, Teshuvah really means a return, I mean, not just a return, but a return home. Like Salvation says something so beautiful, he says, life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? He says everyone has that point where they come home. And what Religion is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to say, all of the excuses I made, right, and all of the shitas, all of the hashkafas, all of the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling, and I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Reish Lakish was saying. How many you fool everyone else, but the heart knows. In the Rothschild, in the Kalkalos. So the man says, hey, I'm the the man just asks, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? If you want to say that ultimately again, it's that stated. See, the problem that occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up the Shemitah and the other two rabbis by worker? And if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases. That's a really good, not a good excuse. It's a good interpretation explanation for both cases. Right? It must be the pruning case, not first. And after that was not a good excuse, then they brought the worker excuse after. Okay, match the code. Yes, what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So also, this is very interesting. You show me the Chashidi actually is. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? This man, what's this fascinating? Such Truma Shemefel in Shashvias. Listen to this. If you have one sauce, one sauce Truma, remember the Truma can only be consumed by a Kohen. One sauce Truma that falls into a Sa'ah of Shemitah produce. And what's interesting about this? So remember Truma only can be consumed by a Kohen. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. I have a Sa'ah of Truma that falls into a Sa'ah of Shemitah produce. Yeah, let me get to you. Yeah. So like one Sa'ah of Truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now the Shemitah produce over is Chulin. Right? Even remember again, even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately again is Chulin. Again, with limitations. Now remember, if just one substance for himself, so the entire mixture becomes Truma. That's not right. In this case over here, one substance falls into 100 Sa'ah of Shemitah produce. So what's Tala? So remember, the ratio for bittul of Truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts Chulin to 1 part Truma, the Truma is batal. Now, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it rot? Why let it rot? And now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the source of the mixture? Truma. So why do I have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Sell it. So let's it says, let it rot. I'm not your cool. Why let it rot? You can Kohen, B'dinei Truma, Chutz B'dinei Osah. Sell it to a Kohen. In general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, if I'm in Israel, so I have Truma. I'm going to Truma to the Kohen. I mismanage. I'm the Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets mixed with my Chulin. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts, 1 part Truma, then what do I do? What's that? That's the mixture. Have too many drinks, you can write back and either avoid eye contact or say something, right? As I sit down, you know where you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, what happens? What's that? Here we go, good. So what do you do with that mixture? What do you think? Now here's the thing. Now you can gift it. This guy, you can gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's Chulin. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell this. What's the market? Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount. Why? Because Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's a manipulation that can buy this, so they have the upper hand. So now it's like this. Watch this. I have one Sa'ah of Truma fell into, we'll call it 90 Sa'ah of Shemitah. So the Truma is not bottled. So what did the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. Let's let it rot. I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now what could I sell to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture, because I can't sell I charge the Kohen for Truma. Right? Why not? Because it's his. So I can sell him the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. So let's say there's 90 Sa'ah of Chulin of Shemitah produce. One Sa'ah of Truma. So the total volume is 91 Sa'ah. I could charge him, obviously, a discounted amount for the 90 Sa'ah of Chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rot. What's going on over here? So it's worth So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah, we don't want you saying Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How can it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Next to the Kohanim, Rashi says, La hashos shvius achar ziman beer, demo that here. So we'll say, so now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As we mentioned before, you are allowed to store produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim were so good, they're so pure, they're so right? So why are they so chashid over here? So look at Rashi. Fascinating. Rashi says they have they have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? That she because concept is, come on, we always keep kaddish stuff in our homes, right? We have truma, right? We have kashim, we have all these different things. Okay, so the rest of so remember, Shemitah produce is kaddish, truma is kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are kaddish. So Kohanim, they may mix themselves, and they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but Kohanim, we are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So because of this, we got a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made enactment clean a choshen on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and therefore incredible. So that results in this last case that during the Shemitah year, you have truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine, the truma's bottle, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a coin. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you can dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So the Gemara is like, so once again, remember, we've got Rish Lakish traveling to get Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how to collect the money. So Amru, that's the game. You know, listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chia said, this man is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. He's real, like, in other words, like, why are you walking? They were taking him back by his negative disposition. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish, who's Rish Lakish? Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate mouth. Right? Rish Lakish was a gladiator, all these different. He had a very, very past, right? And then he went ahead, becomes a Baal Shura, and embraces the quality of Torah. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit of an insight into human nature than these other rabbis, simply because the Pashas of Rabbi Chia grew up in constant base medrash. I'm telling you, I know people. The root of the text is when someone's dishonest. Sometimes when you've lived that life of dishonesty, you could schmeck it, you could a little bit different, like you could detect a little bit more. So now again, I want to point out, interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't smell. Let's go back there. Okay, so what happens is now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. But he's unapologetic. And he's also, you have to understand, things we change about this Gemara is, that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the katz chus. You have to use the benefit of the doubt. So these other Rabbanim seeming very sluggish, who would probably say, you have to be chus, not down the shtus. At the end of the day, I was like, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, is be done the concept of course. But perhaps for someone who was much more plugged in human nature, he was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So let's say the story gets better. We're not finished yet. All right, Kimatul Hassam. So now what happens? They arrived at places that they called Asya, this place where they were going to the Hebrew, they were going to declare the new month, the new year. So they were going to declare the new year. So what happened was good. So the clear of the Shimon, so they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalufa L'Gada to say. And they took out the ladder right in front of Reish Lakish, which means you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You're here, you came with that shkaya, you can go on. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay, I was looking at Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, Reish Lakish was now offended. He's very upset. He's on Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right, Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpacha. Came before Rabbi Yochanan. Amalei, so let's get ready for this. Reish Lakish says, Amalei, B'nei Adam HaChashudim Ala Shvi'is Shemin La'abra Shana. So what's this? Listen to this. So now Reish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shmita, are they permitted to go ahead and Bima Abedashon, are they permitted to declare B'Yeh? And we'll say, now remember again, now what does that mean? Reish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shmita, but he's saying things like this. There's also part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. Reish Lakish says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shemitah, they didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. You are complicit. This is what I was going to say. I just want to point out, we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman al-Islam, what is happening in Australia now, with the anti-Semitic events, and people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism list when a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you're siding with it. It's not accident. After Australia, with all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That happens. That's what happens if you don't make a stand against evil. Then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So it's like you said, Rabbi, you're for Shemitah against Shemitah, right? Pick a team, and if you see violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't know, you're not going to have any objection, then by definition, what you are violating. So Rabbi Shlomo is talking on how could these guys who violate Shemitah be parts of the cover? That's the nuclear. Sorry. So just then it's like was thinking, he's like, you know what? Essentially, answers a big problem. I think he's the Halash Social right. Okay. Rabbanon actually do some. So as we talked about this before, they're no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and meaning, so it's like we said, maybe Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai are not even part of the base to make the leaf. They're just sharing information. And information, you could even be a shepherd. So again, something what happened over here. Reish Lakish just called these two Rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. The Kesher was shown in a million. Then it's understanding that's not a good writer because in the previous case, the guys relied on the shepherds' information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual base thing. The concern is that these two Rabbi, the Chia and the Shimon, are part of the base thing, and if guys are part of the base, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishayim. Kesher Rishayim sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, guys, congregation Kesher Rishayim, right? Whatever. It's like Kesher Rishayim, right? So it said the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again they're part of the Beis Din, and if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishayim, a congregation of the Rishayim. So it's like Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his and there's analysis over here. So look at Rashi, just a moment. כשאנו, והיך הסומכים על מיני זה, לעשות כדבריהם, ואפילו אי הם עושים על עיבור כדין וכדס, אז השאלה מסעדה סייבר. They're going to base the meaning of the enemy. Okay, so therefore, the Shaktish is really saying, I don't understand how this basin that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into, right? I don't understand how this is a valid basin. So Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what, it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them the sharp. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan, so look at actually, it is a little bit over the top. You want to, it's interesting, you want to hold them accountable for objecting to Shemitah violation? I say that. I do, and if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan does help with that point. But to call people the sharp, that is a level, and that level of the word creation. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's already a little over the top. So Yochanan says that I don't think you can do. So Kiyas wants to make Rabbi Yochanan. So says, yeah, what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Rish Lakish said them. So Kiyas was telling Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Lai, Karivan Goy Kar, Velo Amar Mavelo Nudi. So listen to this. So it's essentially, so now, so Rabbi Chia and Shimon come down, and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Rish Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And he didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan all the way this. He didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, no, you carry the Lloyd so Miami, right? And if he would have said that, he called you cattle herders, if he would have called you sheep herders, would you have rather let him really would have made a difference? So it's very profound. What Yochanan is saying is, so what? And what's one of the first lessons that we teach our children? Just because someone calls your name doesn't mean to react. Yisrael was upset because Yisrael thought you were wrong. He called you Yisrael. He called you. If you notice that way, Rabbi Yochanan counters Rish Lakish. He called him a shot. That going to step in, right? But when I saw, when you go ahead, he called you a cattle herder. You can't get over it. Now listen. Interestingly enough, that's the story ends. That's the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you know the fact, right, we're not sure from the story who was right. Was the Shlokish right and right? Were these Kohanim were by Shemitah not? So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity. But there's tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from the Shlokish is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when they are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from the Shimon under the Kiyah, you got Makafs, right? So again, and different in life require different. What you also see is that when I say just because someone says something to you, one of the lessons that has been like where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And that's something you don't have to receive. How often in life respond to something that afterwards like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Right? That's something that immediate response. People are really fast. They often see what you believe before you believe it. And why? Had enough self-restraint just to not respond, life would be so much better. Plus, you also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with your words that you use. And also, you see this, we're not really into it. You know that for our people right now, like one of the most contentious issues is the issue of the draft. And so the draft of the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuos night on it. So without even wading into it, listen, but the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you, you've lost. Even if you're right, you lost. Because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate. because you want credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing. And when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It is so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. Right. Okay. As much as like this. My shop. So once I said that, interesting enough, one of the things that Lucky said, was he called it a cash on a shot. Right? He called the fact that Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this thing, he called it a cash on a shot. So the Gemara says, what is, we've never heard that expression before. What is that? What is that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. Kesher shut. What's a kesher means? Like a balance, like a chevron. What does that mean? It's like, this is wild. This is wild. Not kesher shut. Chef Nahava. Garish for place of this. Now we're going to be introduced story of with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If the name or the story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from the book of Jewish knowledge called Peace. Right? And again, if you have a sister or a female member of your family who has, you can ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So now this is an incredible story. So listen to this. So Chizkiah, essentially, like his chief staff was a man by Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Tanchacher. He would actually, the number of, he had 130,000 followers. Showed up. Okay, this is Chizkiah, Havarish, Bechad, Saragusa. Interesting, Chizkiah was the king of Judah, and sons of David. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. She also said, "Hey, Yerushalayim." So now we know the famous story. So Hey comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is the famous story of Sancheir's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheir came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities. This is Yerushalayim. He already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate an organized surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? The problem was, Chizkiah didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He attached, and he wrote a note, essentially a letter to Sancheir. Shevna, 130,000 Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on the arrow, he shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyatu l'shlimu, Chizkiah v'siyatu lo. Shene'emar ki hine harisham yijichun, tachas konenu chitza lo yasa. So says, now what happened? So literally wrote a letter to Sancheir. Chizkiah doesn't want Shevna and followers want peace. So he sent this letter to Sancheir. How the Chizkiah was concerned. He didn't know what to do. So there's a concept of Achayrav Mahatos. We follow the majority. So Chizkiah started second guessing himself and took himself. You know what? Maybe Shevna is right. Shevna is the majority. He's the vote. And if Mishparach goes by the majority of them, maybe if Mishparach doesn't stand up to Sancheir, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Rabbi Chizkiah said to him, so listen to this verse. So here it quotes over here. The passage from Shadow. Well, so the Nabi comes and says like this: Kesher Shavu, Kesher Sham Elam. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a Kesher Sham. So here's where the expression comes from. Like this robe is a Kesher Sham. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not the halakha. Incredible. So therefore the Rabbi Christ did not surrender. The Torah as your back, do not surrender. So Shebna is feeling pretty good about himself because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he's come to neutrality. He sent this letter to Sennacherib. He's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shebna do? So Shebna comes and says, but he should have this letter. Shebna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of the Davidians. So Shebna is really getting ready. And he's ready to go ahead and assume the throne and be installed by Sennacherib. He decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kingdom. So the Rabbi says to Shebna, what are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out the Davidic plot? So essentially, the Rabbi said to Shebna, this one was going to make wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, one of the man is going to put the one in the what does this mean? In general, people have more rachmanis on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So Rabbi was saying, if you make you like a wandering man, name this maybe a wanderer, no one's going to have rachmanis on you. So we'll see what happens. So Shebna gets leprosy. So no yitzfinecha safna kadra al eretz achrach bas yadayim. Tano ubikesh kamon beis Adonov. Shebna wanted to bring the spirits upon his master's home, his His home. Napak both of a color, even though Shebna was all great, right? But Shebna ultimately, again, his glory turned into degradation. Let's get into this. So now, Shebna and his followers, so Kiskos are not surrendering. Shebna, along with his followers, say, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. And his whole federal happens. You have enough to do. So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sennacherib. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as they walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out, and the moment that Shebna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city. Again, Shebna walks out by himself on the base, on the way. So now Shebna comes before Sennacherib. I remember again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So I'm going to Mishar so Sennacherib says, Shebna, we're all followers. So Shebna says, now Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers decided not to come. Right? How do you do? They say Yerushalayim on the basis that it was in vain. So obviously, so Sennacherib thought this whole thing was a joke. Right? Here, so Shebna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? It turns out by himself. So there's a embarrassing. Because you can imagine, again, there probably was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. What is 130,000? Probably much more, because it's 130 people we garrison to. But also, so it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes in. So Karen says, you're making fun of me. You're mocking me. What did he do? So he says, now through back to Karu, Bizan, Hussein, so they bore a hole in the soles of Shebna's feet, attached them to the tail of their head, and dragged them on the thorns. Shebna, unfortunately, again, literally is enough to be what a descent he experienced. We'll say, again, in general. So it's fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. And what are the mechanics? Obviously, Shevna working in command. Shevna in command is skill military. But great that he can really learn the lessons that's his staff. That's actually that we do though. Right? But again, his skill was responsible for such a high level of scholarship in Talmud. So it was like golden age of Jews. Everyone knew the halachas of Tum and Tara. Last month is that. Everyone knew the halachas of Tum and Tara. There was a golden age. Things were good. His skill coming from the Shia. Things were going well. Shevna has everything that were influence. So how do you make a mistake? How does that happen? Once I get right to this, I'm going to Lazar. Shevna Bal Hanoah. Shevna was the physical pleasure. Sivhacha. Lech Bala. Sochein Hazek. Sivhacha. Fakri Lo Socha. It's one that's exerted Shabbat. Sochein Socha. It's actually Sochein means the treasurer. And Socha, that's why it was by Abishag Ashinamis and David Amara. So what's interesting enough, what was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. But a person, what does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure, right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although actually points out it might be illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So say, what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? Oh, so it's pretty good. What kind of life is that? It's an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. We are put here on this to serve, to work. We are part of God to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avoda of life, not but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which will say, by the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And egocentric life, I say, leads one to gaiva. And one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. The story of Shevna is the story of great people throughout the ages. Who have so much potential, so great wings, but they take a turn because everything comes out themselves, as opposed to become a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. Take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time until you're down. That's what happened over here, to be honest here. So Shevna, for living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens with Sankhya is, this is my moment. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that Yaiva sets in the side, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You yourself, here there's a teacher on it, and yet what is Shevna doing? He's marking out. Like he's deciding where to be buried. Like she's deciding making the plans. Forget my life turning. I'm already making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately will be one story. The Gemara says, "Ki hashaso siyaresu sadik mapal." So let's say some Gemara quotes over here the pasuk, from the Rothschild. From Kira. Shasos Yaresun, Target Mapal. So again, just in time, we're dashing this passage. Shasos Yaresun. For the shas, we'll define what shas means, will be destroyed. Sadik Mapal. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different ways to this passage. So Rabbi, we Chag Amar. So it's unclear if Kiskio and his assembly, his followers were destroyed. What would that be for the tzaddik? The Chagam is against Samita Shiaras, tzaddik Napal. Obviously, this was destroyed. This is Hashem would have sided with Shevna What's good would have happened? If plans of that Russia were not upended, what good would the tzaddik have done? The opinion that says that also refers ultimately to the plans of Shepna. It makes sense. Who destroys the plans of evil people. This not Evan Haisa it makes sense to all of this. Hamikdash also shows, as well as saying the center of Hamikdash, actually by the Holy Chakra, was what's called the Avish's foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. From the Chizkiah of the Siaita, where do you find it? It's called the Shasas, the Tzed, the beautiful Kivites. Vayish Alein Levi's area. How far? Kira Isa to the deal so she. Well, fine. Nama Nikla Shma Toshia. So once we see those there in Torah, is something called Toshia. Why is Torah called? It's beautiful. Nickname Shimafesh Koko Shel Adam. Because it meets the part of a person. I won't say, listen to this. Toshia, Toshia, Shela, Shel, Al Shem, Shal, Shes, Al Shem, Shalom, Mishusak, Al Rablam, Denikos Toshia. Sorry. Good, fine. So before we get to that, so the nation of the Shishkol Shalom. So we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Pasuk Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say, this is very interesting. What does it mean Torah weakens a person? Torah says in Torah Hashem Kanina Meshivas Nefesh. Meshivas says Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? The Torah weakening is Torah reviving. What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now we're saying to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility can absolutely deplete the kohos of a person. Now listen, but it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, is sanctity of your own. Right? The person makes a sin, right? The person marries off their child, the person makes a bar mitzvah. And what happens? You can't sing a bas mitzvah. This little less, because you're not dancing as well, right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? Exhausted. So you say, never. I'm exhausted. Yeah, never. It's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that scene. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah actually can exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know? If you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, it's a good sign. Or a bad mashia, one of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap you of any energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem is showing the secretary brings that also. He says on the Reishi Matasha Kol Shabbos is beautiful. It's Kol Shabbos. He says is a reference to the Yitzhara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yitzhara. Which I will say like. Yeah, we know from the second verse. Right now it says, a person should try to go ahead and always incite the good inclination over the Yitzhara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yitzhara? What did you say? Bring yourself joy, confidence, Torah allows us to weaken our Yitzhara. We know this. So it's when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yitzhara to go out and commit averos when we're doing the daf. Now maybe the moment that close my Gemara, there's something else going on, right? But the next one, why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah, by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yitzhara. That is the power of Torah. It's not Teshes, Kol Shal Adam. diminishes the power of the Yitzhara, which is why, by the way, the Gemara says in second brachas, the person is struggling with the Yitzhara, sometimes all they need to do is just open a sefer really quickly, or now boss to come up Rabbi on that, right? Come up Safaria, right? And just read a pasuk, it's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back, the Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, Shenitna Bakashan Nifnei Asata. You know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, more for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Say Shrek again. We always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's much shorter than tomorrow. Very. Don't look. Shrek. Let's say we'll start to the week. Incredible. All right, guys on Zoom. A wonderful day. All right, so let's say morning of the us. It is a great Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Masechet Sanhedrin together by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift. Our commentator sponsors for Shin Pei Reader 5075 and the Tosin Mishpacha Meretz Yisrael for dedicating all this year as a zechus for those fellows for Am Yisrael. Our Tabor sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman Mishpacha in memory of Amir Zichron Bracha, brother of Rabbi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning. Sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, the Elite Master Zevi's father Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal Noah Yosi, and our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Alan and Sue, Myra and Sue's mother, Mindel Funeral, Mindel Bas, the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Nisham Sham and Aliyah, families in the Chama. For those who need a refuge, that one together with Israel. The Baruch Hashem bring our hands to this home, the Shalom and the Karam, allow our holy soldiers to be successful before Maaseh future him. Let us begin with a great, incredible. I should have put it in the chat. Except this Chosvav 26, and we're up on Chosvav 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top, at the 2 dots. We had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we'll call a testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon. On Chavdalah, the Mishnah had the Lashon of Sochrei Shvius. So, which again, at first glance, sounded like going to do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah is about a year, every 7 years, and ultimately everything in the field becomes taxable. So one of the things you're not allowed to Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's no problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce, and number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. And start the second one first. You can go ahead and amass Shemitah, no problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah is a great business model. Right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab inventory, and sell it. Again, you're not allowed to. Sounds like a great idea. Only one problem. So, like a lot of great ideas. What makes you're not allowed to do that? That's called Shemitah. So, the Mishnah says, the person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. It's either how you call it also species. Rabbi ha'anasim call the gross on so species. Remember, the Shemitah in the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah. And then when the anasim, Now, someone to do something. When the Anosim, right, with the proliferation of Anosim, he began to call them people who do business with the produce. So again, not exactly during Mishnah what is happening. So let's go on with the Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My comment. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? What means to say? The tefillah how you only she is sharing suffering psulim. So in the beginning, the first iteration of the halacha, it was a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering shemitah produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do. Is gather produce. Sochrin psulim. If you business with shemitah produce, then you're hustle. Right? So if you gather free and then you went and you stood on the secondary market, that is also. Remember, now we'll say, any time that one is publicly or flagrantly that essentially leaves you unfit to be right? It's not necessarily just the things is using illegal shit the produce. Any idea that a person does flagrantly without remorse. Okay, what happened? The Sherabu Mamtsie Mos Laniyim, the Asli Aniyim, the Asilahu, Umaisi. So then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of poor people, go and gather as much shemitah produce as possible. Remember again, there's a limitation of the amount of shemitah produce that one is allowed to take in the field as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire poor people to go ahead and gather shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echazev Echazev Psul. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's puzzled. So now, interestingly enough, what this did is that Halacha L'Maisa, this said whether you were an Osei or whether you were someone who was Sofrei Shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So the word says Kashu Beben Rachba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rachba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hi, Misharabu ha'anosim, Misharabu ha'tagarim mibayim." At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu ha'anosim? Anosim makes it sound like people who are extorting, right? So it should say Misharabu ha'tagarim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal had to step in and say, anyone is saying in mass shemitah produce is prohibited from giving aid. It says, Ella, listen to this. So beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. Listen to the partial. In other words, whether you go ahead and a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Mishrabu ha'anasim umaynim u'aganasim arnona. So this is very interesting what I'll say. So look at Rashi says arnona. Mas is the second of the short line of Rashi. Mas shego b'hamelach min ha'kfua kach v'kach kurim min ha'sad l'shana. Arnona is taxes. No matter who do Arnona is all taxes. Hey, so but this was a tax of the king levied upon the field. If you paid the tax break, if you didn't pay the tax, he was going to go ahead and steal the field. Now, this code is unique to Shemitah year. Why? It's during Shemitah year, you're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? I know now. The Mach is Rabbi Yanai, as Rabbi Yanai said, Hope Vizolo B'Shviyas Mishum Arnona. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, he said, go and plant your fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. Now we'll say, this is incredible. It actually Hope Vizolo B'Shviyas, Shviyas Bizman Azed Rabbanon, Debatla Kiddush HaSa'aretz. So listen to this, what we'll say. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and their crop tax, Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. The king didn't care about Shemitah. So like we said, this posed a unique problem because that would mean that during Shemitah they couldn't pay the tax. What would happen? The king would come and seize their field. Let's get ready for this. Etc. I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their fields. How can you do such a thing? How can one do this? Again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi was Drabanon. So because Shemitah is Drabanon, one has a little bit more leverage. Now, remember what makes Shemitah Drabanon? Shemitah is only the Oraisa when Yovel. Yovel's only the Oraisa when Rov Yoshver Aleha, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. We'll say, by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain methods. For example, Shemitah like the big debate. Shemitah coming up, right?
But I did listen to that Bobby Lee episode where he talks about
we just had it's every 7th year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure it's within the next couple of years. Yeah, so the next 7 years it should be it. And I was going to say, so essentially, sir, one of the recent debates about Shemitah is Keter Mechira. Right? The notion of going ahead, essentially, kind of like it's like selling land to another. It's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such concept like that even gets off the ground because halacha l'maisa Shemitah bisman hazeh Rabbanan, according to most opinions. This Rabbanan has a little leverage. They always say something very exciting going to see very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the announcement this future where the majority of Israel is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact. Think about that. For the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael. But understand it also has a number of different halachic issues as well. In any event, so the guy comes along and says, I need you to plant the fields because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. So they went and they said, Osvin Ksheri, Sofer Psula. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher le'edus. Right? There's not doing anything wrong. Sofer, those who cannot business the Shemitah produce, they're apostle le'edus. So if you have a Zion to keep sacrifice. Once they said that's so that what I said, take away from this is people collect produce for Shemitah. That's fine. No problem. Kosher le'edus, because that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be apostle le'edus. Okay. I won't say the Gemara tells a dramatic story. Ready for this? Rabbi bar Zan. Okay, get ready. So the Kia bar Shimon ben Yotzama. We're going to intercalate the new year. We're going to declare in a place called Asya. So that's a city called Asya. So what happened? Pagul to Reish Lakish. So they bumped into each other. Reish Lakish, guys, where are we going? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, can I come with? Come with. So okay, so she said, we've got Reish Lakish. Listen, can you just imagine, like, the backseat of that minivan, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on to that trap. So the Shimon Reish Lakish tags along. So the Gemara says, listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the intercalation, how leap year is done. You want to come along? Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, they saw a guy plowing his field. Now, I'll say it was a Shemitah year. They saw a guy plowing his field. So I'm on the horn, Kohen the Kodesh. This guy is plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. He's Kohen violating Shemitah. On the Lord. So interesting that here, and Shimon was surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, Amrullah, Yokol Lomar, First of all, who says it's a Jewish-owned field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. If you look at actually at this stone, the Karka shall not do you. So it's like, so number one, maybe it is the field of a non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jew is a hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it's the field of a Jew. Right? And remember, what did Rabbi just said before? Rabbi just said before that Allah under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to seize your field, if you don't pay the tax, you have to work your field. So essentially, they said, okay, I understand. But Sharkis was saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Cohen. You Cohen. Right, that's number one. And that's a Cohen who is in violation of Shemitah. They're saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, the Shemitah year, you're not allowed to prune your vineyard on the Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Amalahan, Kohen Zara. The guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the right. You have an olive press and you have a pile. Rashi points out you have a pile of olives. They would put a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is also smaller, softer branches. So the guy's not pruning here, but instead what he's doing is gathering some stuff from the vines in order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So it's this fascinating tension here between, on one hand, Reish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Moran Zichos. So Reish Lakish responds, he says, Amalahem, Halid Yodea, in Rakel, in Ra'akalkalos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha. A little bit of a play on words, right? Because again, the Russian for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat, to make the netting, and akal kalos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other. Actually, say la'aver al hadas. So what's that? So this is incredible. Reish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. Reish Lakish was confident in his assessment of the situation. Let's say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to delude myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. Halid Yodea. At the end of the day, you can fool everyone else in your life. You can do a great job at it, you can do it for decades, you can do it an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Halid Yodea. Your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm being the person I need to become. I'm engaging in that really appropriate for me. Whether or not you image the rest of the world, for me, or is it for an overwhelming and reminiscence? The Salvation points out that nature many times in one is on Shiva. So it points out that Shiva, so we often translate Shiva, is, right? But the truth is, it's not what Shiva means. What's the true etymological definition of Shiva? It's to return, right? And in fact, the Salvation points out this comes really from Shmuel. Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Rabbi, he was also the shofet, he was also the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the Rabbi uses is Uteshuvah Sol Harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, Teshuvah Sol. So Salvation points out, he says, you see from here that at the end of the day, Teshuvah really means a return, and not just a return, but a return home. And Salvation says something so beautiful. He says, life is one big circle. He says, the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? It says everyone has that point where they come home. And what Salvation is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time, but at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right? All of the shitos, all of the hashkafas, which all sound fantastic. But at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. I have to face the reality of I am and what I'm not. That's what Rothschild was saying also. How do you know that? You can fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows in the akel, in the akalos. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm a liberation. By the way, just ask, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? If you want to say that ultimately, again, it's as it's stated, is see, the problem with saying that they occurred as just is, why not bring up, right? Remember when they saw the guy plowing, which like I said, he's a Kohen violating Shemitah, and the other two Rabbanim, and the Trinity says maybe he's a hired worker. And the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse. Not a good excuse, it's explanation. Good explanation for both cases. That the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not an excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, match the code. So you want to see what's happening. Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shmita? What's going on over here? So once this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? This man, what's this saying? Such a sin Shashlias. Listen to this. If you have one saw measurement, one saw Truma, remember Truma can only be consumed by a Kohen. One saw Truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. And what's interesting about this? So remember again, Truma only can be consumed, Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a saw of Truma that falls into a of Shemitah. Yeah, I'm gonna get to. Yeah, right. One saw of Truma that falls into. Now, the Shemitah produce here is chulin, right? Even remember again, even though ultimately again, chulin with limitations. Now we'll say that's one saw of Truma falling into a chulin, so the interpretation becomes Truma. In this case over here, one saw of Truma falls into 100 saw of Shemitah produce. So what's now the hot tala? So remember, the ratio for bittul of Truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part Truma, the Truma is batal. Now, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it know? Listen, why do you have to let it rot? And now, let's go through this. Less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do you have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a color. Sell it to a color. So let's go. Yet, the Bible says, let it rot. Why do you let it rot? You can let it Kohen. Chutz may also sell it to a Kohen. I want to say that in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm Yisrael, I am Yisrael. So if I'm Yisrael, so now what happened? I have Truma. I'm supposed to give that Truma to the Kohen. I mismanage. I'm a notorious Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets mixed in with my food. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. It's one of us. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 1, 100 parts per Truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what's that picture? What's that for? Have too many blank expressions looking right back and either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I sit down, you know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, this less than 100 parts, one part too much, less than 100 parts too much. What happens? Let's start with mixture. Truma, excellent, here we go, good. So I say, what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift it, you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't I have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's chul in there. So remember, there is a market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The Kohen market. Now remember, the Kohen market, everything is going to be at a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's the only population that could buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 saw of Shemitah produce. So the truth is not fatal. So what does it say? You got to let it rot. But why do it rot? I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a Kohen? I sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the truma. Because I first saw I can't charge Kohen for truma, right? Why not? Why not? Because it is. Because it is. So I could sell him the amount of the mixture minus the truma. So I think we have 90 of chulin of shemitah produce. One saw of truma. So the total value is 91 saw. I could charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and running Iraq. Let's go run everywhere. Which was from the key, which we do know is also merit. Nefshudu kohanim ashlius. So let's say what do you see from here? You see here that Allah, so we don't want you selling shemitah produce to kohanim. Why? Because kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to shemitah produce. How can it be that kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Nefshudu kohanim, Rashi says. La hashos achazinan beer. Know that here. So now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As I mentioned before, you are only allowed to store shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing shemitah produce in their home after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good. They're so pure. They're so sweet. Right? So why are they so cuddly? Right? So look at Ashley. This is fascinating. She says, the motor bracket, they have the motor hatter. Good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? They start Shuma the country, the Gabayu, that she is not because the concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. We have Truma, right? We have Kadshin, we have all these things. Okay, so that's the cut. So remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish, Truma. There are other Kohanic gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim and Mora Hatter, they made an excuse for themselves and divest themselves. But we Kohanim, we are allowed to keep holy stuff at home. So let's say, so because of this, they became mission of the proper treatment of the produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made enactment, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah, the produce. So therefore, again, and let's say, and therefore, it's incredible. So to this last case, that Shemitah year, you have Shuma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, or if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Shuma's bottle to go. But if it's less than 2 to 1, you can't even sell to a Kohen. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you're permitted to dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So the Gemara is so now remember we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they intercalate the month. So Amru, true that we day. So now listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia said out Rish Lakish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. Like in other words, like why they were taking it back by his negative disposition. I won't say that. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish, who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate Balchul, right? Rish Lakish was a thief, a gladiator, all these different kinds of, he had a very, very checkered past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a Balchul, embraces the totality of Torah. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than these other Rabbanim, simply because the pastors of Rabbi grew up being close to these Medrash. They grew up in this Medrash. Rish Lakish said, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. Sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. Sometimes when you live that life of dishonesty, you could smell it, you could smell it a little bit different, like you could detect it a little bit more. So now again, as I said, I want to point out, interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't smell. Let's go back there. Okay, so I have to this now. So now these other I'm very taken aback. But it's like she's unapologetic. And he's going to say, also you have to understand. Well, since he turns out this Gemara is, it's like this, that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down with chus. You have to use that with doubt. So he's other Rabbanim seeing, right? So it's like she was probably So you have to be done with Kapskos, not done with Kapskos. You know, at the end of the day, I was like, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, that love is be done with Kapskos. Perhaps for someone like Rish Lakish, who was much more plugged into human nature, he was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So let's start this better. We're not finished yet. Kimatula Hassan, they arrived at the place, what they called Asya, the place where they were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to declare the new month. The new year, so sorry, we were going to choose the year, so what happened was great. So the Khiyar and the Shin, so the Gemara is some equal to Ibra, so they went upstairs to the attic. Like that's where the Rabbanim are going to keep Shalufa Dargamitusei. And there's a ladder right in front of us, which means they're not coming with. You know, that's the way, right? You're here, you came with that Shkayach, you can't go on, tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay, I was looking at the other. So it says, so Shlakish was now offended. He was very upset. He comes to the other. Remember again, we're going to be right? We're going to be right? Right. It's mishpach. Before I get off, Amalei. So let's get ready for this. Shlakish says, Amalei. The Adam HaKiyis Shein LaAbed Shana. Cool. So what's this? Listen to this. So now the Shlakish says, I don't know. Are these people suspect about non-observance of Shmita? Are they permitted to go ahead and declare a leap year? It will say, now what does that mean? The Shlakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Shimon of buying Shmita, but he's saying like this. It's going to say part of the obligation of leadership. So Shlakish says these men walk by these fields and were violating Shmita. So if you don't stand up of wrongdoing, you are complicit. This is what I'm trying to point out. We are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman and what is happening in Australia now with the anti-Semitism, people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism list, and when a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make your stand against evil, then by definition, you are siding with it. It's not an accent that I've lost in all of the political stances of political. That there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So it's like you said, Rabbi, you're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machal, you're not going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violating the Shemitah. So if you start to think to the Ochanan, how could these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the fact that that's declaring a leap year? Sorry. Don't catch me. So Generous Lucky's were thinking, I was like, you know what? It's actually not such a big problem. I'll tell you why. Needed to halash Losharai Boker, Rabbanon Akshivim Samach. So we spoke about this before. Because there's no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, like we said, maybe these two rabbis, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Shimon are not going to mix the leap year, but they're just sharing information. Information you can even be supposed to. So again, something what happened over here. Which just called these two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? And also called them people who violate Shemitah. V'hadra amalodami hasam inu rabbanon v'avua v'ushasa hacha kesher rishon. The kesher rishon ain't a very funny saying that's not a good idea because Judas the rabbis relied on the shepherds for information. that the shepherds were not part of the actual Beis Din. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, that here Rabbi Shimon are part of the Beis Din. And if these guys are part of the Beis Din, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishon. Sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, okay? Congregation Kesher Rishon, right? It's like Kesher Rishon, right? So they said the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again, they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishon, a congregation of the Rishon. So it's like Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi. Just a moment. Kesher Rishon, no, they only something out in the Rasos to the Vayam, but he ain't also all evil. He didn't put that as a Shon. Okay, so therefore, I don't understand how the Asian is operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into. I don't understand how this is. So Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what, I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them a Shai. In other words, so Yochanan, so look at Rashi, Da'aka, Shata Kori Osana Shai. It's a little bit over the top. In other words, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation? I hear that. I do. And Rabbi Yochanan doesn't count for that point. But to call Pishon, that is a different level, and that level of yeah, right. That level of diatribe, that is going to be to do. So Kias like to look at one. So I say, see now what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Reish Lakish said about. So Kias like to look at so what's interesting is they said so now, so the Kia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish called us cattle, called us shepherds, and you didn't say anything, like you didn't for Rabbi Yochanan's only know this, like you didn't take up for us. Rabbi Yochanan says, I'm a little who knows so my meal, right? And if you so what would it say? Like it called you cattle herders, it would have called you herders, if you're about to let it would have so it's very often the saying is so what? Right, so that's one of the first lessons that we teach our children. Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you need to react. Getting something is upset because you're talking about you wrong. So he called you a shon. He called you like I can't. If you notice by the way, I don't count as your stuff. If you call me a Russia, that I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right? But when I saw, once you go ahead, he called you a cattle herder. Okay. Get over it. Now let's say, interestingly enough, that's the story. So let's get out of this story. So you notice by the way, right? I'm not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was the Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity. But there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Reish Lakish is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when you are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with people. Under the sea from the Shimon and you got the source, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that when I say just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is, and this is probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age, like where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And also, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often in life do you respond to something and afterwards like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then you WhatsApp something and then you delete it, you do that, people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you did even before you deleted it. Why? I just like had enough self-restraint just to not respond. Life would be so much better. Plus, we also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, no matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this when we're out leading. For people right now, one of the issues is the issues of the draft. America, the draft of the Caribbean community. Tremendous sensuous night on it. Sensuous. So without even waiting to it. Listen, but in the moment that someone uses Nazi within the context of a debate, you lost. Even if you're right, you lost. You lost. Because once you are not careful with the word that you have lost the debate, because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It is so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. But let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so the Gemara is like this. Good. My Kesher Shon. So one of the things that Rishlaki said, was he called it Kesher Shon, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it Kesher Shon. So the Gemara says, what is, you've never heard that expression before. What is that? What does it mean, an assembly, right, of evildoers? Like Kesher Shon. What's that? What does that mean? What's that? Give us a story. This is wild. This is wild. Not Kesher Shon. Shevna, Yairish Beklei Service. So what's this? Now we're going to be introduced the story of Chizkiyahu with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called Rabbi. Right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you can ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So let's say, so listen to this. So now this is incredible story. This guy knows who you go. So listen to this. So the guy essentially like the sheep was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had an immense following. Havagdorish B'Knei Yisrael. When he was Darshan, remember he had 130,000 followers. When he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay. Is Chizkiyahu Havagdorish B'Chad Sayar Yisrael. This is Chizkiyahu. Chizkiyahu was the king of Yehuda, and son of David. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. He also Sancheriv, the Tsar Arei Yerushalayim. So now I have another famous story. Sancheriv comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is a famous story of Sancheriv's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheriv came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities. This is Yerushalayim. He already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate an organized surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? The problem was so what did Shevna do? He attached, he wrote essentially a letter to Sancheriv saying, I have not representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 houses. We are ready to engage the truce. And he put it on the arrow and shot it out. What does it say? The letter said, Shevna to Shlimu, Chizkiyahu B'Siyam Shlimu. Shenema Kihine Arisham Yidruk Unkachas Konan Etisam Ayasar. So what's this? Now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Sancheriv saying, Chizkiyahu doesn't want peace with you, but we, meaning me, Shevna and my followers want peace with you. Send this letter to Sancheriv. Halakha is difficult. So this year was concerned. He didn't know what to do. Amar Dilmas Katashon Daidu Bikushiriku, Basa Ruba. Keva the Ruba Mimsiri, the Nunami Mimsiri. So like this, there's a concept of Achairavi Mahatos, we found majority. So Hiskio started second-guessing himself and thinking to himself, you know what, maybe Shebna is right. Shebna is the majority. He's the majority, she's the wife. And if Mishparach who often goes by the majority as well, so maybe if Mishparach who doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? Ban Nabi Vanov, the Nabi came Christian said to him, Lo Somin Kesher, the call Asher Yomara Amazah Kesher. So listen to this verse. So here it quotes over here. The passage from Yishael. Lo Somin Kesher, the call Asher Yomara Amazah Kesher. So the Nabi comes and says like this, Klomar, Kesher is Shayu, the Kesher is Sham Elam. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a Kesher Sham. So what's where the expression comes from. Like this robe is a Kesher Sham, which is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore the Nabi tells Hiskio, do not surrender. As far as you're back, do not surrender. And Shebna should be pretty good about himself. That's because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sent these letters to Sancheriv, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shebna do? So the Gemara says, Shebna comes along and says, Shebna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of the Davidic kings. So Shebna is really getting ready. As he's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne, he's being installed by Sancheriv. He decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kingdom. So the Nabi says to Shebna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out the grave in the Davidic plot? So as the Nabi said to Shebna, God is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, the wandering of a man is going to cause the wandering of all women. In general, people have more rachmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. The Nabi was saying, God is going to make you like a wandering man, meaning that you're going to be a wanderer, no one's going to have rachmanas on you. So what happens? So Shebna gets leprosy. So no Shebna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home, Hiskio's home. Even though Shebna was all great, right? But Shebna ultimately, again, his glory turned into degradation. Once again, so now, Shebna and his followers, so Hiskio is not surrendering. Shebna, along with his followers, say, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shebna, they hold Hebron. What happens? You have enough to do. So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sancheriv. And they're walking out of the gate of Yerushalayim. So what happened? Right into Yerushalayim, so Shebna walked, and the moment that Shebna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shebna walked out by himself on the base, on the way. So now Shebna comes before Sancheriv. And remember again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So Yerushalayim, so Sancheriv says, Shebna, who are your followers? Only 100. So now, Shebna didn't realize that happened with Gabriel. What he did was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Right? How do you do? They stay on the basis of his in came, come the Chayis. Obviously, you're making fun of him. So Sancheriv thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here. So Shebna claimed that he represented 130,000 people. And meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. Because imagine again, if there was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews, probably close to 130,000, probably much more because there's 130 holy darshan to the Pakistan families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of coming out. And meanwhile, the guy comes out. So here it says, you're making fun of me. You're mocking me. What did he do? So he said, Nakhu ba'kaba v'karu b'zan b'susayim v'yumedarin also ala kotzim barabayim. So they bore a hole in the soles of the sheep, attached to the neck of their horses, and dragged them onwards. So Shebna, unfortunately, again, in the middle of the eighth nothing about him. What a descent that he experienced. We'll say, get ready for this. In general. When great people experience such a terrible fall, like what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shebna was the second in command. Shebna was the second in command for Hiskiel Malachida. Hiskiel was so great that he could really make Hiskiel last week's staff. Actually, those are though. Like, but again, Hiskiel was responsible for a certain level of scholarship and cloud. So it was like the golden age of Jubilee. Everyone knew the halachos of Kulantai, right? It was last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halachos of Kulantai, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel could Shia. Things were well. Shebna had power, influence. So how do you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, I'm going to Lazar. Shebna Bal Hanmohad. Shebna was steeped with pleasure. Sivacha, Lech Barote Hazar, Sivacha, Bashidi Lo Socheres. Remember, it's a Shabbat, soaking Socheres, actually soaking the treasurer, and Socheres was by Abishag Shinamis and Governor Noah. So let's say, interestingly enough, what was Shebna's downfall? Shebna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person goes, what does that mean? So it's like when a person lives life, and the important thing to their life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although actually ones that it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? Yes, that's pretty good. Right. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avodah of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life comes to, which I want to say, it says, and by the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. What comes about those things, that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I want to say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. The story of Shebna is the story of great people throughout the ages who have so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time until the downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shebna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens with Sanchir, he sees, this is my moment. This is me to become king. And the moment that guy sets in the outside, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, and then what is Shebna? What is he doing? He's money out his Kevin. Right? He's deciding where he's going to be buried. Right? He's going to make the plans. Forget about my life turning thing. I'm already making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. We all need story. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, so most say, now the Gemara quotes over the pasuk, or from the Malachim, from Tehillim. Sadik Mapal. So again, just how you want to dash process. He has Shosos Yaresu. For the Shosos, we'll define what Shosos means. We destroy Sadik Mahal. What has the Tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different through these problems. So that's Liga Rabbi Chad Amar Ilu Chis Elu Chizkiya B'Siyaito Nerasu Sadik Mahal. So okay, refers to Chizkiyo. If Chizkiyo and his assembly, his souls were destroyed, what good would that be for the Tzaddik? The Chad Amar Ilu Chis Tzaddik Mapal. Obviously, Mikdash was destroyed. This is if Hashem would have sided with the Shah. Over Chizkiyo, what Hula Amar? Even Machshavos also Russia in and out of Tzaddik Mapal. If the plans of that Ra'ayi Shevna were not ended, what good would the Tzaddik have done? So we show them on the so according to the opinion that Shasos refers again to the plan of Shevna, it makes sense to Tzidkiya Shasos Yeharim. Was what we destroy the plans of evil people. It's not It makes sense to call the Mikdash also Shasos. Why? Because you're saying the Mikdash actually by the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what's called the Even Shesiyah, the foundation. That was the first piece of from which the world was created. Element of the Chizkiya, the Siyaito, where do you ever find the tzaddik? The tzaddik is called the shasos. The chsid is beautiful. Kiva Hashem mitzuvi aretz vayish alei tova. That's area hafa. The itza higdil toshia. Well, fine. Nama nikla toshia. So let's see. We see something very interesting. Torah is something called toshia. Why is it called toshia? It's beautiful. Shmitnei shimateshes kol kol shel adam. Because it weakens the core of a person. Once I listen to this, like, what does that mean? Toshia, sorry. Toshia, Shela, Al Shem Sha'olam Akeshes, Al Shem Sha'olam Mishusak Ala Torah, Lomden Toshia. Sorry. Good, fine. So let's before we get to so the nation of the So we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Pashup Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that this is very interesting. What does it mean Torah weakens a person? Torah is Hashem Tanima, Meshivas Nefesh, Meshivas Nefesh, Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? Is Torah weakened? Is Torah reviving? What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now let's say, to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility can absolutely beat the purpose of a person. Now listen, but it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, saps you of your energy. Like the person makes a sin, right? Person marries off the child. So it's about mitzvah. And what happens? You can't say about mitzvah. This little lesson, just dancing, right? You dance for hours and hours. You come home, you can feel, how do you feel? Exhausted. You say, oh, you're exhausted. No, it's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because please, every bit of energy that I had, exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah, spirituality is exhausted because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad Nabishir, one of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't pass, it doesn't sap you of energy, and chances are, you're probably just auditing it and not really immersed. The Shem Yisrael, the Sakachar Rebbe, actually brings out also pieces on this phrase. The nation precious Kol Shabbos is beautiful. And Kol Shabbos, he says, is a ratu, the Yitzhahara. You know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yitzhahara. Which of us says is such a beautiful idea. We do know when he says grass. Like the Gemara says, and the only yard is Adam needs a Torah. A person should say, go ahead and always in sight. They're putting the nation over the Sahara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Sahara? What does the Gemara say? Mashchenu lebeis hamedrash. Bring your straw, pull for this purpose. Torah allows us, Torah says, when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic yetzer to go out and commit. Now, maybe the moment I close my Gemara is something else. But somebody say, why is that? Because when you're speaking Torah by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Sahara. That is the power of Torah. It's not Heshes, Kol Shel Adam. It diminishes the power of the Sahara. Which is why, by the way, you notice in the second preface, person struggling with the Sahara, sometimes all they need to do is just open the paper really quickly. Or, right? Go up Safaria, right? And just read the passage. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back, the Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, Shenikna Bakasha Nikna Asat. And I goes, you know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, what tomorrow? What Shabbos? Again, we always wind up in the right place. I was like, it's a much shorter daf tomorrow. Very. Don't look. Hey, wonderful start to the week. Incredible.
This is posted by Shitty 2.
All right, have on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
It's too far away. Clinton's dumbass hasn't updated the Golden Hour Clips YouTube channel. It should have been like 4 years. So this is the clip that preceded the other channel. Really, the clip that preceded the other channel. So, there's like 2 dates on it. And the cats. Isn't that the, Cats Merch, the king of the sting. Yeah. So they changed it to the Golden Hour.
All right, we'll say good morning, good Tava. It is a great schos, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of Masechus Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a Zuchos for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, in memory of Ben David Levi, a brother of Itai Levi, was killed fighting in Gaza on the first day of a week of learning. Sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel Levi Mishmas, Zevi's father Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal Noach Yosef, and our dad was for today Alan and Sue Meyerowitz in memory of Sue's mother Mindel Furel, Mindel Bas Shlomo Todros, Tony Rafal, Rav Dan the Rat of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham all of the families in the Chama. All those the Shparach Hashem Yartashem make to just home Shalom Erev should allow our hobbies to be successful but call him. But with that, let me have a great, really incredible. I should have put it out there in the chat. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is Chav Vav 26. And we're picking up on Chav Vav 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines on the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry, 8 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open us up to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we'll call a testimony passages. So amongst those, the Mishnah had the Mishnah had a Lashon. On Chavdal Levezi, Sochri Shvius. Sochri Shvius. Sounded like those who do business with shoulders. Remember again, Shemitah is about a year, every 7 years. Dalotah is everything in the field becomes hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce starts content. That's not a problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce, and number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available in the field. Let me start with the second one first. You could go ahead and amass store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is not readily available in the fields, you can store it in large quantities. That's one more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah, everything's hefker. So there's a great business model. Right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to. So it sounds like a great idea. Only one problem, it's also like a lot of great ideas, right? So the nice, you're not allowed to do that. That's called sofer shmita. So it says that a person who does business with shmita produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. Also, that the Mishnah then went on, and the Mishnah Shimon, it's either how you call it also os shvius, Mishirabu ha'anasim, chazor the grosan sofer shvius. So then the Shimon comes along with this interesting thing. He says in the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the anosim, now an anos is someone which impels someone should do something. When the anosim, right, with the proliferation of anosim, they began to call them people who did business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly understand what is happening. So let's go on in the Gemara. Let's go. Says the Gemara. My Kamar. What is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? Rabbi Kamar. What it means to say, it's either how you own she is sharing sovereign pasulim. So in the beginning, the first iteration of the halacha, it was a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid. Right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering produce. That's fine. That's what you're allowed to do there, is gather produce. So if you do business with Shemitah produce, then you're puzzled. Right? So if you got free and then you went and you sold it on a second hustle, because remember, that was like any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give aid. Right? It's not necessarily just there. Doing something illegal with Shemitah produce. This is any avera that a person does flagrantly without remorse. Okay, what happened? Rabbi mamsi most anilim, the asli anilim va'asu, umaisi. So then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with somebody would hire a group of anilim, hire a group of poor people. He would take to the poor people, and gather as much Shemitah produce. Remember again, there is limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take from the field. Take as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire poor people to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echad Zebi Echad Zeb. So what ended up happening? Is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's possible. So now, interesting enough, what this did was that Halacha L'Maisa, this said whether you were an Osei or whether you were Sofer Shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So Gemara says, Kashu Bevnei Rachba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rachba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. Hi, Misharabu Ha'anasim, Misharabu Ha'nibayle. Well, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu Ha'anasim? Anasim means to sound like there are people who are extorting. Right? So it should say Misharabu Ha'tagarim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved, they started making a business out of this. That's when Chazal had to step in and say, any deals in mass produce is going to be different giving papers. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. So in the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are puzzled. Mishrabu ha'anasim umaynu. Who are the anasim? Arnona. So if you look at Rashi says Arnona. Mas is the second of the short lines in Rashi. Shagoba hamelach min hatzua kach v'kach kurim min hasad l'shor. Arnona is taxes. Modern Hebrew Arnona is also taxes. But this was of the king. The king levied upon the field. He paid tax. He didn't pay the tax. He was going to go ahead and steal the fields. Now, this told why? Because you're Shemitah, you're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you're not farming. So the Gemara Shemani Arnona. As Rabbi Yanai said, hope the son of the Shvius Mishum Arnona. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, he said, go, this is very good, go and plant your fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. I will say now, this is incredible. It actually poke through the Shvius. Shvius is not as a Rabbanon, the Batla Kedusha Sa'aretz. Listen to this. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Not Shemitah didn't make a difference in Shemitah. So that's a unique problem because that would mean if you pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their fields, their patients, etc. I want everyone to go ahead and field during the Shemitah. How can you do such this? How can one do this? So remember again, Rashi is a Rabbanai was. So because it is Rabbanai, one has a little more leverage. Now, again, remember, it is Rabbanai. So when there's Yovel's over, so when Rov Yoshver Aleh, the majority of Israel lives in Eretz Yisrael. It's actually contemporary. That's why, again, even now, we have certain methods. For example, Shmit like the big debate. Shmit, you're coming up, right? 2 years. We just had it. Sorry, we just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7th year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. Yeah, and so the next 7 years, we should be here. And it's going to say, so it's interesting. So one of the recent debates about Shemitah is Hecha Mechira. Right, the notion of going ahead, essentially like Mechira summits, like selling land to a non-Jew, it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa Shemitah b'zman hazeh d'Rabbanan, according to most opinions. So because it's Rabbi, we have a little leverage. You know, say something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point where the majority of crowd is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the time since the days of the Second Hamikdash, the majority of Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of halachic ramifications in anything. So the Yanai going into Eretz Kevra, I need you to plant your fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. So they went and they said, Osink sharing, self-rent psulim. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher le'edos. Despite this, they're not doing anything wrong. Self-rent. Those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're kosher le'edos. So here, by Zarnik, so once I said that way, so the halacha I taking it from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine, no problem, kosher le'edos, because that's a perfectly good practice. The issue is with those who do business with produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be polylagus. Okay, that's how the Gemara tells us a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi Zarniki, because the Abishon Asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So the Kiyah Bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon ben Yotzada. Okay, so it's called Rabbi Kiyah or Rabbi Shimon. We're going to intercalate the new year. We're going to declare a leap year. The Abishon in a place called Asya. A city called Asya. So what happened? Pagabu Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish says, "Hey guys, where are you going?" Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, April Hadayu, can I come with? So okay, the church. So now we've got the Shlakish, the church. Listen, can you just imagine being in the back seat of that man? Right, can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's going on with that chapter, that whole the Shimon and now Rish Lakish tags along. So you might say, Ezel Echzi Abdullah. Rish Lakish said, listen, I don't need to participate, but I'd like to see how the leap year is done. Come on. Okay, so Rish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, Chazi Lahu Gabra they saw a guy plowing his field. I won't say it was a shmit year. They saw that plowing his field. Some of the home, Kohen the Chodesh. This guy, this plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. He's Kohen violating Shemitah. Unreal. So interesting. Here, Rabbi Shimon was surprised how Rabbi Shimon was so judgmental about this. He said, what's that? Unreal. Yokol Loma is stone on yourself. First of all, who says Jewish own field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. Look at actually at this stone here, the Karka shall not be you. So it's like, number one, maybe it is the field of the non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jew is a hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of the Jew. Right? And remember, what did Rabbi just said before? Rabbi just said before that I love Kalanesa under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to seize your field. If you don't pay the tax, you have to work the field. So it's like, there's like this, whoa. You know, I understand. There's like to say two things. Number one, he called the guy the Kohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Kohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Amalahan, Kohen is Zaman. Guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amalei, Yacholomar La'akil Beis Habanarisa. They said, whoa, first of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press and you have a pile, you have a pile of olives, like a type of netting on top of the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the vineyard, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the vines in order to go and make the netting for the olives, which would be prohibited. So again, it's this fascinating tension here between on one hand Reish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go and be Malamin Zechus. So Reish Lakish responds, he says, Amalahem, Halid Yodea, in La'akel, in La'akal Kalos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making right, or if it's perverting the halacha. And I remember I was play on words, right? Because again, the Russian for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat with the netting, and akal kalos represents like a corruption of din, of justice, a corruption of other. But Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So let's say, so this is incredible. Reish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Reish Lakish is confident in his assessment of the situation. Let's say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can, everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to believe myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You could run from it, you could delay it, but it always comes at some point. Hallelujah. At the end of the day, you could everyone else in your life. You could do a great job at it, you could do it for decades, you could do it the entire time. But at the end of the Hallelujah, your person knows what's right and what's wrong. He knows whether or not living the life I need to live, becoming the person I need to become, and engaging in the activities that are appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the projector that's from the world is the true me or is a facade. An overwhelming and compelling, let's say, reminiscence of the Soloveitchik many times in one of his first essays on Tshuva. That points out that Tshuva, so we also have that Tshuva as repentance. It's effectively what Tshuva means. What's the etymological definition of Tshuva? It's to return. Right? And in fact, the Soloveitchik points out this Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Rabbi, he was also the shofet, he was also the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the days in, bringing the dining to the people. The Russian that the Rabbi uses is Teshuvah So Harama. When he would come back home in Ramah, Teshuvah So. So Soloveitchik points out, he says, you see from here, that at the end of the day, tshuva really means a return, not just a return, but a return home. Like Soloveitchik says, so this life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? Because everyone has that point where they come home. And what Soloveitchik is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You could run from it for a very long time, but at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right, and all of the shitos, and all the hashkafas, and all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, you all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am, what I'm not. That's what Rothschild was saying also. How lazy I get, you fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows in Ma'akel, in Ma'akalkalos. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm going to do great. Rabbi, the Gemara just asked, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? If you want to say that also looking again as it's stated, see, the problem with saying that they occurred as just mentioned is, why not bring up, right, remember when they saw the guy plowing, which like you said, he's a Kohen violating Shemitah, and the other two Rabbanim, and the Shimon said maybe he's a hired worker. If the second story, if the first story occurred maybe first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse, or not a good excuse, it's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Right, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, match the code. So what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? Yes, now, what's this happening? Listen to this. If you have one saw, saw's a measurement, one saw of truma, remember truma can only be consumed by a kohen. One saw of truma that falls into a saw of produce. What's interesting about this? So remember again, truma can be consumed by a kohen. The produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. Now I have a saw of truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. Yeah. So like one truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now the Shemitah produce over here is chulin, right? Even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately again it is chulin. Again, chulin with limitations. Now we'll say if you have just one saw truma falling into one saw chulin, entire mixture becomes truma. That's how in this case over here, one saw truma falls into 100 saw of Shemitah produce. So what's so remember, you reach for bittul of truma to 1. So if you have 100 to 1 part truma, was batal. Now, by tala, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it? Now, we'll say, now, why do you have to let it rot? Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do you have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a kohen. Sell it to a kohen. So much both yet the right to say, let it rot. I'm not yet why have let it rot? You can have a kohen. You can make truma. You may also sell it to a kohen. I want to say that in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I am in Israel. So if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have truma. I'm supposed to give that truma to the kohen. I mismanage. I'm a notorious truma mismanager. So what happens? My truma gets mixed in with my chulin. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts to 1 part truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what's status of mixture? Have too many blank expressions looking right back at me. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I see now, you know where you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts That's one part truma, less than 100 parts cooling. What happens? What size of the mixture? Truma. Excellent. Here we go. Good. So I say, so what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's interesting. Now you can gift if you're a nice guy, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why do they have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's coal in there. So remember, there is a market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. That's because they know it's a limited population that could buy this. That's when they have the upper hand. So now you must like this. So watch this. I saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90s with the produce. So the Truma bottle. So what does the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. It's like it rot. I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what's sold to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the truma, because I can't charge the truma, right? Why not? Because it's his. So you're saying the amount of the mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 90 chulin of shemitah produce, one saw truma. So the total value is 91 saw. I could charge him the amount for the next saw of chulin. That sounds like a much option than going ahead and letting it rock. What's going on over here? Which was not like which made the Ula Zolmaras Next ice. So let's say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are kosher, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How could it be that Kohanim should bad rap over here? So let's say, look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Next, Kohanim Rashi says, "La hashos shvius beer demovet." Now, what's the issue? The issue, as mentioned before, you're only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were noticed for storing the produce in their homes after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good, they're so pure, they're so sweet. And so why are they so chashuv? Actually, this is fascinating. Right? They have the more heter, they have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? Because Khan said this, come on. We always keep other stuff in our homes. Right? We have truma, right? We have kashim, we have all these different things. Okay, so that's the plan. So remember, Shemitah produce is kaddish, truma is kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are kaddish. So Kohanim and Mora Heter, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So let's say, so because of this, we got a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal, this is an example, Chazal made enactment, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and I will say, therefore, incredible. So that results for this last case. There are 30 Shemitah a year, Truma, that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottle, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't give yourself to a coin. Rather, you have to let it rot and you can dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So now remember again. Remember, we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they intercalate the life. So Amru, true the Huday. Listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia said, Rish Lakish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's no trouble. Like, in other words, they're like, why are you working? They were taken aback by these. I won't say that. I just want to point out something really interesting. Rish Lakish. Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate Balshul, right? Rish Lakish was thief, a gladiator, all these different kinds. Right? He had a very, very checkered past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a Torah and embraces the technology of Torah. Which probably had a bit more of an insight into human nature than these other rabbis, simply because the Parshish of Shimon grew up being constantly religious. They grew up in this religious. It's like it says, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely say when someone is dishonest, sometimes what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. Sometimes when you lived that life as a thief, you could smell it, you could smell it a little bit different, like you could detect it a little bit more. So now again, I want to point out interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara difference. Let's go back. Okay, so what happens is now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. But she's unapologetic. And so it's like, also, you have to understand, as soon as you change out this Gemara, it's like this, that they're doing, what's the thing? You have to cap schos. You have to really, so these other Rabbanim seeing that it's like she was probably still the cap schos, not the cap shtos. At the end of the day, I was like, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, that life has been done with conscious of course. But perhaps for someone like Rish Lucky, she was much more plugged into human nature. She was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So it's strike us better. We're not finished yet. All right, Kimato Hassan. So now what happens? They arrive at the place. What they called Asya, this place we're going to do. We're going to declare the new month here. We're going to declare the new year. So how it goes was great. So the Chiyah of the Shimon, so the Gemara Salupa with Igra. So they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalupa the Gaga Metusei, and they took out the ladder right in front of Rish Lakish, which means he said, "You're not coming with. You are not coming with. Right? You're here. You came with that shkayach. You tagged along." We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay, I said going to be open. So it says news. Rish Lakish was now offended. He's very upset. He comes to the Yochanan. Remember again, who's going to be Yochanan? Who's going to be Yochanan? Right? The Yochanan is Macha. Who's the part of Yochanan? I'm going to lay, so let's get ready for this. Rish Lakish says, "You'll lay. And the other have Hashidin ala Shidiyus Shemin la'aber Shana." Cool. So it says, listen to this. So now Rish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shmita, are they permitted to go ahead and are they permitted to declare a year? And they'll say, now remember again, now what does that mean? Rish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shemitah. But he's saying is like this. As long as part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Rish Lakish says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shemitah and they didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. Listen, this is what I was going to say. I just want to point out, we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman and what is happening in Australia now, with the anti-Semitic, people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is getting into counter-terrorism. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent that after Australia, with all their ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens if you don't make a clear stand against evil. Then you are with it. You are. So Rish Lakish says, Rabbanim, you're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? So pick a team, and if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you're not going to have any objection. Then by definition, you are violators of Shemitah. So Rish Lakish says, how can these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the Chayv of the leap year? Sorry. So Jews very Lakish was thinking, he says, look, you know what? That's actually answers a big problem. I'll tell you why. Maybe the Halash Shosha right book. Rabbanon Asama. So we spoke about this before. Because the truth is, they're no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and Meaning, maybe these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, and Rabbi Shimon, are not really part of the base thing to make the leap year, but rather just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you could even be a shepherd. Pretty stark. So again, something what happened over here. Rish Lakish, just these two Rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? And also called them people who violate Shemitah. The Kesher Rishon in a million. Again, that's not a good idea because this is in the previous case. The rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual feast. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, here and Shimon are part of the day, and if these guys are part of the day thing, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishon. Kesher Rishon. It's like a good name for like a right? You know, guys, kind of giving Kesher Rishon, right? Yeah, it's like Kesher Rishon, right? So they said the problem over here is that these Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again, they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishon, a congregation of a Rishon. It's like Rish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at that for just a moment. Kesher Rishon, Okay, so therefore, Rish Lakish is really saying, I don't understand how this basin that's operating on the attic that I wasn't allowed into, I don't understand how this is a valid business. So Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Yochanan, guys, you know what, I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them the shai. So Rabbi Yochanan, so the shot the also on the shai. I think it's a little bit over the top. In other words, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation. I hear that. I do. If you know, but the Oakland doesn't count at that point. But to call people showing that is already a different level, and that level of discrimination. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's already a little overtime. So the Oakland says that I don't think you could do. So Kias like coming with Yochanan. So they say, now what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Rish Lakish said about them. So Kiyasu coming to Yochanan, Amar Lei, Kalivan Roy Bakar, although Amar Mavalo Midi. So listen to this. So it's interesting. They said to Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Rish Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's only know this. But you didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, Amar Lo, we carry the food Lord sown. My Amir, right? And if you would have, so what do you say? Like they called you cattle herders? If you would have called you sheep herders, would you have rather right? Would you would have made a difference? So it's very pathetic. What the is saying is, so what? Right? So what's one of the first lessons that we teach our children? Just because someone calls you a name, it doesn't mean you need to react. Yeah, Rish Lakish was upset because Rish Lakish thought you were Russian. He called you a shark. He called you if you notice, by the way, Rabbi Yochanan killed Rish Lakish. He called him a Russia. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right? But when I saw, you go ahead. But they called you a cattle herder. Okay, get over it. Now let's say, interesting. That's where the story ends. That's what the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you miss, by the way, right, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was the Kish right with his other Rabbanim, with his Kohanim, or violation Shemitah? Not. So the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Rish Lakish, is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when you are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with people. On the other hand, you see from the Shia and the you got like a right? So again, things in life require different things. What you also see is that So just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is probably one of the lessons that has been, especially in the social media age, right, where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And I say, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often in life do you respond and then afterwards like, oh, done that, right? And if you go ahead and then write you WhatsApp something and then you delete it, this, that, people are really fast. They're really pay off and see what you did even before you did it. And why? I just like had enough self-restraint just to not respond. Life would be so much better. But we also see that even in these discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit to use. How justified you may be in your position. How justified you may be in your position. You have that use. And also, you see this without reading into it, we know that for our people right now, like one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. And our the draft in the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuot's night on it. So without even wading into it, let's say, but the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you, you've lost. You've lost. Even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate. Because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is they're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see in a holistic fashion also. It's so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so Gemara says like this. Where are we up to? Good. My Kesher Sham. So what's that? It's not interesting enough. So one of the things that Rish Lakish said was he called it a Kesher Sham, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Rishayim. So the Gemara says, you've never heard that expression before. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. So, Kesher was like a chevra. What does that mean? Let's go back. This is wild. This is wild. My child, Chef Nahab, Yarish Betway's Rebels. She's never been introduced. Story of Tispio, is one of his most famous chef now. If his names or these stories doesn't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from the esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called, right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, ask her about these stories. So now this is incredible story. Hiskiel knows about. It is. So Hiskiel, the guy who ran, essentially like the chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had immense following. Havadarish Betwayser Abusa. When he was down shooting, he had 130,000 followers. Meaning, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Hiskiel, Havadarish Bechad Sayabusa. Which is Hiskiel. Hiskiel was the king of Yehuda and son of David. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shavna. He also said that Tsar Ala Yerushalayim. So it's now I have another famous story. So David comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Yeah, just it's the famous story of Sancheriv siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheriv came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of these. He already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate in order to surrender. We need to get some kind of autonomy. So what did we do? The problem was Hiskiel didn't want to surrender. So what did Shebna do? He attached, and he wrote a note to Sancheriv saying, I am Shebna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And from the arrow, he shot it out. And what did it say? The letter said, Shebna v'sikim shlimu, Hiskiel v'seta lo shlimu. Shenema ki hine harisham yijuchum kashes konenu chita lo yaseh. So what's this? Now what happened? So Shebna literally wrote a letter to Sancheriv saying, Hiskiel wants peace with you, but meaning me, Shebna, and my father peace with you, sent this letter to Sancheriv. How the Kamistik of Hiskiel, so Hiskiel was concerned, he didn't know what to do. I'm going to do my show not to indict you because of Basa Yuba, Yuba Nimsuri, Nami Nimsuri. So Hiskiel said, there's a concept of Achayrav Mahatos. We follow the majority. So Hiskiel started second-guessing himself and said to himself, you know what? Maybe Shebna is right. Shebna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the leader. And if the Shbarach also goes by the majority ourselves, so maybe if the Shbarach doesn't want me to stand up for Sancheriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. And Banda Rivano, the Rabbi in Christian name, no someone to share the call Asher Yomara and their Kesher. So this is what it says. Here it quotes over here. The passage from Shadow. No someone Kesher the call Asher Yomara and their Kesher. So the Rabbi comes and says like this. Kesher Shamu, Kesher Shamu. This is not a regular road. This road is actually Shem. So what's making this special comes? This road, this Kesher Shem. This is an addition, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. Halach, so therefore the Navi tells Hiskiel, do not surrender. So Shbarach has your back, do not surrender. Shebna is pretty good about himself, but because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he can majorize. He sent it to Sancheriv, and he's very convinced that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shebna do? So Shebna comes along and says, Shebna decided to go and make for himself in the burial place of the kings. So Shebna is really getting ready. And he's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne. He's going to be installed by Sancheriv. He decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic Chaylim. So the Rabbi says to Shebna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially the Rabbi said to Shebna, the response was going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is the wandering of a woman. What does this mean? That in general, people have more rachmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Rabbi was saying, Kishbarach is going to make you like a wandering man, meaning there's going to be a wanderer, no one's going to have rachmanas on you. So we'll see what happens. So Shebna gets leprosy. Sid Haka, the Ata, Sid Hasam, the Asafam Yaka, Sanot Yitz Finecha, Sasna, Kabra al Eretach Pas Yadayim, Tana, Udikesh Kamon Beis Adonov. Wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home, his girl's home. Now, both of a couple. Even if Shebna was all great, right? But Shebna ultimately, again, his glory turned into degradation. Once again, ready for this. So now, Shebna and his followers, like so Hiskiel says, I'm not surrendering. Shebna, along with his followers, said, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shebna and his whole family. What happens? So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit, and they're walking out of the beach Shalayim. So what happened? Right into Shalayim. So Shebna went out, and the moment that Shebna went, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, Shalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately, I guess Shebna walked out by himself on the base. Amulay. So now Shebna comes before Sarfir. And remember again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So Amalei, Mishar Siyeh, so it's okay to Shebna. We're only followers. Amr Hajrubi. So Shebna says, well, now Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Not to come, right? Hajrubi, they stay in Yerushalayim. Amalei says, okay, he's thinking, actually, come as Kayis. So obviously, you're making fun of me. So some fingers thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shebna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So there's a new lesson. Again, the part of the whole delegation ready to accept this with 130,000 Jews. Probably much more because there's 130,000 people to actually see. There's actually things also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out, and meanwhile, one guy comes and says, you're making fun of me, you're mocking me. What did he do? So he was a Jew, the Kalul, business was saying, but in the garden also ala kotzim barabanim. So they bore a hole in the soles of Shebna's feet, attached him to the tail of their horses, and dragged him on the thorns. So Shebna, unfortunately, again, is a little bit enough to be boring. What a descent that he experienced. In general. So it's fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. And what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shebna was the second in command. Shebna was the second in command to destroy Malchusha. The skill was so great that he could really make Malchusha last week's down. As you know, and when again, his skill was responsible for such a high level of scholarship within Klal Yisrael. It was like the golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachas of Kum and Kara, right? It was last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halachas of Kum and Kara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. His skill could have been the Mashiach. Things are going well. Shebna has everything with influence. So how can you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, Amar Elazar, Shebna by Hano. Shebna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sivhacha, Lech Hazeh, Sivhacha, Batihi Lo Socheres. What makes it a Shabbat? Sochim Socheres. Actually, Sochim is the treasurer, and Socheres, why he goes by Abishada Shinanis and Davanamara. So also, interestingly enough, what was Shebna's downfall? Shebna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person, what does that mean? What does that mean? So it's like, when a person in his life, and the most important thing in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't have to be necessarily anything illicit. Well, actually, yes, it might have been illicit also, but even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about comfort. So I say, what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? That's pretty good. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say, life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about fish. Life is about selfless. That's the avot, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I must say, by the way, not even just like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want. What I need, what makes me comfortable, when life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. The story of Shebna, I will say, is the story of great people throughout the ages who are so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time until the downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shebna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. This simultaneously he sees, this is my moment. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that gaiva sets in on sign, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here's John Yushalayim. And yet, what is he doing? He's working out his cover. Right? He decided where he's going to be buried. Right? He decided he's going to make you the plans. Forget about my lifetime thing. I'm going to make you my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. But all Romans, the Gemara says, "Ki hashasos yaresu tzaddik ma'pal." So once there's the Gemara, quotes over here the pasuk, from the law. From Tilly. Ki hashasos yaresu tzaddik ma'pal. So again, just saying how you know in this pasuk, Ki hashasos yaresu. For the shos, we'll define what shos means, will be destroyed. Tzaddik ma'pal. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now, this is the difference between these pasuk. So, Rabbi Yehuda, Chag Amar Ilu Chizkiel B'Siyaito Nerasi Tzaddik ma'pal. So something refers to Chizkiel. If Chizkiel and his assembly, his followers were destroyed, what good would that be for the tzaddik? Chag Amar Ilu Beis Hamikdash Yaras Tzaddik ma'pal. Obviously, if Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Hashem would have sided with Hashem over Chizkiel. What good would have happened? If the plan that Russia, i.e. Shevna, were not updated, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shas refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, it makes sense how you could which destroys the plans of evil people. He said, Evan Haisashami Mosnavi, Ushasiya Hearts on the place. It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shasos. Why? Because it was in the center of the Beis Hamikdash, that's what the Kohen was what's called the Evan Shasiya, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which it was created. Element of the Siyaito, Hecha Ashlecha and Sadiki, the Ikru. Shassos. Where do you ever find it? Tzaddik. The tzaddik is called a shassos. They say, beautiful. Ki Hashem mitzubayish alei teva. V'vayei hacha hipila itzat higdil toshia. Fine. Nama toshia. So let's say you see this interesting. Torah is something called toshia. Why is Torah called toshia? It's beautiful. Mipnei shimateshes kol sha'adam. Because it weakens the cloth of a person. I will say, listen to this. Look, what does that mean? Toshia, Toshia, Al Shem Sha'olam Akasha, Al Shem Sha'olam Nishusa Ala Torah, V'lom Denikas. Sorry. Good, fine. So let's move on to that. So the nation of the Sha'olam. So what's the first explanation? Why is Torah called? Why is Torah called Toshia? So the partial shot over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now, let's say that this is very interesting. What does it Torah weakens a person? Torah doesn't tell him. Torah Hashem Tamina Yishas Nefesh, the Shivas that revives the soul. So which is Torah weakened, is Torah revives. What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah the soul. Now listen, to take on the yoke of sin is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility could absolutely deplete the close of a person. But it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, saps you of your energy. Right? The person makes a sin. The person makes a sin, right? The person marries off their child. The person makes a bar mitzvah. And what happens? You can't say a bas mitzvah. This less because you have to dance with them. You dance hours and hours and hours. You come home and how do you feel? Exhausted. So you say, I'm exhausted. It's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that sin class. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing. As long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Spirituality can exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful. How do you know? How do you know if you're fully immersed? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad magic. One of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap you of any of your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shirley Shmuel, the Sakachar Rebbe actually brings on also, he says on this phrase, this is beautiful, is Kol Kol Shabbat, he says, is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I will say is such a beautiful idea. We know it from the Sefer Brachos, right? The Gemara says, the person should try to go ahead and always incite their good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome their Yetzer Hara? What does the Gemara say? Mashchayu l'beis hamedrash. Bring yourself, draw it, pull it to this medrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. We know this. So I say, when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit Averis when we're doing daf. Now, maybe the moment that close my Gemara, there's something else going on, right? But the Ma'aseh, I would say, why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah by definition, pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer. That is the power of Torah. It's mateshes kol shel adam. It diminishes the power of the Yetzer Hara. By the way, the Gemara says it's his breakfast. The person who's struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all they need to do is just open a sefer really quickly, or in that box, just pull up on that, right? Pull up Sefaria and just read a puzzle. It's a fire heightened of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just all heightened for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back, the Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, Shemitna b'chashan mitnei asat. All right, guys, you know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I'm going to get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, more for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Again, we always wind up in the right place. Okay, it's a much shorter day tomorrow. Very. Don't look. Hey, wonderful start to the week. Incredible. All right, Kev on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
Like huge excitement. I was like, wow. Toyota tires. Those are some fucking. I love Toyota tires. Dude, what is the fighter and the kid in Japanese? Jumping the shark, dude. They're gonna go to cowboy. They're gonna fucking turn everyone off. Like, I feel like you only.
All right, so we'll say good morning, or good tavach. It is a great schos, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of Masechah Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the year 57, the Tolson Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a zuchus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal, Noah Yosef, and our Dafyomi schools for today, Alan and Sue Iowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mindel Funeral, Mindel Shlomo Todros, Zichron Lebracha, Rav Dan Lemerat, Rav Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Islam and Aliyah, all of the families in the Chalot. All those who need our food should have a holy Israel. Which Baruch Hashem Yat bring our hostages home with Shalom and Bikarov. Should allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh Yedayim. Because with that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. I was going to actually put it out yesterday in the chat. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is Chav Vav 26. We're picking up on Chav Vav 26. It's 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry. 4 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we'll call a testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon. sorry, the Mishnah has a lashon of sochre shvius. Sochre shvius. So, which again, at first glance, sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah, sabbatical year, every 7th Shalom is everything in the field becomes heifer. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not a problem. There are two issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number one is doing business with Shemitah produce. And number one, storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available in the field. Let's start with the second one first. You can go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business straight out. In other words, everything's after. So it's a great business model. Right? All of the inventory is free. Grab up all the inventory and sell it. Again, you're not allowed to sell. That's a great idea. Only one problem. So like a lot of great ideas, right? So the Maisa, you're not allowed to do that. That's called sofer shvius. So the Mishnah says that a person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. It's also language. Now the Mishnah then went on, and the Mishnah says, Shimon, B'tchila hayukorin also os shvius, Yishirabu ha'anasin, Chazor the gross on sofer shvius. So remember, the Shimon comes on with this interesting thing. He says in the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when you anasin, now an anas is someone who compels someone to do something. When you anasin, right, with the proliferation of anasim, it's when people who do business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly clear what is happening. So let's go on and begin. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My comment. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? What does it mean to say? B'tchila hayu omin osvei shvius sherin sofrin papsulim. So in the beginning, the first iteration of the halacha, there's a very straightforward halacha. People who gather Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid. Right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. That's what you're allowed to do in this year, is gather produce. So, but if you do business with Shemitah produce, then you're right. So if you gather from the field, it's free, and then you went and you sold it on a secondary market, that is asur. Because remember, now I will say, any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give aids, right? It's not necessarily just a din in doing something legal with Shemitah produce. This is any avera person does flagrantly. And that was okay. What happened? Rabbi mamsirim ma'osaniyim v'asli aniyim va'asilotu u'maisi. So then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of aniyim, hire a group of poor people, and he would say to the poor people, "Go and gather as much Shemitah produce as you can." Because remember again, there is no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take from the field. You can take as much as you want. So there were people. They would hire people to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echazev Yechazev Psuli. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's possible. So now, interestingly enough, what this did is that Halacha L'Maisa, this said whether you were an OC Shvius or whether you were someone who was sofer Shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So Gemara says, Kasha Begen Rakba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rakba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, Hi, Misharabu Ha'anasim, Misharabu Ha'tagarim Mibayre. What was that? And at the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu Ha'anasim? Ha'anasim makes it sound like people who are extorted. So it should say Misharabu Ha'tagarim. When the merchants, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal has to step in and say anyone essentially doing in mass Shemitah produce is going to be prohibited from giving aidos. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. So in the beginning they said both of these individuals are possible. Listen to the real question. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are puzzle. Mishrabu Nasim, Umaynidu, Nasim, are no no. These are still the same. Rashi says, are no. Mas is the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas Shagol Melech Minatua Kax Kurin Minasad Lashana. Arnona is taxes. Arnona is also taxes. Hey, so but this tax, this was a tax of the king. That the king levied upon the field. If you paid the tax rates, if you didn't pay the tax, he was going to go ahead and take your field. This poses a unique problem during the Shemitah year. Why? Because during Shemitah year, you're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? I know now. The Gemara, as Rabbi Yana said, Hulk Zoro B'Shviyas Mishum Arnona. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yana said to the farmers, he said, go and plant during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. This is incredible. Zoro B'Shviyas. Shviyas Bizman Zed Rabbi. So this is what said. So Rabbi Yana was concerned about the obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. The king didn't care about Shemitah. So like we said, this posed a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. So get ready for this. Rabbi Yana put out a public declaration. He said, Chevra, I want everyone to go ahead and plant, seed, and harvest their field during the Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing like this? How can you do this? So remember, again, points out, Shemitah in the days of Rabbi Yana was Drabonon. Because Shemitah's Drabonon, one has a little bit of now. Again, remember what is Shemitah Drabonon? Shemitah is only D'Oraisa when there's Zovel. Zovel's only D'Oraisa when Rov Yoshver Allah, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. Listen, by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain methods. For example, Shemitah, like the big debate. Shemitah is coming up, right? 2 years. We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7 year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years, it should be here. Yeah, and so the next 7 years, it should be here. I was going to say, so it's interesting. One of the recent debates about Shemitah Mechira, right? The notion of going ahead, essentially, like Mechiras Chametz, like selling the land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa Shemitah bizman hazeh Drabanan, according to most opinions. So because it's Drabanan, you have a little leverage. I want to say something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that, think about that, for the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halakhic ramifications as well. In any event, Rabbi Yana comes along and says, Chevra, I need you to plant the fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. So they went ahead and they said, Osin Ksherin, Sofer Psulim. Those who gather Shmitus are kosher le'edus. Anything wrong? Sofer, those who conduct business with Shmitus, they're kosher le'edus. So here about Zarniki sacrifice. So so the halacha l'maisa, take away from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem. Kosher le'edus, because that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is for those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be hustle le'edus. Okay. Now we'll say the Gemara tells a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi Chia bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Yod Tzaddik, Havi Ka'azi v'Aber Shon V'Asir. Get ready for this story. So Rabbi Chia Zarniki and Rabbi Shimon ben Yoda. Right, so what's called Rabbi Chia, Rabbi Shimon, we're going to interpolate the new year. We're going to declare a leap year, L'Aber Shana, in a place called Asya. Well, it's a city called Asya. So what happened? Pagu Bahu Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish just say, guys, where are you going? Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, Ishmael Bahagaya, can I come with? Can I come with? So okay, so now we've got Reish Lakish, Rabbi Shimshon. What's the other thing? Like being in the backseat of that movie, right? Can you imagine being in the third row there and just listening to what's probably going on to that chavra, that whole chavra. So Rabbi Shimon, and now Reish Lakish. So he must Amar Ezel Inefi Avilda. Like I said, listen, I don't need to conversation, but I would like to see how the inspiration, how the leader is done. Well, okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, they saw a guy plowing his field. I'll go say it was a shoot here. They saw a guy plowing his field. Kohen v'chorish. This guy plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. Kohen's violating Shemitah. Amrulo. So here and Rabbi Shimon was surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, Yochel Lomar, Agiston on himself. First of all, this is a Jewish-owned field. That's number one. Two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. Look at the Agiston here, the Karka Shachriyu, so number one, maybe it is the field of the maybe the Jews are hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of the Jew. And remember, what did Rabbi Yana for? Rabbi Yana just said before that Allah Chalamesa, extenuating circumstance, like when he's going to seize your field, you don't pay the tax, you have to work field. So essentially, Reish Lakish, whoa, yeah, I understand. Reish Lakish was saying two things. Number one, you called the guy a Kohen, right? And he said that's a Kohen is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next, Zuchagelu Gabra, Dahave Kazak Bakani. They saw a guy who was pruning his finger. Pruning his finger. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your fingers on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Amalahan, Kohen the Zamar. Guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amarle, Yacholomer La'akil Beis Habad. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press and you have a pile of olives, you would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the figure. But instead, what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, so it's this fascinating tension here between, on one hand, Reish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Malami Zichos. So Reish Lakish responds, he says, Alev Yodei. In la'akel, in la'akal karos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha. There's a little bit of a play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat, to make the netting, and akal karos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other. Rashi says la'aber al hadas. So listen, this is incredible. Reish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Reish Lakish was confident in his assessment of the situation. I will say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I wish to delude myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always happens. You can run from it, you delay it, but it always comes at some point. Leave your day. Again, you can fool anyone else here. You can do it to stop it, you can do it for decades, you can do it for but at the end of the day, your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not living the life I need to live, I'm becoming the person I need to become, I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me, or is it the same? An overwhelming and compelling realism. It's reminiscent. The Soloveitchik points out that many times in one of his first tshuva. Brought out that tshuva, so we often translate tshuva as repentance, right? But the truth is, it's not really what tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of tshuva? Is to return, right? And in fact, as Soloveitchik points out, this comes really from Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a navi, he was also the shofar, supposed to the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the basin, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the navi uses is teshuva so haramat. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, teshuva so. There's like what points out and says, you see from here, if you able to make tshuva, really means a return, not just a return, but a return home. That's the basic system. So beautiful. It says light is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? Because everyone has that point where they come home. So this is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right? And all of the shitos, philosophies, which all sound fantastic. But at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what the Shlaki should say also. Halev Yodea, you fool everyone else. But the heart knows. The heart knows in the Akel, in the Akalkalos. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm a liberation. By the way, Gemara just asks, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? If you want to say that ultimately again it's actually stated, Ha'am liberation, Hanami is Ha'am Ha'nami Lenu Agisto Hanibisoko. See, the problem with saying that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when they saw the guy's plowing, it's like he said he's a coin violating Shmita, and the other two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon said maybe he's a hired worker. If the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a bit of a excuse. It's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Rather, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, Ma'ashka Cohen. So you ask what's happening? Why are Kohen getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? So what's this is very interesting. We showed the Chashid Yashvis. It was known Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? What's this fascinating? Such commercial in Shashvis. Listen to this. If you have one sauce measurement, one sub truma, another truma, consumed by a coin. One truma that falls into a shvita produce. What's interesting about this? So remember again, truma only can be consumed by a coin. Produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a sa'ah of truma that falls into a sa'ah of shvita produce. Yeah, I'm gonna get to. Yeah. So right, one sub truma that falls into shmita produce. Now the shmita produce over here is chulin. Right. Even remember again, even though shmita produce says shmita, ultimately again it is chulin. Again with limitations. Yeah, I will say. Now remember, if you had just one sub truma fall into one sub chulin, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's how. In this case over here, one sa'ah of truma falls into 100 sa'ah of shmita produce. So what's halacha? Tala. So remember, the ratio for bittul of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, the truma is batal. Now, by tala, tachos mikan yirkudu. If it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it? Why do you have to let it rot? Hey, now let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the static mixture? Truma. Let it rot. There's a remedy. You're to a color. Sell it to a color. Yet the Raisa says, let it rot. Why do you let it rot? You another coin. It made truma. Chutz may also sell it to a coin. They must say in general. This is interesting. There is a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, what happens? I have truma. I have truma to the coin. I manage. I'm the notorious truma mismanager. So what happens? My truma gets. What do I have to do now? What do I do? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts to 1 part to 1. Good, I'm good. So less than 100 parts. What do I do? What size of mixture? What size of mixture? Have a two blank expressions looking right back. Either avoid eye contact or say right. Right. So let's say sit down. You know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts. Less than 100 parts. Just one part truma to less than 100 parts chulin. What happens? What size of truma? So here we go. Good. So let's say, so how do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift, if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's coal in there. So remember, there is a market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be at a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's a limited population that can buy this. Therefore, they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 saw of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not bottle. So what does the Mishnah say? You got to let it rot. Why let it rot? I should be able to sell it to a coin. Now, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a coin? I could sell to the coin the amount of the mixture minus the truma, because I can't charge the coin for truma, right? Why not? Because it's his. So I can sell him the amount of the mixture minus the truma. So the 90 saw of Shemitah produce. One saw of truma, one saw. I could charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. Sounds like a much better option going ahead and letting it rot. What's going on over here? To which was Rabbi the Ula is also Maris Nechshudu Kohanim Ashvius. So what do you see from here? So you see from here, Allah, we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How can it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So also take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Rashi says, "Lahashos shvius achazim here." The moral better. So now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As mentioned before, you are only allowed Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim, we're not taught for storing Shemitah in their homes, even after it is no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim was so good, they're so pure, they're so sweet. That is why so the motor Baratera, they have the motor heter, they have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? Come on. We always keep other stuff in our homes, right? We have truma, right? We have kachim. We have all these different things. Okay, so let's talk. So remember, Shemitah produce is kaddish. Truma is kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are kaddish. So Kohanim remote heter, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, regular people have to go ahead and digest themselves of produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So we'll say, because of this, we had a reputation of being derelict in the treatment of produce. So because that was incredible, Chazal made net Kohanim choshes on Shemitah. So again, and we'll say because and therefore, so that results in that during the Shemitah year, you have truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, if it's 100 to 1 ratio, truma's bottle, you're good to go. You have to let it rot, and then once you dispose of it. Incredible story. Back to the story. Remember, we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Shimon in order to see how they relate from us. So Amru Shruda Hudin. You're supposed to listen to this. So these said Rish Lakish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. He's real trouble. Like in other words, that like why Russian? They were taken aback by his negative disposition. I want to say that. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish. Who's Rish Lakish? Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate about right? Rish Lakish was a thief, all these different things. He had a very, very right, and then he went ahead and becomes about Tshuva and embraces the difficulty. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than these other Rabbanim, simply because the Pashas Rabbi Shimon Rechia grew up in Kosei Beis Medrash. He grew up in the Beis Medrash. Rish Lakish says, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. Sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. Sometimes when you live that life of dishonesty, you could smell it a little bit different. Like you could detect it a little bit more. So that now again, I would say I want to point out. Interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't. Let's go back there. Okay, so what happens now? So now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. So Rish Lakish is unapologetic. And he's going to say, also you have to understand. As you say about this Gemara, Rish Lakish, that there's a thing. What's the thing? You have to be down the cuffs. You have to be the doubt. These other Rabbanim see, right? So if you're Rish Lakish, you have to be down the cuffs, not down the cuffs. At the end of the day, I was like, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. But there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now again, for us, the halacha is become conscious of course. But perhaps for someone like Kish who was much more plugged into human nature, she was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So let's start this better. We're not finished yet. Right? So now what happens? They arrive at the place they called Asya, this place where they were going to do the Iber, they were going to declare the new month, the New Year's. They were going to declare the New Year. So what happens is great. So the Gemara, so they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalufa Medarga Mituse, and they took out the ladder right in front of Rish Lakish, which means said you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You're here. You came with that shkayach. You tagged along. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay, Asla Kamid Rabbi Yochanan. So it says Rish Lakish was all offended. He was very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right? Right? Rabbi Yochanan is Shvacha. Come before Rabbi Yochanan. Amar, so we'll see. Get ready to this. Rish Lakish says, Amar, Adam hachashudin ala shviyas sherin la'aber shana. So let's listen to this. So now Rish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspects about non-observance of Shemitah? Are they permitted to go ahead and bima aber b'shana? Are they permitted to declare here? They will say. Now remember again. Now what I mean. Rish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shemitah. Rabbi Shimon was like this. As long as it's part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Rish Lakish walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shemitah. They didn't see anything. So if you don't stand in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. This is what I was going to say. And so we are seeing these things unfold such a dramatic way. When you look at what is happening in Australia with the FSMA event, and people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism list. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely this Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, you are side. It's not an accent, but after Australia, in all of their ridiculous political stances and political movements, there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So, sorry, Abanik. You're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? And if you see guys doing Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a mafak, you're not going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violators of Shemitah. So Rabbi Shlaki should be open on how could these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the fact that that's the new year, or leap year, sorry. So Kashli, so just then Shlakish was thinking, this actually has such a big problem, I'll tell you why. The Halash Losher Rai Bakar, Abonon Akshavinu Samat. So we spoke on this before, because there are no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on there to go ahead and declare the new month. In other words, maybe so Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Chia, and Rabbi Shimon are not really part of the base thing to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you can even be a shepherd. Pretty stark. So again, just understand what happened over here. Rish Lakish just called these two, essentially called them shepherds, Roy Bakar, and also the people who violate Shemitah. V'hadra amar lo dami hasam hador imnu rabbanon va'avrua lahu shasa hacha kasher rishayim. The kasher rishayim enam minamim. Then Rish Lakish said, no, that's not a good riot because this is the previous case. The rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds are not part of the actual base. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are part of the Beis Din. And if these guys are part of the Beis Din, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishayim. Kesher Rishayim sounds like a good name for a shul, right? You know, guys, congregation Kesher Rishayim, right? Whatever. And it's like Kesher Rishayim. So the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again, they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishayim, a congregation of Rishayim. So we'll say Rish Lakish is sharp. Rish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi, just a moment. Kesher Rishayim, והיך תומכים על מניין זה, לעשות כדברי ואפילו אין עושים על עיבור כדאס as Hashem מסבר הסיידים. ובונים הבייסדים מניין דזה אינו מניין. Okay, so therefore, Rish Lakish is really saying, I don't understand how this basin that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into, right? I don't understand how this is a valid basin. So Rabbi Yochanan, da akka. So Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what, I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them Rishayim. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan acts, so look at Rashi, da akka, shata kore osan Rishayim. I think it's a little bit over the top. In other words, you want to, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violations? I say that. I do. And if you notice, doesn't jump to that point. But to call people Rishon, that is already a different level, and that level of what's the word? Coordination. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's already a little bit over the top. So Yochanan says that I don't think you can do. So Kiyasal Kamid Yochanan. So let's say, so now what happens? Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Rish Lakish said about them. So Kiyasal Kamid Yochanan. Amar Le Karilan Roy Bakar below Amar Mavrilo Midi. So listen to this. So what's interesting is they said so now. So Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Rish Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's all in the middle of this. Right? You didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, the Kari Lechu Loit Son, Mayamir. And if he would have what he would have called you cattle herders, if he would have called you sheep herders, which you have rather what, if he would have names. So it's very different. Rabbi Yochanan is saying is so what? Hey, I say, what's the first lesson is that we teach our children? Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you need to. Yeah, Rish Lakish was upset. Rish Lakish thought you were wrong, so he called you Rishon. He called you. And if you notice, by the way, Rabbi Yochanan counters Rish Lakish. Called him a Rasha. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right, but my son, once you go ahead, he called you a cattle herder. Okay, get over it. And let's say, interestingly enough, that's where the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, right, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was Rish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim, were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Rish Lakish is you need to go ahead and stand up against when you are wrong, because if you, then by definition, you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from Reb Shimon and Reb Chia, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially right where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And listen, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. How often in life do we respond and then afterwards think, oh, I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then write you WhatsApp something and you delete it, you do that, people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you did even before you deleted it. And why? And I just had enough self-restraint just to not risk life would be so much. Most we also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, always has to be it as to the type of words you're going to use. No matter how justified you may be, you have to be careful words that you use. I also, you see, without even into it, you know that people right now, like one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. The draft is how it's tremendous issue. We spent last night on it. So without even wading into it, listen, but the moment that someone uses the word, right, in the context of the debate between you've lost. Well, even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate because you lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It's so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, later. Says Gemara. Okay. All right, so Gemara says, good. So once I say, interesting enough, one of the things that Rish Lakish said, was he called it a Kesher Rishon, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Rishon. So the Gemara says, what is, you've never heard that expression before. What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of people. So Kesher Rishon. What's it? It's like a bond, like a Kevra Rishon. What does that mean? This is wild. This is wild. My Kesher Rishon. Shevna Hava. Place of this. It's now going to be introduced to a story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish called Rabbi. Right? Again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received the Jewish education, you can ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So let's say, so listen to this. So now this is an incredible story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. So listen to this. So Hiskiel, right, the guy who ran essentially like his chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had an immense following. Havadorish the place of Abusa. When he would darshan, the number of he had 130,000 followers. I mean, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Chizkiah Havadorish bechad Sari Abusa. Interesting. Chizkiah, who was the king of Yehuda and the son of David, he had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. Ki asa Sancheiriv Tsar Alei Yerushalayim. So it says now I have another famous story. Sancheiriv comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is a famous story of Sancheiriv's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war, right? They were outmanned. Sancheiriv came with this huge army. They conquered a number of cities. This is we already conquered part of Israel, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Because of Shevna, Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate and organize surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have something. So what did Shevna do? He didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He attached, he wrote a note, essentially a letter to Sancheiriv and Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on an arrow, he shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna Yaitu Rishlimu, Chizkiah said to Lorishlimu. Kihine Arisham Gidju Peshes, Konanu Chitzama Yasa. So it says, now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Sancheiriv saying, Chizkiah doesn't want peace with you. But we, meaning me, Shevna, and my followers want peace with you. Send this letter to Sancheiriv. So Chizkiah concerned, he didn't know what to do. Amar Dilma Chasashal Nati Kuchabihu, Basa Ruba, Kavan Ruba Mimsiri, in Lunami Mimsiri. So Chizkiah said, there's a concept of Aherav Mahatos. So Chizkiah, started saying this in himself. And he said to himself, you know what? Maybe Shevna's right. Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the role. And the Baruch Hu often goes by the majority as well. So maybe the Baruch Hu doesn't want me to live, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Navi came to Chizkiah and he said to him, Mon Kesher l'chol asher yomara amazeh kesher. So listen to this one. So it's here in quotes over here. The passage from Yeshayahu. Well, someone Kesher l'chol yomara amazeh kesher. So the Navi comes and says like this. Kesher is Shaimu, the Kesher is Sham Elamim. This is not a regular robe. Robe is what you call a Kesher Sham. So what's the special one? Like this robe is a Kesher Sham, a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and the assembly of the wicked is not called the halakhic. Incredible. Allah will say, so therefore the Nabi tells Chizkiah, not surrender. You're back, do not surrender. Shevna is feeling pretty good, right? Because Shevna feels that now, first of all, he sent this letter to Sancheiriv, and now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shevna do? So Gemara says, Shevna comes along and says, but halach lachtav lokever, b'kivrei beis David. Shevna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of Davidic kings. So Shevna is really getting ready. And ready to go ahead and assume the throne installed by Sancheiriv. He decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kingdom. So the Nabi said, Shevna, who are you? Who are you? What are you together that you're carving out the Davidic plot? So essentially, the Nabi said, Shevna, the Baruch is going to make you wandering man. Gemara said, interestingly enough, wandering of a man is more difficult than wandering of a woman. What does this mean? In general, people have more rachmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Nabi was saying, the Baruch is going to make you like a wandering man. You're going to be a wanderer. No one's listening. So we'll see what happened. The Itah, Rabbi Yos, Rabbi Chanina, Melame, Sheparcha Bot Saras. So Shevna gets leprosy. Siv Hacha, the Ataf, Siv Hasam, the Asafam Yatef. Sanof Yitzficha, Safna, Kadra Eretz, Rachvas Yadayim. Tana, Ubikesh Kalon Beis Adonov. Shevna wanted to bring him on his master's home, Chizkiah's home. Napach Kivod Balakaron. Even though Shevna was all great, right? But Shevna ultimately again turns into degradation. Let's get into this. So now, Shevna and his followers, so Chizkiah says we're not surrendering. Shevna, along with his followers, saying we're surrendering. We're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim, Shevna, and his whole chevra. What happens? You have enough Ikihu. So Shevna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim to surrender to Sancheriv. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as walking out of Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately, again, Shevna walked out by himself on the days. Amrulay. So now Shevna comes before Sancheriv. And remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. He comes by himself. So Amalei, Mishar Siei, so Sancheriv says, Shevna, all your followers. Amru Hadjubi. So Shevna says, what? Now, Shevna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Not to come, right? Hadjubi, they were dying. On the basis of here's his income, so obviously you're making fun of me. So Sancheriv thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shevna 130,000 people. And meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So Sancheriv says, you're embarrassing me. Because you can imagine, again, there probably was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. Probably 130,000, probably much more because it's 130,000 people in Darshan to the Pakistan families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So Sancheriv says, you make me fun of me. You're mocking me. What did he do? So the Lord says, Nakvu ba'chava v'talu b'zem v'susayim v'yimagarin also ala kotzim ba'ravayim. So they bore a hole in the soles of Shevna's feet, attached them to the tail of their horses, and dragged them on the floors. So Shevna, unfortunately, literally ate enough to go. What a descent takes. It was a difference, in general. It's always fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. Like, what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shevna was the second in command. Shevna was the second in command. His was so great. When you learn about his skill, that's actually a week ago. Right, where again, his was responsible for such a heightened level of scholarship in college. So it was like a golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachos, right? It was the last lesson, all that. Everyone knew the halachos of Tuman Tara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. His could have been the Mashiach. Things were going well. Shevna has everything: power, influence. So how make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? They get ready for this. Another Lazar, Shevna, Baal and Shevna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sivha. Lech Bala, so Zach, Sivha, back to Lo Socher. Still makes it zero Shabbat, Sochim Socher. Actually, Sochim is the treasurer, was by Abishai Shulis and Governor. So it's interesting enough, what was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the secret. When a person say, so what does that mean? What does that mean? So it's like when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life, personal pleasure, right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although Rashi points out it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? That's pretty good. Right. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avoda of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I must say, it is so easy. By the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to Gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of Gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. The story of Shazna is the story of great people throughout the ages who have so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves as opposed to a life of pleasure as opposed to service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of coming to the downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens? This says here, if he sees, this is mind-blowing. This is mind-blowing. And the moment that Gaiva sets in outside, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here, there's an Yerushalayim. And yet, what is he doing? He's my scatter. Like, he's decided to carry. Like, he's decided to making the plans. Forget my life turning thing. I'm already making my plans for my death as a man. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin ultimately lead to his demise. What a long story. The Gemara goes back. The Gemara says, He has Yaresim, Sadik Paul. So most of the Gemara. Hold you the pasuk. Those are the pasuk from the law. No, sorry. From Tilly. Yaresim, Sadik Mapal. So I'm saying how the Gemara is actually in this pasuk. He has Shas Yaresim. For the shuttles, we'll define what shuttles will be destroyed. Mapal has the tzaddik accomplished. Now, this is the way to this puzzle. So, Rabbi, we go down. So something refers to Chizkiyahu. If Chizkiyahu and his followers were destroyed, what good would that be? The tzaddik. The tzaddik were even based on Mikdash Yaras, tzaddik Mapal. Others say the base of Mikdash was destroyed. This is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna. With Chizkiyahu, what could happen? Ula Amar, also Russia, tzaddik Mapal. If the plans of that Russia, Shevna, were not upended, what would the tzaddik have done? So this So according to the opinion, Shassos refers once again to the plans of Shevna. It makes sense. Who destroys the plan of evil people. This not ever happened in the It makes sense to call also Shassos lie, as well as in the center of the Beis Hamikdash, actually by the Kodesh HaKadosh. Was what's called the Even Shisia, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of which the world was created. Where do we ever find Tzaddik? And Tzaddik is called the Shassos, the Sid, the beautiful Kila Hashem, Mitsuki Aretz, Vayesh Antena, Viva Israel, Alpha, Hipila Itza, Higotoshia. Urachana, Lama Mikra Shmushia. You see something very interesting. Torah is sometimes called, why is Torah called Toshia? Because it weakens the koach of a person. I won't say, listen to this. Look, what does that mean? Toshia, Toshia, Shel, Al Shem, Olam Ateshes, Al Shar, Al Shem, Shaolam, Mishusach, Al Torah, from Denik Toshia.
So what would you do for a kid like
Sorry. Good, fine. So before we get to that. So the nation of the Shishkal Shah. So let's say, first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Pashup Pshat over here is that Torah weakens. Now let's say that this is what is in Torah. Torah is Hashem Timima Meshivas Nefesh. Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? Does Torah weaken? Does Torah revive? And what's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now listen, to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility could actually deplete the kohos of a person. Now let's say, but it's not anything in life requires exertion. Affirmation saps you of your energy. Right? Person makes a sin, right? Person marries off their child. The person makes a bar mitzvah. And what happens? You're dancing or bas mitzvah. This little lessons. You're dancing. Right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? How do you feel? Exhausted. She says, Rabbi, I'm exhausted. Rabbi, it's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that simcha. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reason. Torah, spirituality could exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know? How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? Torah makes you tired. That's a good sign. But that's not good shit. Right? If Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't have the energy, chances are you're probably doing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem Yishua, the Sakachar Rebbe, and also he says on his phrase, Yemeshi Matesh Moshav, this is beautiful, is Kol Moshav, he says is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. You know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I must say is such a beautiful idea. We know it in the second Roths. Right? The Gemara says, the person should try to go ahead and always incite their good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome their Yetzer Hara? What does the Gemara say? Bring yourself, go out, pull it to the Medrash. Torah allows us to reach our own minorities. So let's say, learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have the dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit averas when you're doing the daf. Now, maybe a moment there's something else going on, right? But the Meister, I would say, why is that? Why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer Hara. That is the power of Torah. It's just kocho shel adam. It diminishes the power of the Yetzer Hara. Which is why, by the way, the Gemara says in Second Brachos, the person is struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all they need to do is just open the sefer really quickly. Or, now, Baruch Hashem, pull up Rabbi on that. Right? Pull up Zechariah. Right? And just read a passage. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshiyah? The Gemara says, Right, goes, you know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. More for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Let's say, again, we always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's a much shorter day tomorrow. Very. Don't look. All right, let's say wonderful start to the week. Incredible. All right, Chevron on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
They should throw in fish noises into those like nicotine ads that he does. You are like
Fish. Special fish.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for
The fish is a giant blog. And they would just so free out there. Let them be free. Because
this month is our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tafshin, paying 5780 with Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all of you and Rothschild this year, host for the soul of Tovos for Amis. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month Davis. The Kalman family of Amit Ben David Rabbi, brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed in Gaza, Kiddush Hashem, first name Chanukah Yochel, our Talmud Torah. The show will have and his family in the home. Our week of living sponsors is Zevi and Church, Daniel Levi Nishmas is Zevi's father. Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Fall, Noah Yosef Tzipor Mizracha. We open the night of our Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Muslim and Aliyah, the families in Chama, all of those who need to report Shtavon together with Kol Chorei Yisrael. The Yom Shom Shemay Omar our hostages, Shalom and the Kalav and our holy soldiers should be successful. The Chol Masi Yedei. With that, let us we have a lot to do today. Production today's daf is Chaf Dal is 24. We are picking up on Chaf Gimel on the base 20B. Ki also Rabbi actually began this yesterday about 14 lines up from the bottom. Ki also Rabbi Amar Rabbi Yochanan Machlokes V'Sheikite Eidim. Machlokes in Mishnah between Rabbi and the Chachamim is dealing actually with two sets of witnesses. Now, we began to read this Rashi yesterday. Rashi explained what's happening over is as follows. So Reuben has a din Torah against Shimon, right? And Reuben claims that he has two sets of witnesses to support his particular claim. Okay, so the Gemara says, the Meir Savar, the Meir says that Halacha L'Maisa, if Reuben claims that he has two witnesses, there's an obligation to go ahead and verify those two sets. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says it's actually right across. So Reuben says, I have two sets of, not one set of witnesses, but two sets of witnesses to support my claim. So what happened? So the Gemara says, "Hevi kat mishon va'amar talova va'amar va'achar." So now what happens? Reuben brings his two sets of witnesses, and now what happens? The other litigant, Shimon, and another person come along and come up to claim that the first set are psulin. This is va'amar va'psulin da'ashtalat yoged elu shari amar malvish likat acheres. So as I swear again, in yesterday's that we were speaking about the ability for one litigant to go ahead and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant. Now the Gemara says the inherent problem with that was that if, let's say, for example, if Shimon wants to disqualify the witnesses of, how could that be? Because isn't Shimon what we call Nogea B'Davar? Isn't he, what was the word that we used for Nogea B'Davar? Isn't he conflict of interest? I'm sorry? Conflict of interest, right? By trying to disqualify the very witnesses that are there to testify against him. So now the Gemara suggesting over here is maybe a case where Reuben claims that he has two sets of witnesses. He comes from Shimon testifies against the first set of witnesses. Maybe Shimon is not in the way because at the end of the day, the second set of witnesses still there. Reuben has a second set. So because Reuben has a second, perhaps it's not a conflict for Shimon to testify against the set. To finish up the Rashi, Bikesh v'Lamati Yaksib Tzarnier Tzarach Baldim Livrar Ulahamid Allah Emes Kol Dvar Shetan Belavezim. So Rabbi Meir holds that Halacha L'Maisa, when Reuben claims that he has two sets of witnesses, Reuben is obligated to provide two sets of witnesses, and therefore, even if Shimon testifies against the first set, Shimon should be believed because it's not a Nogea B'Davar. That's halacha. There's still a second set back to the Rabbanan Safi Einos Arfara. The Rabbanan, on the other hand, hold that no, just because you say that you have two sets of witnesses doesn't mean that you're obligated to furnish two sets of witnesses. When I say again, all you support your claim is what? When it says, even though you claim you have to, require you to actually produce two. About the kat achos comes to one set of witnesses. They are called in Yochol means then one litigant cannot testify against the witnesses of the second litigant. Okay, so whereas Amru what happens if it only produces one set of witnesses? So halacha l'maisa again in that circumstance. So in shana l'kat achos, we said that if there's only one set of witnesses, v'amru about the kat achos, different hakol in Yochol. He just explained that as Reuben is bringing one set of witnesses, Shimon cannot testify against the right because Shimon is considered to be a Nogea B'Davar. He's conflicted. He's conflicted in his testimony. Now again, the only time you must about the kat achos, it says kat shnia, krogen opsulim now. So what happens if however, let's say Shimon does testify against the first set of witnesses, we'll bring the second set of witnesses, but then it actually turns out that the second set of witnesses are either related or possible. What's the halacha? On the line, so again, he responded in that case, what he's supposed to do, again, so in that case, what he's supposed to do, the first set of witnesses already testified, and Shimon, along with another, already disqualified that first set. He could argue others okay, so we'll say. So remember, just to understand and appreciate what it is that is unfolding over here is very simple. The Mishnah highlighted an interesting focus. The Mishnah said, come to a din Torah. The Mishnah said that Reuben brings witness. Shimon could disqualify. Shimon brings witnesses. Reuben could disqualify the witness. The Chachamim dispute. Chachamim saying no, you can't. No. The only way to disqualify witnesses is how? Is if it turns out that literally they have an inherent personalistic disqualification, a gambler, a thief, something like that, or they're related. So we're trying to figure out what is that? Right? What is that? What is that machlokes? What we're suggesting machlokes is, let's say, for example, Reuben is claiming I have two sets of witnesses. So in that case, Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, because he said there are two sets, he has an obligation to furnish sets. Therefore, he has the ability to testify about the first set. He's not conflicted because there's still the second set. And the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say even when Reuben claims that he has two sets, he's not obligated to furnish two sets. Rather, he's only obligated to furnish one set. Now the Gemara says, "Name the Pluto, the Rabbi Shimon, and the Rabbi Kamei." Saying the machlokes between Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim Mishnah is the same machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. What happened? Bisanya, Tapa, Lidon, Bishtar b'Chazaka. It's an interesting case. So as I say, now let's say comes along and Reuben finds Shimon living on property that everyone agrees Reuben once owns. Right? So Reuben claims, Shimon, you're a squatter, get out. Shimon claims, now what does Shimon say? Shimon say, I can produce a shtar and I also have chazaka. I've been living here 3 years uncontested. So Shimon has a dual claim of shtar and chazaka. So it says, Rabbi says, all he needs to do is furnish the shtar. We don't care about the chazaka. Bring the shtar. We're good to go. And so Shimon says, we don't get chazaka. Shimon says, no, we look at chazaka. He looks about being a boss. The chazaka will be shtar. So we asked, that means just the chazaka, not the shtar. Ela ach the chazaka. Rabbi say even chazaka. So it's as follows. Rabbi says, we look at a shtar. And Shimon says, we look at both things. So it's essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both chazaka and shtar to support your residency claim, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support this claim. The kind of run, and we said, the Gitzar and Barakli. And we'll say, what are they arguing about? So we'll say, it's actually very interesting. And this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you needed to say, are you obligated to support that entire claim? Or do you just support the bare minimum threshold to meet your legal obligations? So for example, right? So again, Reuben comes along and says, Shimon, you're living in my house. Shimon says, now, really, all Shimon needs to say is what? Either a shtar or chazaka. You don't need both. But Shimon says, I have a shtar and... So now what's the shaila? Does Shimon have to furnish both of those things to support this claim? Or no, only one of them is enough? So that's the fundamental machlokes. So we'll say, tremendous concern in general, which is sometimes in life, the less you say, the better. Right? But what's so you know, let's say the better, which is pretty self-explanatory lesson in life that we've all learned. But let's say also sometimes this idea that what's the expression under and over deliver. Right? The problem in life, many of us under deliver. Right? And so here you have Shim's all right, calm down. Under promise, in other words, all you need to do is say you have one of them or bring one of them, and you can over deliver. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, fine, no, I'll leave you to abused. So should the Gemara says, everyone abused. For years, okay, so I'll leave you to that. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbanon Ayudacha, and Rabbanon would say as follows: right, Rabbi's only saying his particular position by chazaka. Why? So the says the mikoach shtar kaasi, because chazaka itself also is derivative of the koach of shtar. But in our case, in Mishnah, with the second set of witnesses, have nothing to do with the first set. I think the Rabbi Moda de Isar Levara, even if you agree that halacha l'maisa, you don't have to bring forth both sets. So again, we're just continuing on this mission, trying to explain the first case in the Mishnah, where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witness of the other, and the Rabbanon say no. Unqualified witnesses is halacha through some type of true errand, so top of Dalit. So it's a Reisha, to link the Dayanik share. This is in the Reisha, first case, the Mishnah taught out witnesses who are unfit, right? And Dayan and Ksherim. So where it's a Miku the Pasti, Eatim Pasti, Nami Dayani. So since the Eatim are invalidated, so by definition, the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Sorry to say, since we invalidate the witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. Seifa, the Dayanim Psulim Ya'ivim Ksherim. The Seifa is talking about a case where the Dayanim had not been invalidated, but the agent, right? But sorry, the Dayanim had been invalidated, but the Edim are Ksherim. The Miku the Pasti Dayanim Pasti Nami Edim. So it's Maski for Rabbi. Rabbi is a kasha. We'll say Kafdal 24:8, 4 lines down. Maski for Rabbi. Rabbi is a kasha. Bishlam and Miku the Pasti Edim Pasti Nami Dayanim. So I understand that in the case where the witnesses have been invalidated, so by extension, the judge have been invalidated. You realize it's no longer a case. So he was, but he could have been enough. So remember again, there's only the patient that they can go to. And when you go to Pasti Dayanim, Pasti Nami Edim. But in case where ultimately again, the witnesses have been invalidated, what does it mean that the judges have also de facto validated? Agency where says, Pasti Nami Edim, Baha Edim. So I'll keep it in the Shemar says, Ella, I'm sorry. Ella, but in the case where ultimately again, the judges have been invalidated, why would you say that Nico, that the witnesses are invalidated as well? So the Gemara says, once you don't have witnesses, you don't have a case. Once they revert back to what we said, where Ruben is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So if there's not a second set of witnesses, then what would you say? So Gemara says, you're right, then one litigant would not be able to invalidate the litigant's set of witnesses, because again, then he'd be conflicted. I would directly, that's the same thing you just said before the name of Rabbi. He gave Nigo, Yamar Sabra, Amina Nigo, and me Sarah Amina Nigo. Okay, so if I'm not this ultimately, they will be whether or not we apply the concept of Nigo. So let's say, so bottom line is, we have multiple versions as to how to understand the first machlok is in the Mishnah. But one thing is clear, which is it's not a simple case to understand. So remember again, what we have over here is Rabbi Meir saying one litigant could disqualify the witnesses and the judges of the other litigant, and the Chachamim say no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? It appears that the way the Gemara is settling over here is that the parameters of this case is Rabbi Reuben is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So now Rabbi Meir says Jane has the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted. There's still a second set. The Chachamim say no. In general, the only way to disqualify witnesses is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa find something inherently disqualified about them. They're a relative, they're a thief, so on and so forth. So it says, if remember again, Reish Lakish had an interesting interpretation. Reish Lakish said that when Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah says that one litigant could go and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, what was that talking about? In Eid Echad. The Gemara said Eid Echad. I don't read it as a dog, rather read it as a dog. This was the Asgimo of the Aleph. And really again, if all Reuben is furnishing is one witness, so Shimon has the ability to go ahead and disqualify that one witness. So Reish Lakish was surprised. Reish Lakish says, could it be that someone as great as Rabbi Meir would say such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, Tani Eito. Rather read it ultimately again as singular witness. Seini. So it's a Gemara says something very interesting. According to this Gemara, leaving aside even the content, what you see from here is style. Reish Lakish is being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir calls Rabbi Meir a pet kadosh, a holy mouth. When a holy mouth says something like this, that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, and therefore Reish must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singularness of another litigant. But the point we're seizing over here is Rabbi Meir is incredibly deferential Rabbi Meir. One second, that makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was the Reish Lakish. Yet, one second. If you were to walk into the Shiva, says beautiful. I know that's Reish Lakish makes Spanish. What would you see? Kilo Oker Harim Betokna Zebazeh. You would see someone that was literally uprooting mountains, and grinding them one against the other. So let's say, so this is a metaphor for acute intellectual or analytical prowess. So remember again, the idea, if you remember again, when it comes to describing Talmidei Chachamim, there are two different types of Torah scholars. There's what's called the Sinai. A Sinai is someone who possesses a voluminous amount of knowledge, like a Har Sinai. And then there's an Oker Harim. Oker Harim is someone who possesses acute intellectual or analytical acumen. Someone who's able to uproot mountains. Again, might not be the same repository of knowledge. Remember, you also saw the Gemara says, who's greater, a Sinai or an Oker Harim? And what does the Gemara answer? Oh, in other words, you need both. It's very nice to be able to engage in analytical, what's the right word? Analytical debate, analytical process, right, or psychoanalytical processes. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You need a Sinai and you need an Oker Harim. So the word says over here, if you walk into the Medrash, you see someone uprooting mountains and what? And grinding them against the other. So let's say it's fascinating to understand what does this mean? What kind of scholar was Reish Lakish? So Reish Lakish was the kind of person. Reish Lakish was the kind of person who was able to go ahead and challenge contemporary beliefs. In other words, the idea of the ability to uproot mountains means the ability to analyze something, and to grind it against the other indicates the ability to think in new ways. Where sometimes we become just so caught and so trapped in ways that we have done things that we lose the ability to look at things through a different kind of lens. So someone who could uproot mountains is the ability to analyze, grind them against each other, is the ability to think about things in a different way. So profound. So Yomar says, and yet, I'm Rabbi, Ba'alo Kol HaRoeh, Rabbi Meir Beis HaMedrash, Kilo Oker Harim, Topra Zebazeh. So yet, Rabbi said, Rabbi Meir was also someone who, if you walk into the Beis HaMedrash, what would you see him doing? Uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So I said, so it sounds like Reish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and yet Reish Lakish was so deferential. First of all, like, how can come up with so beautiful? How can come up? See how much Rabbi Meir and Reish Lakish loved each other. So the Gemara says, this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Rabbi came along, and Rabbi said, "We're not permitted to insulate something." He actually had this ceremony for Shabbos a couple of weeks back. The halach is an Isra on Shabbos Katmana. You're not allowed to insulate things. Now, Rabbi came along, like, not only can you insulate something, not only can you not insulate to preserve one on Shabbos, you insulate something to preserve on Shabbos. So that we're concerned that if we let you go ahead and insulate, you come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, "Amar lefanav Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba." So Amar lefanav Rabbi Shmuel. So Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came and said, "He said, Abba, he took Hashem Satzori." So he said, "Abba, my father Rabbi Yossi permitted one to insulate some cold." So that he said, "Kavar Hora Zakir." Oh, Rabbi Yossi Paskin that way. The other has Paskin, nothing to talk about. You're allowed to do it. So that's why you see places see how much that Abba Eretz Yisrael love each other. Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Hayakafov Yosef Rabbi. So what do you see from there? If Rabbi Yossi was alive, Rabbi Yossi himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. To Rabbi Yisrael, Rabbi Yossi, the Mali Makam of Osef Hava, Hayakafov of the Yosef Rabbi, the Ka'amar Kvar Horazaki. So I said, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to Rabbi, yet when Rabbi heard the ruling of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara is painting a beautiful picture over here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, we start with our Gemara beforehand, that you see Reish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, called him a pat kodesh, a holy mouth, even though, again, Reish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and I see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. My decision. So I'll say, where do we see this? So the Gemara is painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Dafka of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So the Gemara is my decision. What's the pasuk? Dixid. I took, so it's actually very beautiful. This is a pasuk in Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. This is a prophetic vision of Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. Lechad karasi Noam. One of the staffs I called Noam. Lechad karasi Chovrim. And the other I called Chovrim. Chovrim means damagers, right? Damagers. So it says Noam, who's Noam? Anyone coming from Eretz Yisrael. This refers, actually, Chovrim is like a Mechabel, like he's a terrorist. You know who's the pleasant one? This refers to the Torah of Eretz Yisrael. They're pleasant to each other in halacha. They're pleasant to each other. Chovrim, who are the terrorists? This refers to the Torah scholars in Bavel. That are just abrasive, contrarian, and almost like abusive to each other in halacha. So such a fascinating distinction between the Rabbanim of Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, loving, deferential, kind to each other. The Rabbanim of Bavel, literally again beating each other, not physically, but intellectually beating each other up. So we'll say, what is this prophetic vision? So again, also so again, it says these are the olive oil of the olive, just put olive oil. That refers to every time you come to the reference ultimately again to the Rabbanim of oil, olive oil to be sweet. So these refer to the Rabbanim again who are kind to one another in halacha. So the one says, but in the two olive trees, the olive trees on the other hand is bitter. So that refers only to the Rabbanim of who are bitter to one another. The Esa Inai, so what's that? It's fascinating, this distinction between Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and then ultimately again of Bavel. I'll just point out we do not have time for it today. But there happens to be a beautiful piece by the Shem Yishmuel, the second Rabbi. The second Rabbi says, why distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael? So the second Rabbi says, it's the power of Israel. The power of Eretz Yisrael. That there is some about being in the land that has a greater intensity and a greater connection to the Rebbe Olam that fundamentally changes who and any person who has ever been Zohar to step forth on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment, you're on the flight and you see the coastline of Tel Aviv as you come in, there's something that changes inside of you. There's something that fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come into the airport and you see that like Mashiach Mezuzah over there, right? And you see that, and there's something that fundamentally changes within you. I didn't do anything. It's not learning more Torah. The land fundamentally changes me. The Shem Yishmuel says that accounts for the difference between the Talmidei Chachamim of Eretz Yisrael and the Talmidei Chachamim of Bavel. Eretz Yisrael has you wouldn't know it, right, necessarily from the driving or from the personal interactions, but Eretz Yisrael has a soothing effect on the neshama. It does. That's why a person feels in a greater sense. I think for many of us, the only time you truly feel at peace is in Eretz Yisrael. And again, you might say, because you're in Eretz Yisrael, you're on vacation, like for many of us. It's not that. It's not that, because a lot of times you can be on vacation and still all worked up and still not find any level of. There's something about Eretz Yisrael that allows the Neshama to be tranquil. The Shem Yishmael says that's the difference of Eretz Yisrael. You know, like that. Sorry, now they nothing. No, so we have to count on. So saying, have you not called another incredible vision? Also from Zechariah. I looked in my eyes and I saw two women. Notzos, rough the Kanteim. So these were really like malachim, but they looked like women. Right? The wind was under their wings. And they had wings like the Hasidah bird. But the Senah Ifa, Bena Shalaras, and they lifted the Ifa. So again, Rashi points out the Ifa is the Sahara between the heaven and earth. But Omer Allah Malach Hadover be Anahima, Holy Ghost. As I said to the Malach, where they came from? But Yomer Eli. We're going to build the home in Eretz Shinar. So just to understand the vision, Zechariah, you see two angels, they look like women, they have wings like the Hasidah bird, they're lifting up, they're taking the Ephah. Rashi says Ephah is the Sahara, and where they putting the Ephah in Eretz Shinar. What is it talking about? I'm going to look at Shem Yochai, Zu Chanufa the Gasos. These two angels refer to Chanufa, so we'll say Chanufa is like false flattery, Chanufa. And Gasus Ruach, arrogance. Both of these traits came down to Babel. So the Gasus Ruach, is actually the arrogance came to Babel. Valamar Asara Kabin Gasus Yagil Olam, 10 Kabin of arrogance came down to the world. Tisha Nakra Elam. Nine of them came down to Persia. The Kala Olam Kulo, and one was the first amongst the rest of the world. So what they say, see, the arrogance came to Persia, not the Baba. In the Baba Nachas, we didn't get started with the Olam. It came down to Baba, spread to the neighboring areas. Then I need to say, Lidnos Lamayis Gareth, Shina Shmanino. Okay, so what's Baba now? So as I say, just there's so much to say about this prophetic vision. This prophetic vision of these two malachim, or these two women figures representing flattery and arrogance. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery and arrogance ultimately again completely inflated ego. They're transporting the Sahara to, again, in this case it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance and flattery are. Raman are similar. That's a Ruach Anius. Anius the Babel Nachis. So the Gemara says. So one second, we see fascinating. We see a sign for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. Then we'll say that what's the pshat that a sign for arrogance is poverty? So on a simple level, that sometimes a person who is so arrogant thinks that work is beneath him. So something interesting happens if you think work is beneath you, which is you don't make money. So you might say, but 1 second, but the Anius the bottle of this, but does poverty come to bottle? So when I say my Anius, what does Anius mean? Anius Tola. It refers to not necessarily the material poverty, but rather the spiritual poverty. This refers to Elaine, which is Persia. Persia was the source. There was much Torah that was learned there, but ultimately, again, they did not have the ability to convey Torah at all. My Baba, what's Baba? I'm going to be open on the rule of the Mikra, the rule of the Mishnah, the rule of the Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there. There's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Machshakim was Shivani Kinese Olam. So literally, again, the particle there quotes the idea from Incha. So literally, in the darkness, I have been led, like the dead of the world. And this refers ultimately, again, to the learning in Babel. So I want to point out a fascinating dynamic that's unfolding over here. So what the Gemara put here is this tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah of Eretz Yisrael and the Torah of Babel. Right? So that Talmidei Chachamim of Babel are abusive, are abrasive, there's arrogance, there's haughtiness, and yet in Eretz Yisrael there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and spiritual elation. Yet it's fascinating to see, by the way, how Talmud Bavli becomes the more authoritative source of Torah learning, more than Talmud Yerushalmi, which is quite fascinating. So what you see from here is that sometimes in order to be able to arrive at MS, to be able to arrive at truth, so sometimes the meat that you need is not kindness, but sometimes in order to be able to arrive at truth, the meat that you need is a show of abrasiveness. So see this, by the way, right? When there's kindness, when everything is just about being kind and being accepting and being open. So the issue is you can't find MS, because if everything is MS, then nothing is MS. But yet, some people find what truth is. To be a little bit abrasive. There has to be an ability to say no, right, and I'm right, and you're wrong, or I'm wrong, and you're right, and it can't get everyone. It's interesting. So on one hand, we're extolling the beautiful shalom of Eretz Yisrael. Again, it's not that serenity that allows us to arrive at the truest form of Torah. What Torah requires MS, and MS sometimes requires a little bit, not a lot, but an abrasiveness to be able to kind of sift through all the stuff that's not MS in order to be able to get the true MS. Incredible. All right, so much more to say on this. Let's go back to Mishka. I don't know. So we actually quoted this tomorrow on yesterday's stuff. I don't know. Neman alai Abba, Neman alai Abicha. Let's say you're going to share the thing Torah together, right? And Ruben says, you know what, I am willing to accept my father or your father as a judge. And both would agree to agree with this. Or, Neman alai Shosharoi Bakar. Or, I'm willing to accept the Beis Din of new shepherds. So that new shepherds would not be qualified to serve on a Beis Din. And you keep letting there, Omer Yochel Lachsabo. And there says that even after she makes they make this decision, they can retract. We'll see exactly when they can retract about this. They'll come and say, no, come and say, no, once you commit to a process, that's it's not, you remain committed. So again, let's say again, Reuben was obligated, was liable to Shimon in a shua Beis Din. Ramalo, Dar Li, the Chayir Shechah, let's say, so normally remember, the Chayir Shua, the way you take the shua is in front of a court, holding on to a Sefer Torah. But let's say even though Reuben was hyped to Shimon Shua, Shimon says, you know what? Just come over to my house, swear in your house. I'm outside of the Shua, which is much less severe. So again, Rabbi Meir says, that's what retract. The Shimon can say, no reason I want you to swear in your days. So come and say, no, once you cannot go ahead and you cannot retract once you commit it. Okay, so I'm not being brave up Nassim, brave up Yosef. Keep going. The Kabli Alei Bechad. So what's the case over here? The case is we're going back to the first case, right? Reuben shouldn't go to Beis Din. And Reuben says to Shimon, you know what? I'm willing to accept your father or my father as a judge. And if both parties agree to that, that's fine. Even though obviously a relative would normally be possible. So now Rabbi says in the when is this? When they're accepting the father as one of the tribunal of three. They're accepting him as part of the Beis Din. And again, where's the Machlokes? Ultimately, again, in the case of what we call Machlok. What's Machlok? Have you looked at that? Rashi says, Reuben is coming to Shimon. And Reuben says to Shimon, you know, if I go ahead and I use the case, most of the property that is in possession. So since Shimon already has the item in his possession, so therefore, almost as if they're both. Look at Rashi, instead of being serious. And Machalok, Itoveh, Amar Mitzvah, say if the claimer is saying to the claimant, Naman alai Abba or Abicha, and Yizakucha, Yehi Machalok. If I win the din, ultimately, again, I'm mocha that which is in your possession. Hashem coming up on it in the In that case, the Rabbanan say that the litigants cannot retract, right? You can't retract. Because Shimon, so to speak, has already partially acquired the item that is in his hand. About the etching the half, that if again the claim is that if I lose the case, I will give it to you. Everyone agrees that there is the ability to go ahead and recant or retract. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, I'm a be'etin l'cha machlokas. Even if he says, I'll give it to you, that's also machlokas. It's also machlokas. Say, by the rule, be'etin l'cha machlokas, I'm machlokas, so now you might ask the question, in the case of etin l'cha, that's machlokas and the chachamim. But in the case of machlokas, everyone agrees that neither party could retract upon the agreed upon structure. Or maybe either way, there's machlokas. So Tashma, the Amar said, machlokas be'etin l'cha. Machlokas is where I will give you. Or where there is chila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, today says to Shimon, if you could keep the item that is already in your possession, so if you say the following, then the machlokas is only in the case where Reuben claims, if I lose, I will give you something. About the machlokas, where again, essentially, if Reuben loses, Shimon is allowed to hold on to the item. Then they can't retract on this legal framework. So Rabbi Yochanan, hold the halacha l'maisa. There's machlokas whether it's et halacha, Rabbi the Amatiman, who is Rabbi holding like teaching was a Rabbi Tani the Nafshi Kama. Rabbi would be espousing his own position, now aligning himself with any of the aforementioned positions. So say now, let's say back to the initial. So again, remember, just to appreciate what it is that's unfolding over here. The issue is interesting to the legal concept. The legal concept is, I actually say, that both parties upon a compromised framework for the resolution of their issue, they could do that. So for example, Reuben shouldn't come today for Reuben shouldn't. You know what? I like your thought. Seems like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal or to a beis din, even though your father sits on that beis din. Now normally, if Shimon's father's on the beis din, what's the halacha? It doesn't work. She's a kara. Initially introducing to us the idea that process, then halacha l'maisa, it works. Then the shaila becomes, can either party subsequently renege on that? That's the machlokas. Can either party subsequently renege? That's the shaila. That's the shaila. So let's say, so that's machlokas Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says that he can renege, Chachamim say he can't renege. And then the shaila becomes, under what circumstance the renegation, I don't know if that's a word, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. So the goes back to this. So let's say Reuben owed Shimon a shvua and beis din. Shimon says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. So then what's that? And then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir says that Shimon can say, what, I changed my mind, come to beis din and do the shvua. The Chum say, the Chum say, you can't change his mind. I'm a beis. My love, are we not talking about a case where again the shvua would essentially exempt Shimon from payment? And therefore, this is a case of forgiveness. And therefore, again, that's why we can't retract. Look at the word love. So this can also be a case of, again, the panyastic shvua, taking a shvua, and then taking property. That is like a case of etin l'cha. I have a hatola reisha. Tana tola b'das acherim. The Tana b'das asmo. What about the reisha case? We're talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately again of tola b'das acherim. That would be the case of Abba and Avicha. And ultimately again, one is talking about tola b'das asmo. That's where halacha l'maisa again. That's the case of where it's dependent on the litigants themselves. And in both cases, if we're just the case of Abba and Avicha, it's dependent on other people, but there, the Matzi Hagabay, right there says you can retract why. You shouldn't go out Gamar Umakir, because there was no form of kingdom involved in that. The Gemara says, the Amar Mimar Dinizakire, about Tolabadas Atzmo, but in the case of Tolabadas Atzmo, Ima Modi Rabbanon, ultimately Meir would agree with Rabbanon. Viashmunan Baha, which is the other case, Baha Kami Rabbanon Babahi, Ima Modi Rabbanon, and Meir, therefore Tzicha. I was going to say, I apologize, I know we're going up next speed over here. But again, I apologize for that. But again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out halacha myself, which case we allow for retraction, we don't allow for retraction. So essentially, we'll have to stop over here. I'm going to record the rest of this daf and Yetz Hashem up to the Mishnah before Shabbos. That there's a fighting chance of getting through the block. So let's understand what we're going to off with. What off with is as follows. We've established the reality. The reality is that halacha myself, two parties could bargain to what we call a compromised legal construct, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invalid for use, right? Using a relative as a diamond, or like taking a shavua outside of Beis Din. Those things can be done. They can be done. However, what's the shaila? The shaila is, can either party subsequently retract or not? And that's when Hashem says yes, right? Or we can do better. The Rabbi says yes, the Chachamim say no. Then the machlokes becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to the mayor, who says you can retract, right? You can retract your allegiance to a compromise system. Under what circumstances can you retract? And there's Hashem from the rest of the recording today. That will be clarity on that. But it says shkoyach.
Let's see what the next clip is here. The post might think, boy, with
All right, Kevin's another great day. Good chance, everyone.
Joey was a humble man of the people, not like now. Let's see what this is about. Maybe it'd be a narrative.
He said a lot. So he said, tell me more than that. That was a man show. No, that's not my family. I make a couple $1 million a year, more than that, actually. I have the biggest house in North Canada, most expensive house ever sold. I don't think I do. Oh, yeah? No, I thought you were cool. You told me that. You just get a little weird. Why would you say a couple million a year? I'm not your regular actor, motherfucker. Oh, it's only like the top 10 show in the country for 4 years.
Listen, we are continuing the Yetz Hashem on Sanhedrin Chafal on the date, 24b, at 11 lines of the time. Only focus. Now, focus was made in our game. After my margin, give that call in your Cholakos. Remember again, the topic of the Mishnah was discussing that two litigants could go ahead and agree to what would normally be an unacceptable legal construct. For example, you're going to go into a divorce, or you're going to say, I hereby accept your father as a diamond. As a judge, or I hereby accept this person who's going to be responsible as a witness. So remember, again, the Rabbi Meir said that the parties could subsequently retract. The Chachamim said they can't. Now we're qualifying that the focus says the focus is with making margin. The verdict has been delivered. After margin, but after the verdict has been delivered, everyone agrees that the parties could retract. They can't pull back. They can't recant their decision. Yochanan says, "But after margin, my focus." Yochanan says, "No, even after my focus, I mean, the Chachamim applies even after the verdict has been delivered." Rabbi Meir politically try to do better after the process, and the comes to they can see by rule. The after margin my focus on the so now the Gemara asks, do we say that the focus is even after the verdict has been passed, but before the verdict has been passed, everyone, even if agree that either party could pull out of the process, although being the my focus. So my focus is either way. So Tashma Damara, Rabbi says, keep on Allah Prabhupada, what made sorry, keep on Prabhupada. So they're engaged in, and they agree to take upon themselves to judge or a witness with the Karo of Rothschild or inherently from this situation. So this makes my if it's before the verdict, either party has the ability to pull out. The Ahad Margin ain't Yahalash. Delivered, then either party has the ability to go ahead and back off. Only after the verdict, so then that makes sense. But before the verdict has been delivered, again, as everyone agrees to pull out, then Rabbi espouses his position according to the Yochanan, in accordance to the Rabbanan. But if you hold that it's a machlokas, whether or not to pull out before the verdict or after the verdict, Rabbi was Rabbi saying like, what do you see from here? See from here that interesting enough, focus between our men and is after the verdict has been delivered. After the verdict has been delivered, Rabbi Meir said, since this is a compromised legal construct, you can still pull out. And the Chachamim say, after the verdict, you cannot. So Rav Nachman Barav sent Rav Nachman Bar Yaakov. Rabbeinu, Rabbi, does this Neg Mardin Machlokes, or Achar Mardin Machlokes? What's the Machlokes Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah? Is it only before the verdict has been delivered? Or is it before the verdict has been delivered, or after the verdict has been delivered? How do you bring me? Furthermore, if you qualify the Machlokes and you tell me who does the halacha follow, so Shalach Lei, La'achar Mardin Machlokes, he sent back the Machlokes and Rabbi Meir from the Mishnah is only after the verdict has been delivered. The halacha is that after it's been delivered, neither party has the ability to pull out, even though they were both part of a compromised legal construct. Rashi Amar Hachi Shalach Le. Be'atin Lecha Machlokes, Omamata Lecha Machlokes. Rashi said, no. Here was what Rav Nachman Barav sent Rav Nachman Bar Yaakov. This goes back to our Dalet. Is the Machlokes in the case of Etin Lecha, right? I'll agree to this compromised legal construct and I'll give you if I lose. Or is that Machlokes, or Machlokes, Halacha Kedivra who follow, Shalach Lei, he responded back, Etin Lecha Machlokes. The Machlokes are made from the case of Etin Lecha, right? Where again, Reuben and Shimon, let's say Reuben says, Shimon, I agree to use your father, and if I lose, I'll give you. That's where Rabbi Meir says you could pull out, and the Chacham say you can't pull out. Halacha Kedivra Chachamim, and Halacha Lei Chachamim is Surah. So the aforementioned version of the Gemara was reflective of what was done in Surah. But these had a different version. But these they said as follows. They sent from the yeshiva of Rav Shmuel. Rabbi, teach us lifnei the kanumi yadomai. Very interesting. Same case, right? Reuben and Shimon are based in, and they agreed to use Reuben's father as a dayan. Now, in this case, interestingly enough, they made a kinyan. There was Kabbalah's kinyan. They were with each other, binding themselves kinyanically to this process. So now the shaila is, what is the halacha? What is the halacha? In other words, can you go ahead? In other words, so here they use the kinyan to say no one's pulling out. So let's say they did a kinyan sudra with each other, right? They have handkerchief, they did a kinyan, so kinyanically they're bound. Being that they're kinyanically bound, can either party pull out? Right? Meir said you can pull out. What about if there was a kinyan? Rabbi Meir said you could pull out, and the halach is the Gemara says, "Ein shalach le shalach lu." We sent back, "Ein la'achar kinyan kul." No. If there was a kinyan that was made, a kinyan certainly makes the process, the entire process, halachically binding. So let's talk about this. Let's just spend a few moments on halacha l'maaseh, because this is really a fascinating idea where you see two parties committing to a legal structure that, under normal circumstances, would really be unfit and unusable. But here, to it. So what is the nature of that agreement? Number one is the agreement halachically binding. If there's agreement, can either party pull out if they're unhappy with the process? Thirdly, if there was a kinyan, does that do anything? So the Rambam Paskins in Full Sanhedrin, Perek Zayin Halacha Beis. Here it is, really fascinating. Misha Kibel Alav Karov Apostle Ben Yosei Eid Alav. So Reuben and Shimon are based in, and the parties accept upon themselves to use someone who is puzzle, right? Puzzle, whether because he's a relative or because whatever, he's just puzzle. Whether it's to be a dayan, a judge, or a witness, afilu kibel echad min hapsulim ba'avera, kishnei eidim l'ksherim l'ha'id alavo k'shom mumchiladum bo. Or for that man, he managed to do something to someone who's invalid. You accept someone who's in because of an avera. He's a thief. He's a gambler. But yet again, the parties accepted this individual as a judge. They agreed. We accept him as a judge. We accept him as a dayan. Ben shekiva atzmo la'abid zuchu yosef v'lim kol mashayot ben shekiv kol mashayit olav chara be'idu zu apostle. So again, another one says whether let's say Reuben says if I lose, Shimon you could keep what I, or Reuben agrees to give Shimon. So in other words, whether it's a case of etin you or mocha, I forgive that which you have, whichever one. In kano miyado az eno yocho lachzer. This number works backwards. If so there was a kinyan, so Reuben and Shimon did a kinyan with each other, and that they were kinyanically vested, and therefore again they are committed to the process. No exes, can't back out. Can't back out. The halacha is it remains, and that's it. On the other hand, either party could back out of this up until the point that the verdict. Nigmar hadin, but if the verdict was already handed down, and action was taken as a result of that verdict, neither could back out of the process. Therefore, so the Rambam essentially says like this. So therefore, number one, This concept does exist in halacha, where two parties commit to a legal process that involves someone who's normally a karov or apostle. Both parties agree, so that becomes a binding legal construct. If they make a kinyan, committing themselves to the process, can't get out. That's it. You're stuck with this process, and you got to see it through. If there was no kinyan for the verdict, either party has the ability to pull out. But if it was after the verdict, as in there after the verdict, an act taken based on the verdict, like you need both. At that point, halacha, so one cannot pull out of the verdict. All right, we'll say that gets us to the Mishnah. Shkoyach, everyone. A good night of Shabbos, a meaningful rest of the fast. Look forward to learning. We're getting next week. Call to.
Good morning. Today's daf is daf Kaf Hey. I hope we put out the recording yesterday for the Chaf Dalet until the Mishnah. Okay, so we're going to pick up with the Mishnah on Chaf Dalet on Beis. So we've been talking about in the Mishnah a number of times. We've been talking about putting out a judge or a witness, and we say that you can. There's a maslokas whether you can knock one out or only if you prove that they are a karov or they're puzzle, that they're a relative of one of the litigants, or that they're somehow otherwise puzzle. And in this mission, we're going to talk about who are the people who are puzzle for edus. The elohein absulum. These are the ones who are puzzle, are not eligible to be witnesses. Hamasachik bekovia, someone who plays with dice, and that means a gambler. Malva beribis, someone who lends money in ribis. Mafriche yonim, we'll translate it right now as pigeon racers, although we'll get into more detail in the Gemara as to exactly what's the nature of these things. The sochare shvias, and people who, in violation of the rules of Shemitah, sell fruits during the year. All these things are Isser, and Rashi explains that this is most relates to the gambler, the one who lends with interest, and the Mafriche Yona, that an element of Gezel of Torah Amra, the Torah says, but you can't die. And so he says that if someone is a Raveros, then they can't be a witness, and for sure they can't be a dayan. So we're going to analyze each of these cases in the Mishnah to understand in what way is this an element of gezel, of theft. And Rashi says the sofrei shvias. This is interesting. Rashi explains that who sells fruits of shvias. Afterwards, Rashi says hayol v'chimud mamon mavira Torah. Since the love of money, causes him to be over on divrei Torah. Havle karasha the chamas. He's like a rasha who profits, who passes. And he can't judge or testify because he'll be likely to follow after a bribe. So the idea is that if someone likes money so much that they're willing to violate the law, then they're probably not a good witness or a judge because they are susceptible to bribery. All right, so we have these cases. Amar Rabbi Shimon says, "Betchila hayakarnos ozvei shvius." They initially used to call these people the ones who gather in shvius. Misharabu ha'anasim, when the ones who were ma'anis people multiplied. Charu lekrosan socharius. They would call them instead people who would do business or merchant in shvius. We're going to address that when the Gemara gets to today. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Emasai, when does this ruler is not permitted to be a judge? Bisman she'en lahem umnes, no job other than that, meaning they're a professional gambler. Avol yesh lan umnes shalohu, if they have a job that's not this one, meaning they have another job, then share in their kosher. We're going to discuss exactly whether Rabbi Yehuda is arguing with whether the Tanakama agrees with Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Yehuda is creating a distinction that the Tanakama agrees with. We'll address that in the Gemara. So that's the Mishnah. I'm sorry. By the way, today's Dakomi was sponsored by Gabi Cohen in memory of his grandmother, Chaya Bas Chaim Halevi. Our limit Hadfara should be a Tzlus for Aliyah for her Neshama. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the delay in announcing that. Okay. The Gemara says, Mesachik Bekuvya Mike Ovid. Why is the guy who's a dice player who plays with dice? Why is he puzzled? What's he doing that's wrong? So Machlokas Amar Rami Bar Chama says Mishum Dahave Asmachta, the Asmachta Lokanya. This is considered Asmachta, and when we're dealing with an Asmachta, that's not a valid kinyan. So what are we talking about here? So the classic cases that the Gemara uses of Asmachta are a couple of instances. Let's say you're a home builder and you tell someone, I'll build your house, and if I'm not done by September 30th, I'm going to pay a fine, right? So when I say that, what am I doing? I don't really want to pay you the fine, and I don't plan to pay you the fine. I'm just telling it to you so that you'll be comfortable that I'm going to fix it, or but I don't really want to pay you, and I don't really want to commit to paying you. So therefore, when I do it, I'm so mech that I'm not going to pay it. That's the only reason I'm saying it. So therefore, I'm not really committing to it. Another case would be that the Mishnah discusses. Let's say I owe someone $1,000, and I have the full $1,000 to give him back. So I give him back $500. So now you do with the note, because he's not going to give me back because I still owe him $500. And if he holds a note that says $1,000, so then he already paid $500. So we've done many times. So what you can do is you give the note to a third party that everyone trusts, and the third party knows that you still owe $500, and etc. What happens if the guy tells him, you know what, I'm giving you $500 today, and I'm going to rest in a month from now. If I don't pay it to you in a month from now, I'm going to tell this third guy that he could give the money, he could give the note back to the lender. Then the lender is going to be able to come and collect $1,000 wrongfully, but he can do it. That's a case of asmachta. Those are the classic cases. I say something, I commit to something, but I don't really plan to do it. So how does that apply to gambling? The idea is as follows: that when someone goes to gamble, in their mind, they know that they can lose money. In their mind, the only reason they're doing it is because they hope that they can make money, right? And at the end of the day, he thinks he's going to make money. And so therefore, when he enters into this transaction, and if he loses, and he didn't really want to pay, he didn't plan to pay, and so at some level, he's committed to a transaction that he is not wholehearted in handing over the money, and therefore, someone who gets that money from him, the person on the other side of the bet, is taking money from him that he doesn't want to give him, and therefore of gezela of. So that's how Rami Bar Chama said. Rav Sheshes Amar says, "Kokia gavna lav asmachta." That is not an asmachta. Asmachta would be, and I've learned that we always run out of time. So I'm going to say there's a lot of very interesting things here. If we get to it at the end, we'll get to it. But Rav Sheshes says that's not asmachta. Asmachta is the kind of case I said before, where someone's trying to convince someone of something. Just a question of he didn't really mean the statement. When someone gambles, Rav Sheshes says he understands that he might lose. Well, we could talk about the different views and understanding of Rav Sheshes. It's not stealing gamble. So Ella, so the reason that our mission says he's played this will be Shein Oskim be Shalolam, because someone who's a gambler is a useless person. He's not a productive member of society, and therefore we say that someone who is like that is not going to be valid as a witness. And the way the Rishonim generally understand this is because he doesn't have a real job, and he doesn't understand the back and forthness and responsibility, and if this is his job, all his money comes from something that's a little bit on the shady side. He's not going to have the sensitivity to money that others ordinarily we can expect. And a lot of different ways of explaining exactly why what it means that he's not osik b'yeshiva shalolom. But in any event, those are the two views as to why a Masachet B'Kuvya, a gambler, is not believed as a witness. My benayu, what's the difference between them? The Achronim discussed there are many differences between them, but in any event, we'll say Ika benayu, the umnusa achriti. So the difference would be what happens if he's a gambler, but he also has another job. And so gambling is a side gig for him. So then, therefore, if you understand that because it's gezel, we do it full time or part time. If he has a real job, and he has the responsibility that we talked about that one gains from being gainfully employed and a productive member of society. So then he should be believed because he has that sensitivity. The fact that he also gambled on the side, who cares? So that would be a major difference between whether in Rami Rachama that it's Bezel, or you understand Rav Sheshes that it's a question of whether he's a productive member of society. Okay. I'm Rav Yehuda. Okay, so now the Gemara asks a question. It says the Snan, because and we see this that it has to do with the latter point of Rav Sheshes, productive member of society. You see it in our Mishnah. Rav Yehuda said, Amasai. When does this apply that a gambler not believed as a witness? When he doesn't have a job except this one. He has a different job. Kisherim, right? So what do you see? You see from the Mishnah that since Rabbi Yehuda says that the verification of someone who is a gambler who's not permitted is someone who doesn't have another job. That seems to imply, like Rav Sheshes, that the issue with the gambler is that he's not a productive member of society. If he has a job, then he is a productive member of society. You see that from our Mishnah, from the end of our Mishnah, that should be like Rav Sheshes. You see that the reason, the underlying logic of our Mishnah must be because he's not a productive. So that's a riot to Rav Sheshes. If it's a riot to Rav Sheshes, it's a kasher and Rami Rachama. If you hold that it's theft, who cares as if it's a part-time role or a full-time for him? He's a thief. So the Gemara says, and if you're going to tell me, maybe you'll try and say, Pligi Rabbi Yehuda, that you can say, fine, you're right. What do you mean to prove that the issue is Yeshua Shalom? You quoted me the end of where Rabbi Yehuda makes that distinction. So maybe I'll tell you that the Tanakama, and therefore the Tanakama holds it doesn't matter whether it's a thief. And right, so therefore, Rami Bar, I agree with the Tanakama. You're saying like Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says, but you can't say that. Rabbi Shua ben Levi said elsewhere, Kol makom she'amar Rabbi Yehuda emasai ubameh el lafaresh. So these are the words of Chacham. So he says the Chacham says as follows: that whenever Rabbi Yehuda uses the word emasai, when does this apply? Or bameh, say bameh dvar marmurim. In what case are these things said? So the Chachamim, when Rabbi Yehuda says that, what he's doing is he's not coming to argue on the earth of the Mishnah, he's coming to clarify it. So therefore, in our Mishnah, let's see, that's what the Chachamim say. Rabbi Yochanan says, Emosai, and when Rabbi Yehuda says, Emosai, when does this apply? He's coming to explain, meaning he's agreeing with the Tanakama. Ubameh, when he said, Bameh dvar mamurim, when were these words said, L'chala, then he's coming to argue. So what do you see? Whether according to both Bameh or Rabbi Yochanan as an explanation Bameh's argument, everyone agrees. Everyone agrees that when Rabbi Yehuda says, when does this apply? He's simply to explain, not to argue. So therefore, in our Mishnah, we say Masachik Bekovia is possible as an aid, and then Rabbi Yehuda says, when does this apply? So we just learned that he's coming to explain the Tanakama, not argue with the Tanakh. So we were saying maybe Rami Bar could say, you Yeshiva Shalom, that's only Yehuda. I hold like the Tanakama, who would say it's Gezel, but you can't say that because the Tanakama Yehuda agreed, because Rabbi Yehuda uses the language of Amosai. So the Gemara says, Gavra Karamis, you're asking me, the fact that Rabbi Yeshua says this rule of what Rabbi Yehuda means doesn't mean that Bar Chama has to agree with it. Mars Pligi or Mars Lo Pligi. Therefore, we're as follows, that will understand the Mishnah. Kama says it doesn't, whether it's a full or part-time vocation. It's and Rabbi Yehuda says no, it's only if it's because it's Yeshuva Shalom, it's only if it's a full-time vocation. Whereas Rabbi Shua ben Levi holds that they don't argue, and therefore he would understand that the reason why our Mishnah would have to be Yeshuvo Shalolo and not an issue of death. Now the Gemara asks, Tanya, is it true that they don't argue? That anytime it says the word Amasai, it means that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda are not arguing. Brisa, ben sheyesh lumnish shalo, ben sheyesh lumnish shalohu, whether he has a job besides gambling, ben she'en lo umnas elahu, or gambling is only harez a puzzle. That he says this is puzzle. Now this is a problem because according to the way, if we're understanding that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda don't argue, so if you understand that that in all cases it's a puzzle because he's a thief, and the Rabbi Yehuda holds is a difference. So then the Brisa works with the Tanakama because the Tanakama says it doesn't matter whether he is productively employed or not, he's a thief. But if you say that they agree, then who does this Brisa go like? The Brisa doesn't work. So it would seem that in fact the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda do argue. Gemara says, "Oh, Ahi Rabbi Yehuda mi Rabbi Tarfon." He's saying the Brisa, according to Rabbi Shua ben Levi, he'll say that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda with each other, and therefore they say it has to do with Yeshiva Shalom, and there is a distinction whether it's full or part-time. So who's the person who says then, who would not be reflected in our Mishnah, who says that no matter what, it's an asmachta and it's gezel, and therefore you can't do it? That would be Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rabbi Tarfon. What do we know about Rabbi Yehuda b'shem Tarfon? The sign of the price Rabbi Yehuda Omer Mishum Rabbi Tarfon La'olam Echad Man Ein Echad Man Nazir U'Fishlo Nitna Zeros Elo Lahaflo. So he says as follows: that he says neither of them is a Nazir because Nazir has been given Elo Lahaflo. What is this talking about?
Shit is
so
sick.
we dealt with this case a while back in Nazir. So you had two guys sitting around, and they see a third guy approaching. One guy says that guy's a Nazir, and the other guy says a Nazir. He says if he's not a Nazir, the guy who thinks he's not a Nazir says if he's not a Nazir, I'll become a Nazir. And the other guy says if he is a Nazir, I'll become a Nazir. So basically, one or the other is wrong. The guy approaching them is either a Nazir or not a Nazir. So you would think that one of them, when they figure out the guy coming, is he a Nazir or not a Nazir, one of them will be a Nazir. So Rabbi Yehuda says in the Rabbi Tarfon, neither of them are. Why? Because you learn from the Torah it has to be bahafla. It says ki yafli ish neder, and the word hafla seems to mean that it needs to be clear and concrete. So when either of them took on the zero, it was dependent on a condition could not control, and therefore it's not considered a valid condition, and neither of them apply here because similarly when someone is gambling, they are making a transaction dependent on something that's outside of their control, and if it's outside of their control, they're not really committing to do it. So just like you're not really committing in a case of Naziros, that you're not committing either in a case of gambling, or if you're not fully committing, it's an issue of asmachta and an issue of theft. Why do we compare? How do we compare Naziros and general matters? Tosos discuss others. I doubt we'll have that today. Okay, ribbit. So in our Mishnah, we said aside from gamblers, another puzzle are people who lend money with interest. And Rashi read before because the pasuk says, "Tashes Rasha eid chamas," that you shouldn't have a Rasha be an aid, and someone who does averus. We're actually going tomorrow shortly, not today, about whether there's. But in any event, Malva bis Amarava. So he said, someone who lends money with interest is pasolatus. Amarava, lova beribis pasolatus. Interest pasolatus, but borrower is pasolatus. Machlokes Rishonim is this midrabanan or midaraisa that the borrower would be our further machlokes in Rishonim, depending on a different. The buy of a Rava as to what about the other people? That's a question as to whether they're also pasolatus. But in any event, Rava says not only is the lender pasolatus, but also the borrower. The Gemara asks, we learned in our Mishnah someone who lends money with ribbit, with interest. So that seems to apply that someone who only borrows is not pasolatus. So the Gemara says, no. Understand that our Mishnah is saying Malva beribis means milva habab beribis. If there is a loan that happens with ribis, then all of the parties to it are pasolatus. So it's not just the lender, but also the borrower. Bar benitos asidu be tresadi. So this is not directly related to what we said before, but it's talking about disqualifying someone for lending with interest. Bar benitos, there were two people that testified about him. That he was a lender. One said, I got him, and the other person says, Lididi Buso. So the second guy came along and said, "So that Bar Benito is a lender of interest. How do I know? Because at the time he lent me money with interest, right? So this is a borrow or not transaction." He's saying, in another instance, I know he's an interest lender because he lent me money with interest. Trouble of Bar Benitos. Rava said, "Fine. I now have two witnesses that says Bar Benitos is a lender of money with interest, and therefore he's pasoleidos." And where I asked, "Rava who does pasoleidos?" Rava is the one who said to us that a borrower, someone who borrows money with interest, is pasoleidos, and he's a Rasha. The Torah says, "Al tashes Rasha eid chamas," and the Torah says that you can't have Rasha be an aid. So what's the problem? Is Rava trusted this guy, but he said that he himself interest, and Rava is the one who told us that someone who borrows money with interest is pasoleidos. So how could Rava accept eidos about Bar Benitos, because within his eidos he disqualified from being an aid? So the Gemara says, Rava l'tamei, Rava goes according to his reason, which is in a number of places, but we encountered it at the beginning of this Masechta on Daf Tes, where we said, Rava Adam Karav Eitzel Atzmo, Ve'en Adam Eitzim Atzmo Rasha. That a person is a relative to himself. So we know testify about a relative, greater relative of me than me, so I'm a relative. Therefore, I'm not believed, I'm a Karav, and therefore I'm not believed to testify about myself. So if I, sir, that I borrowed money with interest, I'm not believed for that purpose. Now, where is the next stage of that? What we discussed in Daf Tes is the idea of Palginam Dibure, that we divide his words. Even though he's one thing, he said, I, Bar Benitos, lend money with interest. We don't believe him about incriminating himself, as Adam Karvei Talafmo, but we do believe him about Bar Benitos. Why? Because since he didn't disqualify himself, because we don't believe him about himself, so we're basically taking one statement and in a kind of inconsistent way, we're dividing it where we don't believe him about himself, but therefore it makes him kosher to testify on Bar Benitos. That was what we encountered with Rava, and that's the explanation about how Rava was able to pass Bar Benitos on the basis of testimony of someone who's self-incriminated. Okay. Another case. Unfortunately, we've had cases like this, but they found out a certain butcher was selling treif meat. It was cheaper to buy treif meat, so he was selling treif meat. Pasler of Nachman, what do you see? That Rav Nachman passled him for Eidos, and he removed him from his position. Like there's a Moel and there's a Rabbi, there was a Shochet, that Rav Nachman removed him from his position, but you also see that he passled him for Eidos. So you see another instance in which you passel someone for Eidos who's doing something wrong. In any event, Azal he went, Rabbi Mazye Betufrei. Rashi says that he let his hair grow long and his fingernails grow long, which Rashi said was part of his process of Higdil Sarah V'Tziparnav L'Navel Atmo, to make himself disgusting. Lasos Tshuva. Basically, he was part of his process of Tshuva. He took upon himself. He grew his nails long and his hair long, etc. So Rav Nachman was saying, okay, it looks like the guy did Tshuva. Let's take him back and let him be the butcher. That maybe he made it look like he's doing tshuva, but how do we know he really did tshuva? So then what can he do to restore his status as a butcher? It's like a Vidi Baravin who says, someone who is suspected on treifus, he has no remedy, until he goes to a place where they don't recognize the Yachzar Aved B'davar Chashuv. He says as follows, that he goes to a faraway place. Why? Rashi says, because he does it in his town, maybe he's just trying to pull. But if he goes to a town where no one knows him, and when something comes to his hand, and Avida comes to his hand, a lost object, meaning someone else's money, and he gives it back to them, or he ends up with a piece of meat of his own that belongs to him, and it's trade, and we find out that without making a big deal about it, he threw it in the garbage. So what do we see that in the second case, away from being willing to eat or feed people trafus? In the first case, we see that he's sensitive to other people's money, and that he's not such a lover of money. That we said that before. Rashi explained that someone who loves money is the reason we don't accept him as an ape. But here we see that he's gotten past his love of money because he was willing to return and evade the to fix things. Okay, so now we said we addressed the gamblers and people who lend money with interest. Now we have mafriche yonim, which are people who raise pigeons, or that's one of the views. My mafriche yonim, hacha targuma, here in Baal, we explained it. Itikadme yom liyom. If your pigeon is going to get there before mine, then I'll pay you. Rashi says I'll pay you so much money. So what is that? That's the racing, the horse races. You go to the pigeon races. That's how. Rabbi Choshi Amar Rabbi Baruch says ara. What is that? Ara is that they used to have a mechanism that someone would put out a pigeon who would attract other pigeons to come there. And artistically, what would happen is that they would act the pigeon down. The pigeon would up on the rope a little bit and that noise would bring others from neighboring fields. Now, it's not real gezel, because she points out the halacha is that wild birds come into my, birdhouse. I don't own them; they just came there, leave. So therefore, if my pigeon that's going to attract them, gezel daraisa, but mipnei shalom, that everyone said he shouldn't do it. So he's saying if this guy goes ahead and does that, even though it's only mishum darkei shalom, that it's also, we don't want him to be an aid, be sensitive to other people's money. So one says it's pigeon racing, the other says it's where you're drawing other people to come to you. Mandam tikadme yonech liyonu says it's pigeon racing, my time alone ara. Why did he not want to stay where you attract other pigeons? As I said, it's not a real isser, it's not real. It technically speaking, Torah allowed to do it, and the Chacham were just misakin it. So for something the Chacham were misakin, we're going to make him possible to lay this. So he says, okay, and the one who says that the mafriche yonim to attract other pigeons, why wouldn't he say that it was pigeon racing? The reason I didn't explain it as pigeon racing is because that's the same as gambling. You gamble that the roulette wheel should be red, or you gamble that this pigeon is going to get there before the other one. So that's a good time. It seems that if the Mishnah is listing them as two cases, they should be distinct. And gambling, why list both? The answer, he says, Tana Tola B'das Asma, Tana Tola B'das Yono. He had to address two kinds of gamblers. One himself, and one who's more confident pigeon. What are we talking about? B'tzricha, we need both. The Tana Tola B'das Asma, because if I only told you the guy who's doing something that he considers himself good at. So you have a craps player, thinks that he can beat the odds. He's very good at it, right? So therefore, he's that kind of gambler. So we say, Hasam Hudula Gamar Makne. Say maybe that guy, the guy who's expert in craps, he enters into a craps with someone, he's not going to give up money. Because he says, I'm very good, I'm going to win, right? And so therefore, is not wholehearted in paying when he loses. The Amar Kimli on Amabez, the Kimli Benafshoy, the Adana Tvei, says, I know about myself that I got to play better than this guy. I'm a better player, or whatever it is. I'll say that, look, at the end of the day, when the pigeons race, that's not in his control. And so therefore, maybe it's only in a case where he thinks that he's usher because and that is an asmachta. But in a case where it's real, wouldn't be a problem. Or sometimes you might also want to learn a case of someone who puts more faith in him. That he says, no, he has more faith in pigeon racing that he thinks he's going to win there. Why? Because the way the pigeon racing used to work, Rashi explains that they would each He says, Rashi says, he would have two boards that would bang against each other. They would each have a unique sound. The Yonah, the pigeon would hear the sound, and he'll recognize that sound is the owner telling him to hurry up, the pigeon, and it'll go faster. I've actually seen videos where they have this sport where all the people stand aside and yell at their animals or make other noises, and that's how the animals race. So that was in those days. So this guy says, I'm convinced. I can't tell you that I'm going to win. In fact, I tell you, I know how to shake that thing that's going to get my Yonah to move. So Yonah, the Amr ben Naksha, he's saying it's banging that thing that matters whether the pigeon's going to win or not. Better knocker than he is. But you know, maybe he'll say when it comes to how to play the game and the strategy, I'm not as good. So that's why I needed both. So the question was, why did you need both a gambler and a pigeon racer? If you understand that it's pigeon racing, it's because there's different kind of people. Okay, Meisvei, I'm a Sachik Bekuvia. We're going to do a long brisa here, but there's a question on. It's going to be a question according to the one who says that it is the one who's drawing pigeons. Okay, why? I'm a Sachik Bekuvia. So what is someone who plays with dice, a gambler? Elohim says them hamasachichin pispasim. Pispasim, Rashi says, are shivrei eitzim, are broken pieces of wood, but it's dice. You have a cube, you have some kind of, it's dice, like an official thing. Pispasim bovav, not only with actual dice, amro, elafilu klipe agozim, klipe rimonim, even with shells of nuts or pomegranate, somehow they would take the shell and they would make some game out of it. You see someone go really bored, they'll come up with anything to gamble something. The aim of our son, when do we consider them to have done tshuva that we would accept them as a witness? That when they break their dice, and they totally go back from doing this, that they're not even going to play with dice when they're not gambling for money. Now, it's not usher to play dice games if you're not gambling for money. But the point is, when someone's doing tshuva, and you want to know, did he do tshuva? Is he that